Hogwarts, this professor is too much of a muggle. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement, this story is 100% epic fiction. So please don't attempt real magic, the results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 126 Diary? The cries of wizards and the scolding of witches echoed through the corridors. This was a standard feature of Hogwarts portraits. Sir Cadogan would often chase his pony into the nuns' frames, causing screams and annoying the nuns. Later, with the guidance of a Gryffindor witch portrait, they learned to take up arms and teach the knight a lesson. Insolent fellow, it wasn't even lights out yet, but the corridors seemed a little bustling at night. Harry and Hermione lowered their heads silently and walked quickly, fearing that the scrutiny would hurt Sir Cadogan's fragile heart. Then they knocked on the door of the Muggle Studies office and began their evening tutoring. Thank goodness I didn't run into Malfoy this time, Hermione thought, observing the room secretly. The layout of Hogwarts offices was similar. The back room contained bedrooms, storage, and utility rooms, a few rooms closed to the public, and the outer area was the office and reception area. She had noticed the previous times she'd been there, Professor Lewin's furnishings had a distinctly Muggle feel. A record player sat against the wall, and a mirror sat on a shelf. It was the same TV living room setup, wasn't it? There was the same sofa and coffee table, but this time there were no desserts, only a torn piece of parchment. Welcome to Lewin's after-school program, Melvin said, smiling as he looked at the two students. Over the past few days, I've been looking through some exam files from the administration and some information from Professor McGonagall, and I've gotten a rough idea of what Defense Against the Dark Arts is all about. Hermione sat on the sofa, her face tilted slightly upward, her eyes full of seriousness. She quietly pulled a pen and paper from her bag, ready to take notes. Harry caught a glimpse of her movements and felt in his pocket, realizing he came empty-handed. Not only did he not have a notebook, he didn't even have a quill. Was this the difference between a good student and a poor one? He could only stare down at the scraps of paper on the table, trying not to draw the professor's attention. I've looked it up, and the second grade material is relatively simple. 10 chapters cover 3 forest animals, 3 swamp animals, and 2 fish and 2 birds. It's not too complicated. Just memorize it according to Percy's notes. I won't go into detail. During weekend tutoring, after teaching you a few special effects spells, I'll teach you some spells outside the textbook based on your magical abilities. Combined with dueling practice, this will help you progress faster. First, we'll cover special effects spells for forest animals, primarily for magical creatures like Cornish elves. Pay attention to the emphasis and cadence when casting spells. Melvin watched the two students closely. Seeing Hermione pull out her notes, Harry looked down, unconcerned. This was a small, practical class, so notes weren't important. He gestured for them to put away their wands. Repeat after me, Pisci Pixie Pestinomi, Pisci Pixie Pestinomi, Harry and Hermione stammered, unused to the fast-paced class. Again, Pescipi, the slightly awkward spell was a bit difficult to pronounce the first time, but after all, it was just a basic second-year spell. Don't worry about the inflections or intonation, you'll memorize it after a few repetitions. The lasso charm, which functions more like a modified version of the levitation charm, is cast like a lasso, trapping the target and causing it to sway along the path of the wand. Melvin demonstrated the hand and wand-tip movements used during the spell. Refer to the levitation charm, aim at the target and lift it. Harry and Hermione followed suit. That's right, don't underestimate this spell. The practical difficulty lies in the fact that Cornish elves are social animals, and encountering them in the wild can be as numerous as a dozen or even dozens. Don't panic when casting. Stay calm and try a few times. You'll always succeed. Don't get greedy and throw them back into the tree hole one by one, banging your head against them. This spell can be used on any tree-dwelling animal, Melvin concluded. Hermione was still a little uneasy about this tutoring method, but Harry was thrilled. He eagerly asked, Professor, can we give it a try? Melvin gave him a satisfied look. His plan was sound. Harry was the kind of student with a hands-on eye. There's no practical space in the office, so Hagrid can take you to the Forbidden Forest when you have time. I'll transfigure the paper scraps into various animals. If you can successfully capture and control them, you'll have mastered the spell. Let's begin." Melvin smiled and gently tapped the scraps. The scraps expanded like balloons. With a series of pops, they burst, releasing tiny, iron-blue monsters. "Cornish pixies," Harry and Hermione exclaimed, quickly pulling away. These iron-blue pixies, only about 8 inches tall, had pointed chins, long ears, bared teeth, and shrill voices. As soon as they appeared in the room, they immediately began to chirp and leap about. They'd seen this thing before in class, nearly overturning the classroom and sending Lockhart fleeing. Hermione panicked at first, worried they'd mess up the professor's room, but she soon realized these transfiguration creations were different from the real thing. While real Cornish pixies were mischievous and destructive, these paper creations were polite gentlemen, confining themselves to a dozen feet around the sofa and low table, leaving nothing on the shelves or bookshelves. "It's about to begin." Melvin stood outside, seemingly watching the show. At the professor's command, the pixies transformed into demons, splitting into 2 waves and lunging at the 2 men. "Pesky pixie pester me." Hermione quickly waved her wand. A freezing charm would have been more appropriate at this moment, but she kept today's lesson in mind and instinctively used it. An elf in front of her collided head-on with a spell beam, its entire body swaying as if trapped by invisible shackles, twitching, lifting, and swaying along the wand's path before slamming to the ground, unconscious. A single spell dispatched 1 elf, but more were already approaching. One grabbed hold of her wand and clung to it, while others frantically began pulling at her hair, pinching her hands, and scratching her face. "Hermione, get out of their way." Harry chose a completely different approach. The moment the elves lunged, he didn't immediately cast a spell. Instead, he kicked away the 2 nearest elves, dodging the initial wave of attacks and gaining distance to engage them. Seeing his companions surrounded, he quickly warned them, simultaneously blasting the remaining goblins with spells. "Pesky pixie pester me." Using the same spell and movement, Harry's results were completely different from Hermione's. A faintly whitish beam of light struck the goblin, sending it flying and knocking back several nearby goblins. Hermione didn't hesitate, stabbing the elf in the eye. As it covered its eyes and cried out in pain, releasing its wand, 2 spells were cast, dispatching the 2 goblins clinging to it. They then distanced themselves, forming a defensive formation with Harry back to back. For the next half hour, Harry and Hermione experienced a completely different kind of defense against the dark arts class. They dodged and dodged the attacks of dozens of goblins, maneuvering through the tight space while constantly casting special anti-goblin spells. Melvin watched from the side, pacing their attacks. Perfect coordination prevented them from being immediately snatched up and dangled from the chandelier by the Cornish goblins, nor did they allow the goblins to gather and be swept away in a single wave, maximizing the effectiveness of the class exercise. Harry and Hermione struggled mightily. Against a level 3x dangerous creature like this, a freezing charm would have been a better option, but since this was a class exercise, they limited their spells, repeating the lasso curse over and over again until they could chant the spells more quickly, finishing them with a single word, casting them with ease and without the need for meticulous detail. Harry shouted, aiming the tip of his wand at the last Cornish elf. He thrust his hand forward, and a ball of white light whistled out, carrying the force of a bludger, crashing heavily into the elf's iron-blue belly. Bang! The elf's eyes bulged, and it was flung backwards by the immense force, slamming into the wall with a dull thud. Its transfiguration spell could no longer be maintained, and it shredded into shreds of paper that clung to the wall. Hermione couldn't help but glance sideways, a few times. Why did it feel like they weren't learning the same spell? Recalling the 2 students' performance, Melvin flipped his hand to undo the transfiguration spell, summoning a whirlwind that swept all the paper into the trash can. Returning to the sofa, he smiled and praised, "Congratulations. You've mastered the lasso charm, a crucial part of the second-year defense against the dark arts exam." Harry's face was filled with undisguised pride. Hermione pursed her lips, suppressing a smile. Thinking of Lockhart's performance in class, her eyes rolled as she said indignantly, "Professor Lockhart can't even use the second-year spells. I wonder how he managed to subdue those dark creatures." "That's certainly something worth pondering," Melvin continued. "Though those books are full of self-praise, the records of the deeds are very detailed. The Daily Prophet interviewed residents of remote villages, and their accounts are consistent. If it had just been a slight curiosity, Harry and Hermione's curiosity turned to suspicion after hearing the professor's words, like a seed planted. Melvin didn't continue to water the seed, but turned back to the tutorial. After the battle just now, besides spells, did you learn anything else? Harry regained his composure and glanced at Hermione. Seeing that she was still pondering and summarizing, he answered, combat is not a game of one-on-one attacks. It is a continuous process. You must always pay attention to attacking and defending. Anything else? Melvin gave him an encouraging look. Harry reviewed the battle just now. When facing fierce attacks or surprise attacks, it's best not to fight head-on. Defense should also consider the follow-up. Dodge if you can. Wizard combat is not a turn-based game. It's a good summary. Melvin turned to look at Hermione, who had finished thinking. What do you think? Hermione said thoughtfully. Wizard spells have a long attack range, and these animals have short claws and teeth. When facing this kind of attack, it's best to keep a distance. We can cast spells to attack them, but they can't hit us. Harry lowered his head and said silently. He felt that sometimes close combat was also possible. Melvin handed over a few chocolates, nodded and said, that makes sense. Actual combat practice is to gain experience and find a fighting method that suits you. Practicing a single spell is not that important. You have almost learned the lasso charm. Practice on your own after going down and submit a paper next week. Paper? Harry opened his eyes wide. This isn't a paper on the lasso charm or Cornish pixies, but one on combat against small, social animals. Write down your insights, no length limit. That's it, get out of class dismissed. After seeing the two students off and waiting for the footsteps to fade, Melvin returned to his desk and dug out his well-worn journal. While waiting for his quill to fill with ink, he reviewed the two students' performance tonight. Hermione, with her meticulous mind, was faster than Harry in learning spells. But in combat, Harry possessed a near instinct. Faced with an attack, he could always make the most advantageous decision without thinking, while Hermione was a bit slower. Melvin stroked the inkwell as he pondered his future tutoring plan. These simple spells could be practiced privately later. The more important thing was to improve their combat skills and strengthen their practical training. The location didn't have to be the office, it could also be the Room of Requirement or Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. The quill was full of ink, and Melvin exhaled. He was about to begin his dark arts tutoring. I've mastered Fiend Fire. Let's move on to the next dark magic. Melvin drew a circle in the air with his wand, and orange flames erupted. The fiery, violent flames didn't surge everywhere, but instead were confined to a small sphere, constantly shifting forms. Dragon, python, sphinx. The diary remained silent for a long time, and 16-year-old Tom Riddle began to doubt himself. After spending some time together, he realized that this guy was incredibly talented, mastering a new dark magic spell almost every day, and judging by his written words, his psychology was barely affected. Melvin paused for a moment, realizing that this learning performance was a bit outrageous. He tried to make excuses. I am of pure-blooded origin, and my family has many dark wizard relatives. I learned some when I was a child. He didn't know if the diary believed it. Have you thought it through about the Chamber of Secrets? I've been looking for information recently. Let's wait a little longer. Melvin cast a delaying spell again, and used the news about the Dark Lord and the Death Eaters to keep Senior Riddle patient. By the way, I recently discovered in the Daily Prophet that their gold medal reporter published exclusive news about Voldemort. Hurry up. According to Rita Skeeter, she suspects that Voldemort is pursuing the Potters because there is an unknown emotional entanglement between them. A question mark slowly emerged in the diary. Chapter 127 The Knott Family Banquet. As night deepened, London finally ended its day's bustle. The Ministry of Magic, hidden beneath Westminster, fell silent. Thanks to the Muggle repelling charm, the surrounding streets were exceptionally quiet, their residents deep in sleep. In the still, gloomy night, some wizards remained awake. A single warm yellow light burned on a Westminster street. Inside a wrought iron window, a witch sat at her desk, writing. Her hair, delicately curled, held together by a potion, looked like hardened cement. Her broad, chin-bearing face created a strange, almost peculiar look. She wore jeweled glasses, long, thin scarlet nails, and eyebrows thickened with charcoal, giving her a strikingly repulsive look. Her enchanted green quill moved swiftly, rotating each sheet of parchment. When she reached a brilliant passage, Rita Skeeter couldn't help but grin, revealing her 3 gold teeth. A cold breeze blew through the window, sending goosebumps splattering across Skeeter's arms. She muttered something and reached out to close the window. It was just a normal evening breeze, a slight chill, the way London nights were. Westminster, affected by the underground buildings, was even cooler, a normal occurrence. But a subtle unease welled up within the heart of the renowned journalist Skeeter, a slight irritation welling up within her. The feeling was indescribable, a sense of unease, as if a reader had remembered her name. It wasn't surprising. Skeeter was a star reporter for the Daily Prophet, having covered numerous terrorist attacks, major sports events, and Ministry of Magic events, and had published numerous biographies of legendary figures. Her articles were often controversial, so it was common for her to be cursed. Tonight, this venomous feeling was stronger. She lowered her head to continue writing, unable to return to her previous state of mind. She quickly wrote the finale and put it away in a drawer. Skeeter brushed it off, washed up, and reviewed her schedule for tomorrow. 2 press releases and a magazine article about the Knots buffet. Skeeter's lip curled. These old nobles certainly wouldn't invite reporters skilled in inquiries, but she planned to attend the appointment proactively, hoping to uncover enough explosive news to surprise the purebloods. In the far southwestern suburbs of West Overton, Wiltshire, at Knott Manor, a castle was preparing a buffet to celebrate Mrs. Knott's birthday. Far from the city, the suburban lanes were deserted, lined with low thorn bushes and neat yew hedges. Under the moonlight, the road felt eerie and desolate. Passing through the hedges, the front suddenly opened to the manor's open gates, flanked by house elves examining the invitations. After sunset, carriages streamed in, almost rivaling the Malfoys' Boxing Day banquet. The Knotts were a pure-blood marriage, and the 28 families were related to each other, and all the collateral branches had received invitations. With the exception of Weasley, considered a disgrace to the purebloods, all other wizards were invited to the banquet. The house elf in charge of reception struggled to match the names on the invitation with the faces, and hurriedly led them to the lawn, where they watched as Mr. and Mrs. Knott greeted them warmly. Mr. Malfoy, Mrs. Malfoy, long time no see. Mr. Crouch, Ms. Bones, I didn't expect you to come. Minister Fudge, this way. As the guests gradually arrived, Mrs. Knott quickly seated the center of the party, allowing wizards from different circles to gather and mingle. Mr. and Mrs. Knott, likewise, held champagne in hand, chatted with everyone. For these wizards, this was not just a birthday party, it was also a place for socializing and conducting business. Thousands of candles floated in the sky, illuminating the stars and moon. The evening breeze blew, and the open-air party on a midsummer night was filled with the scent of grass and champagne. The lawn was divided into 2 areas, a dance floor centered around the band, with young wizards circling inside and chatting outside, and a tarpaulin-draped dining area with long tables filled with a variety of food and wine. The older wizards had no interest in dancing. Instead, they gathered in small groups, glasses of wine in hand, admiring the manor and the young people dancing while discussing the year's business. Melvin, dressed in a black and white suit, stood in the dining area, savoring the house elf's cooking, especially the smoked and slow-roasted veal from the Knott family, which was even better than Hogwarts. The Scotch eggs are good too. The cream scones aren't as good as the ones at school. Melvin walked along normally, his stomach almost full, but still hadn't seen Lockhart. He wiped his mouth and looked around, but there was no sign of him. He sighed. They had clearly entered the venue together, but the moment they turned around, Lockhart was gone. He didn't know if he was enjoying the attention on the dance floor or showing off his perfect smile in some circle of celebrities and nobles, but he was unreliable. Just as he was about to try his beet salad, he heard a series of footsteps approaching. He put down his cutlery, forced a smile, and adopted the demeanor of a Hogwarts professor. "Why are we here, Tina?" an old wizard with graying hair and hazel eyes complained. "Theseus told you to get out and about, Newt, and talk to wizards instead of hiding in a box looking after animals," an equally aged witch said, her tone as kind and calm as her face. "You meant to talk about strange creatures, didn't you?" The old wizard's tone was gloomy, but considering she had spoken in time, he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he continued complaining, "Why doesn't Theseus have to attend this party? Why doesn't he come meet the rest of the ministry family?" The witch named Tina sighed. "He doesn't want to see the people sitting there." Nit sighed as well, his expression melancholy. This guy was clearly unwilling to do this, yet they forced him to attend the party. His brother was even more excessive than when he was younger. "You can stay here. I'll go say hello to Amelia." "Go ahead, dear." Nit didn't see the problem. Tina had a terrible relationship with her colleagues at Bancusa, but she had made some friends in England. The witch's figure faded away, and the old wizard who remained behind began to examine the food on the long table. Instead of eating for himself, he picked up a bloody beef rib and casually pocketed it. Melvin noticed the swift movement of emerald green limbs, shaved the meat off them, and discarded the bones. Newt noticed his scrutiny and said with a smile, "Forgive me, I arrived so quickly, the little one hasn't had dinner yet." "Should botricles eat beetles or fairy eggs?" Melvin asked with a smile, already aware of the man's identity. Speaking of magical beasts, Newt's sleepiness suddenly faded. "At first, I thought they only ate from trees. But then they joined me for dinner a few times and insisted on trying them. These little creatures are omnivores, and they find beef and insects equally delicious." Melvin followed up, "I don't know much about these magical beasts. There are no botricles on Mount Greylock, where Ilvermorny is located. Are you a graduate of Ilvermorny?" Newt's eyes lit up. In his youth, he caused quite a stir in New York and was subsequently banned from leaving the country for several years. Although the ban was later lifted, Bancusa was wary of him, and Aurors watched him wherever he went. He always regretted not being able to observe the magical creatures of North America more closely. Melvin Lewynter, currently professor of Muggle Studies at Hogwarts, Melvin nodded. He, too, wanted to discuss the magical creatures of North America with this expert. Chapter 128 Parents' Conversation. "Ha ha ha," the old wizard laughed heartily. "That's right, Serafina. When I was writing the Fantastic Beasts series, the first few installments went smoothly, except for the North American special. Serafina read my manuscript and, citing the need to protect North American animals, forbade me from publishing it publicly. In fact, the manuscript leaked, was printed and sold by pirates, and it almost became an Ilvermorny textbook. The young wizards on the dance floor changed one after another. The band's melodies ranged from intense to soothing and melodious. The young professor and the elderly wizard chatted about everything from the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts to Greylock Mountain, from the Black Lake to Mountain Springs. They bonded over each other. Melvin also learned some information. Newt's commander, too, had completed his studies as a young man, expelled for a dangerous experiment involving martins. Since then, he's embarked on a global journey to save magical creatures, visiting over 100 countries across 5 continents and, along the way, helping Dumbledore defeat Grindelwald. Currently retired, he lives secluded in Dorset with his wife, where he keeps 3 pet measles, a garden gnome, and a botricle. After a soothing waltz ended and the musicians waited for their turn, the open-air venue fell into remarkable silence. Melvin watched the botricle poke its head out of the old man's pocket. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. "Mr. Scamander, I have a question about a strange, long-horned water snake on Mount Greylock." Newt nodded, signaling him to speak directly. "I met it in a mountain stream around 2nd grade. It initially taught me some simple spellcasting techniques, and I told it stories about school. Over time, we became friends," Melvin reminisced. "It possesses profound knowledge and is well versed in the application of magic. It can even perform divination with a gemstone on its forehead." Newt paused, gazing into the young wizard's calm, dark eyes. Hesitantly, he asked, "Are you a Parseltongue?" In the minds of ordinary wizards, Parseltongue is often associated with dark wizards, so this question seemed a bit out of place. Melvin shook his head. "I don't speak Parseltongue, but the horned water snake is fluent in human languages, more than one." Newt sighed. "It must have lived a long time." "Yes, over 700 years old. The first mention of it in the history of Ilvermorny is at the founding of the school." Melvin thought of that scaly snake face, always resting its head on a rock, staring blankly into the distance, spitting out its tongue but never stopping to talk, even more talkative than the professor. He wondered how a snake's mouth could talk. As Melvin recounted the story of the horned water snake, he lost consciousness for a moment. Suddenly, the snake seemed to appear before him again, crouching on the snake tree, its head lowered, whispering a farewell. 7 years of memories were a blur, and the horned water snakes had held 700 years of memories. No wonder it was so vacant. "It left me a snake egg." Melvin dug into his pocket and pulled out a unique egg, showing it to Newt. "I'm not sure if it laid it naturally or if it got it from one of its kind. The magic inside it is different from ordinary snake eggs, and I don't know how to hatch it. Please help me." Newt's hazel eyes lit up as he took the snake egg and examined it carefully. Slightly larger than a goose egg, the shell was a clean grayish-white with faint, almost invisible markings, like stacked snake scales. A dim glow shone on it, and it seemed different from a month ago. I've read a lot of research, and this magical creature with unique magic rarely hatches naturally. It requires some kind of magical ritual, Melvin speculated. I'm not sure what the ritual is, so I don't dare try it, Nit observed the snake egg and Melvin. Wizards who have long dealt with magical creatures can always rely on a certain intuition to discern the attitudes of other creatures. Humans are also animals, and their thoughts are unconsciously revealed through their movements and expressions, full of vigilance, accumulating malice to prepare for attack, and careless disregard. The young professor before him was polite, gentle and thoughtful, and he was able to chat freely even though they had never met before, which was clearly the style of a Slytherin. But when he told the story of the horned water serpent, the sincerity was unfaithful. You're right, Nit retracted his gaze and handed the snake egg back. The hatching of alien magical beasts needs to follow rituals, and there are requirements for weather, astrology, climate and temperature. If you try randomly, it will only disrupt the magic and hatch strange things. Does Mr. Scamander have a way? You are very lucky, or you are very trustworthy. Nit put the curious botricle back into his pocket. The water snake has basically completed the early hatching ceremony. It's just a matter of letting the little guy in the egg absorb magic and break out of the shell. Melvin's eyes suddenly lit up. How to do it? Have you heard of nest parasitism? Nit explained to himself. Some birds put their eggs in the nests of other birds and use other birds to hatch their offspring. This snake egg also needs nest parasitism. After returning, find some magical snake-like magical beasts with powerful magic to supply magic to the snake eggs. When the time comes, they will hatch successfully. Powerful snake-like magical beasts, Melvin repeated, his tone a little complicated. You need to be extra careful. Choose a gentle snake. Some aggressive snakes will break the eggs. Also, be careful with the feeding. Don't let the incubating snake get hungry, it might mistake the eggs for food. Nit repeated the instructions. In his youth, he would probably have taken the eggs and incubated them himself, but this egg held special significance, and Newt respected the horned water snake's choice. From a distance, he spotted his companion standing beside Ms. Bones, waving at him, seemingly insisting he come over for a word. Newt nodded slightly to Melvin. Professor Lewin, if you have any problems, you can write to me. Ask for the address from Freshman Ralph. Just say I gave you the address. Thank you very much, Mr. Scamander. Melvin looked down at the gray-white eggs, his mind already drifting back to Hogwarts. His original plan was to play pen pal with Riddle for a few more weeks, perfecting the character of the assistant teacher of Fantastic Beasts, waiting for the right moment to open the Chamber of Secrets. The basilisk would then reveal the Slytherin training plan, and then he would try to trick Riddle into helping him hatch the horned water snake. I didn't expect to get an answer from Mr. Scamander. The pen pal game would continue, but without further character development. And the Chamber of Secrets problem wouldn't be delayed. The rhythm of the dance floor began again. After 4 dances with the Edgemore's niece, Lockhart finally had time to talk to Mrs. Edgemore about introducing him to a colleague at school. He adjusted his blue dress and flashed a flawless smile. Seeing the witch's inviting glances, he shook his head firmly. Although he had a great time at the ball, this was the main reason for attending tonight's party. M.R.S. Edgemore, long time no see. You still look so beautiful. On the outer circle of the dance floor, Lockhart raised 2 glasses of champagne, keeping one for himself and one for Mrs. Edgemore. At the book signing a while ago, I heard several staff members say that work in the transportation department is very boring. Is that true? Mrs. Edgemore took a sip of her champagne and gave him a sidelong glance, non-committal. Lockhart might be popular with young witches and housewives, but to the powerful woman who ran a department, he was just a writer who loved to show off. If the adventures in the book were all true, she might have looked up to him. But Lockhart couldn't prove it, at least not yet, as he didn't exhibit the qualities described in the book. As if unfazed by the snub, Lockhart's signature smile remained. Well, after I took over as professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, I quickly bonded with my colleagues. They all admired my legendary stories, and I respected their talents. For example, Professor Lewynter of Muggle Studies. Perhaps you've heard of him. He's the founder of the Magic Mirror Club. He invented the shadow mirror that took the wizarding world by storm a while ago. It's quite innovative, isn't it? Mrs. Edgecombe frowned slightly. Lockhart paused, realizing she hadn't interrupted him or walked away. His smile widened. Professor Lewynter hopes to make a film of my book. I'd say it's boring, just a rehash of my adventures, but he says readers need a more tangible experience than just text. They can learn more and help more wizards. He sighed pretentiously and shook his glass. To help more people, how can I refuse this? Mrs. Edgecombe frowned even tighter. If the rest is all this nonsense, you don't have to say anything. I'm used to explaining in detail. Maybe it's a writer's occupational disease. Seeing that she put down her glass and turned to leave, Lockhart hurriedly raised his voice and spoke faster. Professor Lewin wants to cooperate with you to use the Flu Network to send images into the homes of ordinary wizards. Mrs. Edgecombe glanced at him and chuckled. So you can speak normally. Under the tarpaulin of the buffet area of the Knott Manor banquet, hundreds of candles floated in the wind, swaying slowly, illuminating the surroundings. Occasionally, a flying insect fell into the contact area of the wax and the candle wick, and sparks flew off. The middleman Lockhart was introducing Mrs. Edgecombe, with his signature smile on his face, his teeth shining in the night. M.R.S. Edgecombe, this is Professor Lewin. Melvin, this is Mrs. Edgecombe from the Department of Transport. Nice to meet you. Melvin, dressed in a black and white formal robe, shook her hand while sizing up this powerful mid-level official at the Ministry of Magic. She looked to be about 35, and even as the evening progressed, her neatly cropped dark brown hair remained immaculately combed, her rosy red lipstick showing no sign of fading. Her well-maintained face still showed traces of her youth, though fine lines at the corners of her eyes and mouth, from constant seriousness and tension, appeared. Her dark gray dress robes were perfectly tailored, the fabric felt rich, and paired with a pearl necklace and earrings, they perfectly matched his impression of a pure-blood family. In terms of rank, this lady wasn't as high as Umbridge and couldn't influence the formulation of laws and policies. However, the Flu Network renovation was a complex undertaking, and enlisting the cooperation of this directly affiliated official would make the rollout much smoother. Mrs. Edgecombe returned her smile, a faint, polite one, her eyes devoid of laughter, her gaze undisguised with assessment and judgment. You want to collaborate with me? She asked softly. Why? Melvin said frankly, the upcoming home mirror needs to be integrated with the Flu Network. I need a partner who can truly manage the Flu Network, not a minister whose mind is full of power and wealth, or the head of Auror or the director of law enforcement who makes random guesses and suspicions and thinks that the mirror is harboring a conspiracy. Mrs. Edgemore was still puzzled. According to the news I heard, although Professor Lewynter has only been here for a short time, he has already overwhelmed Minister Fudge and his loyal servant Umbridge twice in the past 2 years. With the assistance of Ms. Marchbanks and Dumbledore, even if Fudge has been frequently sending people to the Wizengamot recently, you can achieve your goal as long as you are tougher. The news about the Inquisition has not been blocked, and people inside the Ministry of Magic are well aware of the truth. Any discerning wizard can see that Madame Bones and Crouch are neutral, and the prestigious old wizards support Melvin. Fudge and Umbridge can't do anything about the Shadow Mirror. Melvin pondered for a moment. What I want is win-win cooperation. We want to build the framework of the Shadow Mirror and the Flu Network as soon as possible, instead of wasting energy on meaningless disputes. What can I get? Mrs. Edgecombe did not hide it. Fame, wealth. Melvin saw that the witch's eyes did not move at all. He paused and said tentatively, Marietta's growth? Upon hearing his daughter's name, Aikman suddenly fell silent, looking at the young professor intently, asking him to explain. The dim candlelight flickered, and even with the magical exorcism protection, there were still some moths that escaped the net and flew towards the candle, splashing the burning wax, and a beetle swayed and landed on Mrs. Aikman's shoulder. Melvin's dark and calm eyes revealed the confidence of a professor, reflecting the swaying light. Marietta has been promoted to the 3rd grade and has taken my Muggle Studies class. Although we have not been together for a long time, I can see that there is a problem with her family education, and her talents and personality have been suppressed and distorted. The parents' eyes suddenly grew sharp, their polite smiles completely fading. In my first class, all students had the opportunity to introduce themselves and explain why they chose the course. Most chose it because they found it interesting, but Marietta was influenced by her roommate. The Ravenclaw Quidditch team was looking for new members, and regardless of talent, most students wanted to try. Marietta wasn't sure what she was thinking. So she procrastinated until just before the registration deadline. When she finally filled out the application form after her roommate's persuasion, Melvin glanced at the beetle on the parent's shoulder and smiled. I'm sure there are many such examples, and you parents should have noticed, everyone has different personalities. How can you say it's a problem with your upbringing? Mrs. Edgemore's tone remained cold, but her attitude had shifted. Melvin offered her answer, because of parents like you, you've been bringing your work life home for a long time, treating your children like subordinates. To be frank, you're very controlling and lack warmth. This has led to your child's current personality. She lacks independent thinking, procrastinates, hesitates, and shrinks from action. She simply does whatever others say she wants her to do. Mrs. Aikman had a stern face and a cold expression. What do you want? I won't use students to negotiate with parents. But Melvin backed down in the end and shook his head. This is just a professor's advice to parents. I hope you can listen to it. As for the Magic Mirror Club, I can promise you rich profits and support for promotions. That's all. Mrs. Aikman was stunned for a moment, and her tense expression gradually relaxed. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 The Dark Mark. Mary, I'll leave her in your care, Professor Lewynter. We used to think her personality was just like that, but we didn't expect it to be. Mrs. Edgemore spoke with a complex expression. As a powerful official in the Department of Transportation, she often brought her work into her family life, gradually suppressing and distorting her child's nature, training her into a subordinate lacking independent consciousness. Her current state of mind was difficult to describe. In fact, when Melvin revealed the truth, she even considered quitting her job and taking the child home to care for her. Lockhart, standing next to her, was still a little dazed, confused by the situation. They had just been discussing business, but how had it suddenly shifted to student issues? The student issues hadn't been explained clearly, and the business deal seemed to be settled. He opened his mouth to ask something, but nothing came out. As I said before, this is what a professor should do, Melvin said with a kind smile. School is not just a place to impart knowledge. This statement was absolutely correct, like a professor's sincere words. However, Mrs. Aikman knew full well that with hundreds of students on campus, Melvin was just a foreign professor teaching elective courses, not the dean. With no connections, no one would bother doing anything beyond their primary duties. I'll also do my job in the transportation department, Mrs. Aikman said with restrained words. Knowing they had reached an agreement, Melvin glanced at the progress of the party and said goodbye to Mrs. Aikman. It's almost time, we should go home, I'll see you out. The three of them slowly walked out of the manor. By then, the party was drawing to a close. The band played a soothing, melodious tune, and only a small number of people were dancing on the dance floor. Some of the guests had already left. Outside, on a country road, the two professors drew their wands, preparing to apparet. Melvin stretched his arms, as if to loosen up a stiff muscle, and casually glanced at the woman's shoulder. Mrs. Edgecombe didn't notice anything, assuming it was just a foreign wizard's habit. As for the Mirror Club, the transportation department can only offer its full assistance with the construction. The exact cooperation plan and measures still need to be approved by the ministry. I'll compile the details and send them to you in a letter later. Melvin nodded, agreeing. I can see you're an excellent professor, easily able to discern problems in your students. However, I should remind you that sometimes your keen observation also requires attention to others. Mrs. Edgecombe glanced at Lockhart beside her, then at Melvin. She said tactfully and sincerely, some wizards aren't what they appear to be. It's best to keep your distance from such people. Had the great writer Lockhart been exposed? Melvin was slightly surprised, but he thanked her calmly. Thank you for the reminder. I'll keep an eye on it. With two crackling sounds, one strong and one weak, the two professors vanished into the night. Instantly crossing hundreds of miles, they arrived outside the school gates. Melvin swayed slightly, and as he steadied himself, the soft touch of his shoes reminded him that he was back outside the castle in the Scottish Highlands. Lockhart's apparition was noticeably rougher. His face was pale, his smile was stiff, and he looked like he was carsick and about to vomit. The journey across several counties was very uncomfortable for him. After walking through the school gate and along the path on the grounds for a while, Lockhart slowly recovered, straightened his back, and forced a not-so-perfect smile at Melvin. The negotiations went better than expected, right, Melvin? My energy was not in vain. I gave her a lot of advice before asking her to meet you. Thank you very much, Professor Lockhart. Melvin glanced at him, in a good mood. If the plan goes well, by this time next year, the Mirror Club's videos will be able to be transmitted to the homes of wizards in England through the Flu Network, the whole of England. Isn't it exciting? Then all British wizards will be able to see my smile and learn how to deal with dark creatures. Lockhart's eyes suddenly lit up, and he muttered to himself. He unconsciously slowed down his pace and immersed himself in the imagination of his own success. It took a long time for Lockhart to regain his composure. Melvin had already walked a long way. Seeing that figure from afar, Lockhart recalled the scene at the party. Although he had published several best-selling books, received the Order of Merlin, and was popular with young girls and housewives, to a powerful wizard like Mrs. Edgecombe, he was just an insignificant figure, who wouldn't even bother to speak to her. Melvin had the Mirror Club, and even though he hadn't been awarded the Order of Merlin, he wasn't really a significant figure. Mrs. Edgecombe didn't initially take him seriously, but he was able to change her impression with just a few words, forcing her to take him seriously. Then, they quickly finalized a partnership, sealing the deal with a few words. Power and wealth were just bargaining chips. Meanwhile, he couldn't write a new book, his fame was waning, his bird snake egg shampoo wasn't selling well, his savings were running low, and his classes were failing. Lockhart's impeccable smile faded, a look of envy etched in his eyes. He quickened his pace to catch up with Melvin, his eyes casually catching his hand. He asked, puzzled, Melvin, what's the glass bottle you're holding? This, Melvin laughed. I just caught a little beetle. It seems to be a rare species. I'm planning to take it back and study it. Late at night, a full moon hung in the window. A cylindrical glass bottle sat upside down on the table. It was the one used to hold honey at the party table, and Melvin had taken it over to temporarily hold a beetle that had fallen into his trap. Its elytra were bright blue, trembling slightly to reveal the thin wings beneath. As if sensing its gaze, its two front antennae swayed slowly, their undersides marked with circular patterns, like glasses. Spots on the underside of its wings made it distinctly different from ordinary beetles. Slightly larger than a typical beetle, its body was plump, but smaller than a fingernail, allowing it to hide easily in inconspicuous places like hair, collar folds, curtain cracks, or bushes. If it hadn't been lying motionless on someone's shoulder for so long, Melvin wouldn't have noticed it. Rita Skeeter, Melvin whispered with a smile. Suddenly hearing the name, the beetle's entire body trembled, trembling like a spasm, and it spread its wings and fled in panic, making a crisp sound against the glass bottle. However, it couldn't break free from the glass bottle's confinement. The honey bottle was too hard for the beetle, and the powerful vibrations of its wing membranes couldn't even leave a mark on it. The beetle buzzed through the bottle wall, its disguise pierced, and it no longer hid. Magic suddenly erupted, and the shadow of a witch emerged, about to break free from the glass bottle and transform back into its original form. Melvin sat motionless in his chair, watching the animagus's performance. The blurry shadow vanished in an instant. As its form expanded, it touched the solid glass, as if its original body had been squeezed into the confined space, its bones and muscles crushed. A sharp, brief agony washed over it, and the beetle's wings curled up again, trembling. After a long moment, it regained consciousness and retreated to the corner of the glass, its antennae twitching as if confronting Melvin. Sorry, I forgot to mention the glass is protected by a strengthening charm, Melvin said sincerely, his eyes as if assessing an object of interest. Rita Skeeter, a renowned journalist and contributing writer for numerous publications, including the Daily Prophet. While not a renowned writer like Lockhart, she's also quite famous. The plump beetle shuddered. In fact, I admire you very much, Melvin said slowly. You were able to teach yourself animagus in your youth, which proves your intelligence. You're a top Ravenclaw graduate. After graduation, you quickly became familiar with journalism and are very adept at exploring the dark side of your readers. You know what they love to read. Beetle was stunned. In her eyes, Professor Levin was already huge, like a ferocious monster, and the information revealed in these words was even more terrifying. How did he know his identity? When did he know it? Who else knew it? In the past, Skeeter had always been the one to discover other people's secrets and expose them in the newspapers. Now, his own secret had been revealed, and his life was controlled by him, so he could only hide in the glass bottle and wait for the slaughter. Upright and great people are corrupt inside, glamorous people are covered in filth in private, and idle heroes are actually despicable and embarrassing. Melvin had obviously read her articles. You are well aware of these points, So the targets of your attacks are basically the influential figures in the wizarding world. The more famous and popular they are, the more in line with your expectations. At the same time, you know how to restrain yourself and will not slander or offend wizards in power or powerful forces. Almost all reports are published after their death, former Principal Ditput, Minister Harold Minkin, and even you-know-who. These reports do not tell readers the truth directly. Instead, they combine real events to weave together false speculations, and infiltrate the truth among the lies throughout the article. Melvin recounted the biography she had written, with a gentle and friendly smile. If readers knew that the gold medal reporter Skeeter was an unregistered animagus, they would probably believe the truth you weave more, right? Beetle did not dare to imagine such a thing, but the consequences of the secret being exposed kept emerging in his mind. Even if he hid in St. Mungo's hospital or in Azkaban, he would be hit by dozens of spells from behind and die inexplicably. Her 6 legs trembled constantly, tapping against the glass, making a faint sound. Bang! Melvin flicked the glass with his finger. Although it was only a slight tremor. The beetle showed an extremely painful posture, curling up tightly, its wings and legs twitching continuously. The tremor stopped, and the beetle collapsed on the table. You are an outstanding graduate of Ravenclaw, with extraordinary intelligence. You should know why I say so much. Think about it carefully. Melvin moved the glass to a corner and ignored it. An excellent media system needs qualified mouthpieces. The gold medal reporter Skeeter is such a mouthpiece. Her articles spread quickly, making it easy to convey information to the outside world. A useful tool needs to be completely blunted. Controlling it with just the handle is not stable enough. He needs stronger control. Melvin pulled out his diary, waited for his quill to soak up some water, and wrote on the front, "My dear Tom, remember the dark mark we mentioned when we were talking about Death Eaters and the dark arts? Why do you ask that suddenly?" The diary responded quickly, clearly intrigued by the topic, ink flowing continuously. "From the information you've revealed, it seems to be a profound yet convenient dark magic, involving soul branding and enslavement curses." Melvin perused the relevant information with great interest, once again impressed by Senior Riddle's generosity. He was a walking dictionary of the dark arts. The dark mark was a mark Voldemort had branded Death Eaters with. It consisted of a skull and a venomous snake. Normally bright red, it gradually turned black upon activation. It was nearly impossible to remove, and even after Voldemort's death, it would remain an indelible scar. Voldemort could use the mark to share his location with Death Eaters, summon them, or respond to their calls, locate and track them, and even apparition directly to them. Melvin had learned a similar curse before. When he first arrived in Knockturn Alley, he branded a few Ouroboros on the wizards who were holding him up, but it was only enough to scare them, not much. The map business was a spur-of-the-moment business, so a bit of laxity wouldn't matter. But a gold medal reporter was different, with a quick mind and a knack for disguise. He couldn't let them get away with it. The dark mark is quite complex, but with your talent, you'll master it quickly. The diary paused, ink flowing. "Do you want to learn, Melvin? Direct instruction? No pushback?" Melvin raised an eyebrow, his notes moving slowly across the paper. "Okay, you teach me. First, the branding. It's not just on the flesh, it's on the soul, too. It involves some applications of the Cruciatus curse." It was early morning. Puff puff, the night moth in the transparent glass bottle flapped its wings continuously. A spell shone with a faint green light, and the night moth suddenly lost its balance and fell to the table. Its wings trembled slightly, and its life gradually faded. A miniature dark mark appeared on his abdomen. It was small and gradually dissipating. This dark magic, custom-made for Voldemort, was even more difficult than fiend fire. Senior Riddle offered no secrets, explaining the core principles clearly and illustrating the spell's execution with illustrations. Melvin, already having a foundation, rushed through the process, practicing for less than half an hour before experimenting on a living creature. The results were less than ideal. Glancing at the gradually fading skull and serpent pattern on the night moth, Melvin frowned slightly and dumped the dying moth into the trash. The diary seemed to be aware of his experiment. Insects have no souls, and animal souls are too weak to bear the mark. You need to find a wizard to test it. Melvin's eyes dropped slightly. Senior Riddle's teaching was dedicated, though a bit too eager, his intentions too obvious. Branding a wizard could determine the vitality of Voldemort's main spirit by the dark mark state, thereby recruiting new Death Eaters. Before completing the modification of the underlying principles, Melvin did not intend to test it on wizards. He wanted to disassemble the principles, design his own mark, and build his own power. Chapter 130 is up to you. The Muggle Studies office. Shelves lined the walls, their walnut planks divided into neatly arranged squares. A year ago, these squares were all empty, but now they were over half filled, mostly with books and materials, wizard books given by colleagues and friends, Muggle books purchased by the students themselves, and archives gathered from various sources. Smaller items sat in the center, cursed items with magic properties, elk antlers given by Hagrid, all decorated the shelves. Plants from Professor Sprout added a touch of fresh vitality to the office. The most eye-catching item was a small shadow mirror in the center, secured by a wooden frame. Its glass-like exterior shone with a silvery mist, a shimmering beauty. Every time I came to this office, I couldn't help but stare at it again and again. Harry sat on the sofa, his eyes rolling. Next to him, Hermione twisted the corner of her clothes with her fingers, her lips pursed, anxiously awaiting the professor's review of her paper. The little witch looked up quietly and saw the professor's brow furrowed slightly. She uttered a hum, and her heart suddenly sank, her eyes slightly panicked. She wondered if there was something wrong with the thesis. Suddenly, someone tugged at her sleeve. Harry muttered, his voice low and clear, "Hermione, do you see that? There's a new glass jar on that shelf over there." Hermione looked in the direction he pointed. On the shelf by the window sat a cylindrical glass jar, the kind they used to hold bluebell flames in the winter. A beetle lay quietly at the bottom, its antennae twitching slowly in a faint arc hidden among a few branches and leaves. It looked like a carefree ladybug in the garden bushes, seemingly at ease. The two students looked quizzical. Some students in the lower grades caught beetles to keep as pets or feed toads, but they hadn't expected Professor Lewynter to share this hobby. Their eyes flickered, and they exchanged glances. Then, the professor coughed twice and immediately sat straight, pretending to look straight ahead. "Tell me about your papers." Melvin, amused, placed the two papers back on the table. "There's a huge difference in length. One cites too many examples, and some descriptions seem redundant. The other is too concise, even its description of the characteristics of the Cornish elves isn't clear enough. Regarding the arguments, the two papers choose two completely different fighting styles, but the wording is quite similar in some areas. What are your thoughts on this?" Hermione clutched the corner of her clothes tightly. Harry lowered his head silently, his neck flushing with shame. He should have avoided using the reference material earlier. The papers still have many shortcomings. Melvin paused deliberately, watching the two men's faces gradually flush. But for second-year students, this level of achievement is quite impressive. They both raised their heads simultaneously, their expressions turning from gloomy to cheerful. There's no single right way to approach wizard dueling. Most dueling masters have their own style, as I'm sure you've already discovered while writing your essays. Melvin pointed to the shorter essay and began to explain. Harry prefers to be adaptable. You'd rather master one or two spells than a variety of special spells, allowing you to respond flexibly. Hermione prefers stability and effectiveness, preferring to master a variety of special spells to deal with different dangers. Compared to the previous practical exercises, this essay presentation was more like a review. A week later, revisiting the lessons learned and using other examples to reinforce the lessons. Both students benefited greatly. Some obscure points, after Melvin's explanation, naturally became clear. From the content of your essays, it seems you have a good understanding of your own style preferences, but that's not enough. My second essay will involve you exchanging arguments and adopting each other's style. Melvin handed Harry's short essay to Hermione and Hermione's longer essay to Harry. There are length requirements this time. Hermione's essay cannot be longer than Harry's, and Harry, yours cannot be shorter than Hermione's. Harry and Hermione looked confused. Besides that, you'll need to practice on your own to master the many special effects spells for second year. Don't worry, I've prepared instructional videos for you. Melvin stood up, took the small shadow mirror from the shelf, and handed it to them. It contains my recorded explanations and demonstrations. It's like tuning a TV. To use it, stir the light mist with your wand and wait for the picture and image to appear. Just practice accordingly. Hermione hurriedly took the shadow mirror. It was heavier than expected, like 3 large books stacked on top of each other. By the way, can you contact any Ravenclaw students? Melvin asked. Hermione answered automatically. My roommate Padma has a twin sister who is a Ravenclaw. Could you please contact Marietta Edgecombe, a third-year student, and have her meet me in my office after dinner tomorrow." Melvin paused, adding a name, and Neville. After leaving the office, Harry and Hermione were still brooding over the length of their thesis, their heads dazed. They walked back to the common room with the shadow mirror in hand. The noisy commotion slowly brought them back to their senses. Dean and Seamus were playing gobstones, their robes stained with foul-smelling liquid. Captain Wood stood by the tabletop Quidditch table, his face solemnly explaining tactics to the others. Seeing the two enter the portrait hall, Ron emerged from nowhere, staring at the mirror with gleaming eyes. "Merlin, I've only seen this thing in the pub, and old Tom wouldn't let us get close. It was also shown in the school hall," Hermione corrected sternly. Ron helped move the mirror, stroking and examining it as he asked, "Why did Professor Lewin give you the mirror?" "To practice spells," Harry explained weakly. "What spells? What did we have for tutoring today?" Hermione shook her head, glanced at the paper in her hand, which was only a little over 3 inches long, and sighed. Harry was even more melancholy. His paper was a full 14 inches long. "Why are you sighing? Are the spells today difficult?" Ron, puzzled, helped move the mirror to a corner. "Isn't it just a paper? Take your time and you'll finish it." After hearing the details of tonight's tutorial, he impatiently set down the shadow mirror, propped it up with a few soft pillows, and pointed his wand at the mirror and began stirring. "Let's look at the shadow mirror first." Harry and Hermione focused their attention, ready to learn spells. A gentle, soothing melody began. The screen lit up, revealing a title, Second Year Defense Against the Dark Arts, Basic Spellcasting. The image was grainy, with white text on a blue background, thick and bold, and a constant stream of snowflakes, resembling a TV program with poor signal reception. Then, a wizard in robes, his face indistinct, appeared. With slow, mechanical movements, a rough, deep male voice began to explain. "Step 1, wand check. The condition of the wand significantly affects the outcome of the spell, so it's a crucial step in casting." The voice was loud and rich, with a rigid, teaching tone, a slightly grating background noise, and the wording was old-fashioned, as if from the last century, yet surprisingly catchy. Every movement was deliberately stiff, like an actor in a play, evoking a subtle feeling. The three of them exchanged bewilderment. This instructional video was detailed and specific, yet crude, conveying a sense of simplicity and purity. Someone who didn't know better might have mistaken it for a recording made by Professor Binns before his death. The extremely blurry image quality resembled that of an early film camera, severely degraded by repeated duplication and copying. It was filled with snowy noise, distorted colors, blurred edges, and occasional flickering and ripples. This demanded rapt attention. Hold your wand firmly. First, pinch the end of the wand with your right index, middle, and thumb. Slowly knead and rotate it, channeling a small amount of magic power. The first half hour covered the lasso spell learned last week. It was full of minute details, yet never dull. Hermione leaned back on the sofa, unsatisfied. Reflecting on the spells she had already mastered, she surprisingly gained something new. A tutorial video, a pure tutorial video, so thorough. From the intonation and emphasis of the spells to the wand inspection, the casting motion, and the arc of the arm swing, the details were meticulous and demanding. Hermione's previous experience teaching spells on her own taught her that this type of instruction was specifically tailored to the needs of younger students with weak foundations. Any student could guarantee success by following the steps in the instructional video. The mist stirred again, and the images shifted. Hermione watched the video carefully several times, rubbing her eyes to rest. She noticed a circle of people gathered around her. The students had gathered around them, their faces focused, even more attentively than in a normal class. The stars and the moon moved in the deep blue sky, a few rays of bright silver light slanting through the window. Across her low table sat Neville from Gryffindor, Marietta from Ravenclaw, and Professor Lewynter. Neville had grown considerably taller and was still a bit chubby. Marietta had reddish blonde curls and regular, even pretty, features. The few freckles were in keeping with a local aesthetic. The two students were still in their school uniforms, white shirts and black tunics, their ties differing only in color. Marietta, her familiar roommate absent, hung her head, a touch of panic rising in her chest. She couldn't understand why the professor had suddenly summoned her. "Pumpkin juice or hot cocoa?" Melvin asked, holding a teapot from which both pumpkin juice and hot cocoa were poured. "Pumpkin juice," Neville replied, raising his hand. He was a little nervous, but not flustered. He knew Professor Lewynter was a good professor. Marietta repeated softly, "Pumpkin juice. Sorry, we're out of pumpkin juice. Let's choose again. Hot cocoa or butterbeer?" Melvin looked at Marietta. "You choose first. I'm fine with either. Give me a clear answer," Melvin said calmly, but his gaze was so intense that Marietta couldn't meet his gaze. Marietta shuddered. "Hot cocoa, are you sure?" Melvin's tone grew harsher. "What about butterbeer?" Marietta flinched. "You're even weaker than I thought," Melvin said to himself as he poured her a glass of pumpkin juice. "Don't worry. Your mother asked you to come here to tutor you. Professor Lockhart and I attended a dinner a few days ago and happened to meet Mrs. Edgecombe. We discussed your education and reached some cooperation, tutoring." Marietta breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Professor. I'll study hard." The original plan was tutoring, but you were too weak and didn't pass my test. Melvin took a sip of pumpkin juice and said coldly, "Your grades are average and your talent is average. Even with tutoring, you can't catch up with the best students. I don't want to waste my time on you." Hearing the professor's blunt, almost cruel assessment, Marietta's shoulders began to tremble. She lowered her head to hide her red eyes and stammered without saying a word. Neville blinked, glanced at Marietta, then at the professor, wanting to say something but stopping himself, his expression conflicted. "But considering Mrs. Edgecombe's cooperation with me, I can give you another chance." Melvin handed over 2 professorial notes, one for each of them. Marietta was somewhat bewildered by the strange, contract-like document. It contained a statement of appointment, and the detailed terms were difficult for her to understand, but she signed it anyway, along with Neville. She was now sitting in the Muggle Studies office, with a professor her mother had appointed her. She had no reason to refuse. Melvin put the 2 documents away. "You may have heard of the Magic Mirror Club. We are dedicated to exploring new forms and content in magical art and promoting them to the world. Theater and film are interconnected, so I intend to relaunch the drama club at school. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the original drama club has been closed for decades. I need to rehearse a wonderful play and convince the principal and the entire faculty and staff. Your tasks are to write the script for me, recruit actors, and organize rehearsals and performances. Do you understand?" Marietta nodded subconsciously, not really understanding. She nodded simply to answer the professor's question. "Okay, Marietta Edgecombe, from now on, you are in charge," Melvin decisively decided, turning to the other young wizard. "Neville, you'll assist as an assistant," Marietta's head echoed with the professor's voice. She couldn't understand why the professor had given her such an important task. "Huh?" Neville's mouth dropped open, as if struck by a spell. If life had jumped into his mouth at that moment, he wouldn't have spit it out. "No accidents, no failures. Report to me regularly every Wednesday on your progress." "Understood." Both of them were speechless. They hemmed and hawed for a long time, unable to find a way to refuse or refute, so they nodded in agreement. They were called into the office, confused, accepted the professor's assignment, and left. As they walked, their heads were spinning. As they walked, Marietta suddenly wailed, covering her face and trembling. "What should I do? I'm going to mess this up. Mom and the professor will be disappointed." Neville watched her sob softly and scratched his head in annoyance. Chapter 131 Clues in the Image. Cry-Finder Tower. The silence in the common room made Neville a little uneasy. It was Sunday night, and the weekend homework was almost finished. It should have been a time of raucous revelry, especially on the eve of Lights Out. Instead of the screams and shouts of gobstones and wizard chess, the common room was silent and dimly lit, forcing Neville to step lightly. Entering the portrait hall, he took the list of passwords and slowly explored inside. Could this be a prank by George and Fred? Neville muttered to himself. He had just emerged from the hall and taken a few steps when a group of squatting figures appeared in front of him, all gathered in the center of the room. The tall ones sat outside, the shorter ones inside. The silver light of the mirror illuminated their faces. Each one looked focused, not blinking, and gesturing with his hands, even more serious than in class. Second year Basic Charms Lesson, Section 17, Show Me the Way. It was clearly just a simple, elementary spell, but the senior students were watching with rapt attention. Occasionally, they'd catch a detail they'd previously overlooked and practice it themselves. Prefect Percy was even taking notes. Neville quietly moved over and sat down, his voice low. "Prefect, why are you learning too?" "What? Why are you learning too?" "Professor Lewynter's teaching is detailed and thorough. Many of the basic spellcasting techniques he covers are also helpful in other subjects. Percy's eyes were fixed, his hands mimicking the wand grip in the video, practicing over and over. He'd never paid attention to these details before. It was like holding a pen to write or a spoon to eat, roughly the same, as long as it achieved the desired effect. Who cared about how many fingers were used, whether the pinky was curled or curled? Even Professor Flitwick, the most thorough teacher, only mentioned specific gripping techniques and had them practice them when the students moved to the upper grades and explained a few difficult spells. Watching Professor Lewynter's lessons, Neville suddenly realized that many simple, elementary spells could be more effective and cast faster with the right wand grip. Is that so? Neville didn't quite understand. He decided to go back to his dorm that night and ask Harry for advice. He had more important matters to attend to. He sat quietly, waiting, watching the tutorial for half an hour. Once Harry and Hermione put away the mirror and the candlelight illuminated the common room again, Neville stopped Percy as he was about to leave and asked sincerely, "Prefect, Professor Lewynter has asked me and Ravenclaw Marietta Edgemore to help rebuild the drama club. I'm not sure how to go about it. Do you have any suggestions? This kind of thing is different from homework or spell practice." Harry and Hermione can't help, so the only person Neville can think of is Prefect Percy. Percy stared at him in silence for a few seconds, his eyes complicated, and he felt a strange sense of envy. A professor actually willing to entrust such an important task to a second-year student? This kind of complex student work can cultivate abilities beyond magic. If they can successfully rebuild the drama club, it will be a proud honor after graduation. Neville stared blankly at him, waiting for his prefect's advice. Percy patted his shoulder, sat down on the sofa next to him, and asked, "Do you know what this means?" Neville shook his head. "Did you see that video just now? That was Professor Lewynter's work, and last year's Quidditch. If my predictions are correct, the drama club will also be filmed, entering the visions of thousands of wizards." Percy sat up straight, his expression serious. "This isn't just the Hogwarts drama club, this is the drama club of the entire British wizarding world." Neville's face was filled with sorrow, his brows and shoulders drooping under the weight of each sentence. These words seemed heavier than a giant squid. Now he had a glimmer of understanding for Marietta. The chubby second-year sighed. "What should I do, Cho? What should I do?" In the Ravenclaw girls' dormitory, Marietta clutched Cho Zhang's shoulder, sobbing, her face in her hands, her golden curls unfurling. Chu Zhang and several of her roommates sat around the four-poster bed. They were all third-year students. They weren't ugly, but not as pretty as Chu Zhang, with freckles and acne on their cheeks. "Professor Lewynter's test is too difficult. What should I do? I'm going to mess it up." Listening to Marietta's complaints, the roommates looked helpless, patting her shoulders to comfort her and offering her advice. "Don't cry, aren't we trying to help you find a solution?" Woo-woo, the prefect has more experience than us in this kind of work assigned by the professor. "Let's go find Prefect Clearwater," Woo-woo asked the classmates and friends you know. "Maybe someone's family works in related industries. You can ask them for advice." Woo-woo and the ghosts in the school. Almost Headless Nick rehearses a drama and opera every year, performing the tragic story of his beheading. Woo, don't cry. Chu Zhang saw that her snot was about to flow onto her pajamas, so he helped her up, put his hands on her shoulders, his eyes gentle and firm. "We are all trying to help you find a solution. What's the point of crying all the time? Can crying make a drama come out? You are the person in charge appointed by Professor Lewynter. Make a choice quickly. Who should we go to first?" Marietta sniffed and wanted Chu Zhang to help make a decision, but when she met those eyes, she lowered her head slightly. "Prefect Clearwater," the group set off slowly. Penelope and Percy, both experienced prefects, quickly helped the two sort out their thoughts and come up with a plan. But a plan on paper is just a plan on paper. The actual implementation still had to be up to the two of them. The next morning, in the Great Hall, Marietta remained anxious until late at night, munching on bread listlessly, her head spinning. Sometimes she saw Professor Lewynter's slightly sullen face, and sometimes she saw her roommates brainstorming ideas. Neville brought his pumpkin oatmeal porridge to the Ravenclaw table and sat down. While searching his pockets, he casually asked, "Marietta, have you come up with a plan?" As he finished speaking, he felt a resentful gaze fixed on him. Seeing the dark circles under Marietta's eyes, he paused for a moment and pulled out two pieces of parchment from his pocket. One contained the password he had memorized, and the other contained the ideas his prefect had given him. "Percy told me we're rehearsing a play," not reorganizing the drama club, so there's no need to stress. Actually, Percy meant the opposite. He said this play would be the first to be performed on Shadow Mirror, facing the gazes of wizards across Britain, perhaps even the world. Let's start with the preliminary preparations. The first step is preparing the script. We can adapt an existing one or write a new one. Neville looked at her, feeling strangely cruel. You're the one in charge, and you need to make the decision. She was being asked to make the decision again, always. Marietta opened her mouth, hesitating. Our prefect said I could start by recruiting some help, seeking professional assistance. Our prefect also mentioned that. Neville nodded, his gaze shifting to the next item on the list. We need to plan first. We need to prioritize the roles of the people we recruit, including script writing, prop making, stage design, and actors. Marietta's expression gradually grew numb. With no classes on weekends, the impact of the instructional videos was less noticeable. Furthermore, since it was a basic spell, students and professors didn't immediately notice any significant changes, and the instructional videos weren't intuitive. However, many Gryffindor students had watched the Shadow Mirror instructional videos over the past 2 days. On Monday morning, the first period was Transfiguration for the second years. Professor McGonagall stood at the podium, explaining and demonstrating a live transfiguration, transforming a small animal into a common object, without retaining any signs of the animal, and ensuring the animal remained unharmed after the transformation. There's a beetle in the box on your desk. This class will practice transforming it into a button, like this. Professor McGonagall held the beetle and slowly waved her wand, allowing the children to observe the spell. In front of the entire class, the beetle trembled and transformed into a button, its spots becoming a button pattern, and the joints between its 6 legs becoming small holes. Professor McGonagall walked around the classroom, ensuring every student had a close-up view of the spell. She was pleased to find that many Gryffindor students were focused on the hand movements, not just the beetle. Professor McGonagall was delighted. Now, start practicing on your own. Raise your hands if you have any questions. The young witches began to torture the beetles, their wands their instruments of torture. Professor McGonagall walked around the classroom, carrying a half-full iron box of teaching materials. According to her experience, when first introduced to Transfiguration, only Miss Granger could master it quickly. In the first 10 minutes, many beetles would be lost, some stabbed to death, others burned. Mr. Finnegan alone consumed several. Sure enough, soon there was a crackling sound, and entrails and intestines were stuck to the desks, causing the young witches to scream. Professor McGonagall replenished the beetles, admonished them to be careful with their range, and continued to walk around the classroom, slowly pacing towards the Gryffindor area. As she approached, she was surprised to find that Mr. Finnegan's beetle was still alive and kicking. Far from being charred, it showed signs of successful transformation. The carapace on its back had almost turned to buttons, leaving only its 6 legs dangling. Looking around, many of the other Lions students were facing similar situations. Hermione and Harry already had buttons on their desks, and they were contemplating adding patterns to them. Professor McGonagall asked in surprise, "How did you do that, huh?" The two were stunned. The professor was asking them about Transfiguration. Was it a spot check in class? How should they answer? After a brief exchange, Professor McGonagall learned about the instructional video. These students, after watching Melvin's explanation, had learned the importance of hand movement and were subconsciously focusing on spellcasting in class. Second-year spells were relatively simple, with a dozen or so movements broken down and combined. The instructional videos repeated the same instructions, going into near boring detail. While the other students only knew to move their wands along a fixed path, the Gryffindors were already focusing on wrist arch, finger position, and even arm swing, so they naturally learned faster. Just then, Seamus, in the front row, suddenly raised his wand and cheered, "I did it! I did it!" Boom! A flash of red light erupted from the button, and it began to spontaneously combust. These basic standard postures can greatly improve beginners, just like when we hold a pen. Children who are just starting to learn to read and write use standard postures, which makes their writing more standardized. But as they get older, become more proficient, and write more, there is no unified standard for pen-holding posture. What is most important is to find one that suits you. Some people are right-handed, some are left-handed, some like to hold their wands tightly, and some like to carry them. Different wizards have different habits, Melvin said to Professor Flitwick beside him as he walked in the corridor on the 3rd floor. It happened to be the morning break, and the quarters were full of little wizards chasing and playing. Wherever the two professors walked, the place would quiet down. As the professor of charms, Flitwick noticed the changes in his students the fastest. He learned from the students that it was Melvin who brought about the changes. He left the class 5 minutes early and waited at the door of the Muggle Studies classroom, discussing with him with great interest. Professor Flitwick's eyes lit up. In that case, can other subjects also record detailed explanations and teaching, and play them after class, which is equivalent to after-school tutoring? You can do this for basic spells that are not dangerous? I mentioned this to Professor McGonagall at lunch, and each college should be equipped with a small camera, and each subject should record a batch of teaching videos. No need to record specifically. The memory of the usual classroom content is enough. Melvin paused. By the way, Professor, can you give me a copy of the memory of Hagrid's incident decades ago? What do you want this for? The voices of the two professors gradually faded away, and the students nearby gradually relaxed. Harry and Hermione, standing behind, also breathed a sigh of relief, their faces filled with relief. Ron looked at them curiously. Professor Lewynter isn't an old bat. Why are you looking like that? I was worried he'd ask about the thesis. Harry sighed, deeply melancholy. I copied everything I could find, and it's still less than 10 inches long. It's all your fault, Hermione. Why did you write such a long thesis? Hermione was even more indignant. I haven't even blamed you for it being too short. I only wrote an overview, and it's already 3 inches longer. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Ron listened to the two arguing, unable to get a word in. Thesis isn't a good thing, but since both of his friends had them and he didn't, he felt a bit frustrated and uncomfortable. He gripped his wand and quietly suggested, we don't have classes later, and there's still some time before lunch. Let's find a place to watch the tutorial videos. 10 minutes later, the three of them found a quiet, secluded spot on the shore of Black Lake. With few classmates around, it was perfect for studying. Hermione stirred the silver mist with her wand, and before the picture appeared, a voice came out. There are no scars or signs of poisoning on the body. The one who killed Myrtle was definitely not an underage acromantula, nor was it that kind-hearted child Rubius. Principal Dippet, the truth of the matter has not been ascertained. We cannot expel him, Albus. I understand your thoughts, but this is the judgment of the Ministry of Magic. Privately raising an acromantula is indeed a serious violation of school regulations. Breaking a child's wand is too cruel. Chapter 132 Detective Game. After listening to the flurry of conversation, the three quickly caught sight of the scene displayed in the mirror. A group of professors sat in a setting very similar to the side hall of the Great Hall, though the furnishings were slightly different. Candlelight flickered from the glittering crystal chandelier, and various gold, silver, and bronze objects shone with a metallic sheen. In the center of the room sat a round table, surrounded by adult wizards dressed as professors. Harry glanced at the wizard in the main seat. It wasn't Dumbledore, with his silver hair and beard, but a thin, withered old wizard with only a few wisps of white hair on his bald head. He wore old-fashioned black robes, and his voice was weak, a sign of age and frailty. Harry had been to the headmaster's office several times before, and the walls were decorated with portraits of past headmasters. The portraits were blurrier than life and slightly embellished, but their distinct features made them instantly recognizable. It's Headmaster Armando Dippet, he exclaimed in surprise. The former headmaster of Hogwarts, well regarded during his tenure, died in 1971 from dragonpox at the age of 334. Hermione quickly recalled the school history and glanced to the side, somewhat incredulous. That's Dumbledore in his youth. Harry and Ron's gaze drifted to the wizard at the main table. He was tall and slender, with auburn beard and hair not yet completely gray. Half-moon glasses perched on his hooked nose, revealing his signature blue eyes, bright and gentle. The meeting scene in the mirror continued, and this time, the voices could be matched to specific people. Young Professor McGonagall, Flitwick, and Kettleburn are discussing some dangerous magical creature. What does this have to do with Hagrid? The three of them, filled with similar doubts, huddled before the mirror, unwilling to miss any useful information. Principal Dippet, the truth is not as simple as we expected. Tom Riddle, the young Dumbledore paused, a complex and incomprehensible look in his azure eyes. We all know that the girl did not die from the fangs of the acromantula. I've already said that. The aging Armando Dippet sighed, his voice weak and feeble. We believe that Rubius is not the murderer, but Tom caught him feeding the acromantula. That's an undeniable fact. There's no proof that the Acromantula is the murderer, nor is there proof that it had nothing to do with Myrtle's death. The girl's parents will be at school tomorrow, along with the Aurors. We must give them an explanation." Dumbledore frowned slightly and was about to say something else, but Principal Dippet waved his hand and interrupted him. "He's still a child. He won't be imprisoned in Azkaban as a criminal. The school's punishment for violating school rules is expulsion, and the Ministry of Magic's punishment for illegally keeping dangerous animals is breaking the wand." Dumbledore looked at the frail appearance of the old headmaster, his eyes dim. Silver mist surged in the mirror, and the picture was swallowed by the vortex of mist. When it condensed again, it turned into a blurry teaching video. Hermione glanced at the two boys who were in a daze, stepped forward to fiddle with the mirror, shook and slapped it, tried several times, and found that no matter how she stirred it, there was only a teaching video. Finally, she could only shake her head. "It can't be adjusted back. And the memory just now can't be found in the mirror." The three exchanged glances and sat down to sort out the information they had just received. From the content of the conversation just now, Hagrid had an accident when he was in school. Myrtle died, and there were no scars on his body. During the investigation of the case by the Ministry of Magic and the school, a student named Tom Riddle discovered that Hagrid was raising an 8-eyed giant spider. Hermione frowned and said softly, "So Hagrid was expelled and his wand was broken. No wonder Hagrid always hides his wand in his little pink umbrella," Ron muttered. This was a secret they had known for a long time. It's just that they had never figured out why. Those who knew about it were very taboo about it. Every time it was mentioned, Hagrid would cough loudly to clear his throat, clumsily pretend to be deaf and dumb, and act like a rogue until the subject was changed. It was Dumbledore, Harry added. Dumbledore knew Hagrid was innocent, so he helped him escape punishment, repaired his wand, and hired him as the school's gamekeeper. "I seem to remember," Hermione muttered to herself. "Professor Lewin mentioned this vaguely when he sent Norbert away last year." Harry and Ron showed thoughtful expressions. The corner on the shore of the Black Lake became quiet. For a while, only the sound of the wind blowing on the lake could be heard. The development of the matter was not complicated. The shadow mirror revealed enough information. After sorting it out, many of the professor and Hagrid's past words and deeds matched up. Hagrid must be innocent. Harry said loudly with a firm expression, "We must help Hagrid find out the truth and restore his reputation." Hermione glanced at him lightly, but she had no objection to his decision that was beyond her ability. She also wanted to give it a try. "Who knows?" Ron raised his hand to object. He had no confidence and could only mutter in a low voice, "Didn't Principal Dippet say that Hagrid was not the murderer, but the Acromantula might not be the murderer? Maybe it was the Acromantula who did it without Hagrid's knowledge." Seeing the two friends lost in thought, he continued, "And aren't you curious about the anomaly of the shadow mirror? Why did a good teaching video suddenly turn into a conversation between professors from decades ago? Was this an accident or was it arranged by the professor?" Harry hesitated when he heard this, and he was not sure. In the end, Hermione made the decision. The latter question can be put on hold for the time being. We can go back to the castle and ask Professor Lewynter later. Now we have to find Hagrid and ask if it was the Acromantula that killed Myrtle. The three of them quickly got up, put the mirror into their backpacks, patted their buttocks, and strode towards the Forbidden Forest Lodge. Dinner time, in the auditorium, at the guest of honor seat. Most of the professors attended dinner. Headmaster Dumbledore sat in the main seat, holding the knife and fork in both hands, slowly cutting a piece of fried pork chop. The other professors were in a cheerful tone, talking about recent interesting things. "I heard that you are planning a drama club, Melvin." "That's great." Professor Kettleburn's rough and cheerful laughter could be heard in half of the auditorium. "Because of an accident, many teachers and students are prejudiced against me. They always feel that I burned down the drama club and suffered decades of injustice. I didn't expect to see the drama club re-established before I retire. This is so gratifying." "Prejudice," Snape said lightly. "Isn't this the truth?" Kettleburn took a sip of whiskey and retorted with a shake of his head. "I must clarify that when I performed the pantomime The Fountain of Good Luck, I did use the fire ash snake as a prop, but the real cause of the fire was that the fire ash snake happened to be in its egg-laying period, and the two leading girls were fighting each other. Professor Billy was caught in the fight, which frightened the props and its snake eggs ignited the floor. It set fire to half the auditorium," Professor McGonagall corrected. Okay, half the auditorium," Kettleburn muttered. "In short, this was an accident caused by many coincidences. I am just one of them." The collapse of the drama club cannot be blamed on me. What followed was a feeble excuse, saying that using fire ash snakes as props was a thoughtful move, and that if the leading actors had not frightened the snakes, the atmosphere at the table would have been particularly cheerful. Dumbledore glanced at the Gryffindor table and found it a bit funny to see the trio who had been staring at the guest of honor seat since the beginning of dinner. He turned to look at the young professor who was having dinner and asked in confusion, "Melvin, I'm a little curious, why do you want to entrust the rehearsal of the drama to two children who are not so good at this kind of thing? Only a few people are born good at something, and what I need is not the result, but the process. When they work towards a goal, the rewards in the process are often more abundant." Melvin swallowed a sausage. Marietta and Neville are both a little depressed. It's the long-term pressure brought by the heavy expectations of their parents. If there's only pressure without proper guidance, it will erase the outstanding parts of their character. I am trying to guide the pressure. Storms can make flowers grow better than sunny weather. Dumbledore said something meaningful, and suddenly changed the subject and mentioned something else. Melvin, I heard that you asked Phileas and the others for the memory of Hagrid's case. My brain is not yet covered with honey, and there are some useful things. Melvin looked at him suspiciously, wondering if the headmaster had gotten some information from the Crown, but the old headmaster smiled kindly, and there was nothing unusual. He hesitated for a moment and nodded. I will make good use of these memories. At the Gryffindor table, Harry, Ron and Hermione ate slowly while discussing the information they had just obtained in the Forbidden Forest hut. Hagrid said that his Aragog was a good boy. Is this credible? Ron asked with a frown, obviously skeptical. Harry thought for a moment and nodded slowly. It should be credible. Hagrid drank all the whiskey in the room. He was so drunk that he could hardly stand. He couldn't lie even if he wanted to. In the afternoon, we went to the Forbidden Forest hut to inquire about what happened that year. Hagrid, like before, avoided the topic and tried to fool him by changing the subject. Fortunately, Hermione was smart enough to pour whiskey into his broth while he wasn't paying attention, and he drank it all in a daze. The three of them also got the answer they wanted. What if the Acromantula committed the crime without telling Hagrid? While the two were still struggling, the professors in the main guest seats had almost finished their meals and were leaving one after another. Hermione quickly stood up and pulled the two of them up. Let's talk about this later. Let's go ask Professor Lewynter about the shadow mirror first. The three of them crossed the aisle between the long tables, ran out of the auditorium, and stopped him at the stairs. Professor Lewynter. Professor. Melvin stopped and waited for the three of them to trot up to him. I remember the tutoring was on the weekend. Can't wait now, it's not about tutoring. Hermione's breathing was a little rapid. Professor, we saw a strange picture in the shadow mirror this afternoon. It was completely different from the teaching video, but we couldn't find it later. Is it a hidden Easter egg? It was a clue in the detective game and the opening show of the drama club. Melvin answered silently in his heart, but said, what exactly is the strange picture? Hermione began to recall the details of the picture. Harry and Ron supplemented it and repeated almost the entire conversation. It was a conversation meeting when Dumbledore was young. It should be shortly after Myrtle was attacked. Hagrid was discovered by a student to be raising an Acromantula. The final punishment was to break his wand and be expelled. Melvin made an expression of serious thinking, pondered for a moment, and solemnly coaxed, there are many magical things in Hogwarts Castle, but this anomaly should perhaps be explained by the principles of Muggle science. The three blinked. The anomaly of the shadow mirror may be related to the upgrade and modification. The new generation of shadow mirrors has the function of receiving signals, similar to radios and televisions. Melvin explained seriously, Harry and Hermione should understand that sometimes electrical appliances can receive unexpected channels. It's said that someone even received a distress signal from a fishing boat months ago across the Atlantic. This anomaly could be the mirror picking up other memories. I understand. Ron raised his hand cheerfully, the fat, sleeping rat in his pocket turning over. We have a radio at home. My mom uses it to listen to Celestina. George, Fred, and my dad always pick up Muggle radio when they're messing around. Hermione and Harry were initially skeptical, but after hearing Ron's explanation, it made sense. Wizarding things shouldn't be viewed with ordinary eyes. A little peculiarity is normal. Looking at the professor with a mysterious expression, Hermione pressed the issue. So, if we want to investigate the truth and restore Hagrid's reputation, how can we see more footage? The mirror anomaly was a random occurrence, and I don't know how to trigger it. Melvin frowned slightly. Besides, This is a very difficult matter. Even Dumbledore couldn't prove Hagrid's innocence back then, and there might not be direct evidence in the castle. We'd like to try, the three said solemnly. Then I wish you good luck. Watching Professor Lewynter's back as he walked up the stairs, the three children stood there, feeling a little bewildered. They felt they had heard a lot of news, but none of it was of much help in uncovering the truth. Late at night, in the Muggle Studies office, the windows were half open, and a cool evening breeze blew gently into the room. Parchment on the table fluttered, a faint fragrance emanated from the open ink bottle, and ink stains floated across the open diary. Melvin and his close pen pal were experiencing a crisis of trust. Tom, while I was looking through the materials related to the Chamber of Secrets, I found something that happened in the past. The Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago, and the student who exposed Hagrid's domestication of dangerous animals was you, Tom Riddle. Yes, I received a special contribution award for that. Melvin paused, seeming very hesitant. But it was actually you who opened the Chamber of Secrets, right? The diary was silent for a long time. How did you find out? Hagrid's brain is no different from a troll's. With just a few bottles of whiskey, he spilled everything. Melvin tried his best to project a certain indifference, tinged by the influence of the dark arts. Compared to Rubius Hagrid, you, another outstanding Slytherin graduate, a master of the dark arts and familiar with the intricacies of the Chamber of Secrets, are more like the heir of Slytherin. No new ink appeared on the page. Senior Riddle was lost in thought. Melvin continued, now, tell me what's inside the Chamber of Secrets, and how to open it. Chapter 133 Marietta's Silence. The passage to the Chamber of Secrets is hidden in the pipes. The entrance is in the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor. The 3rd brass faucet has a serpent carved on its side. Speak to it in Parseltongue to open it. I'll forgive my inability to reveal the secrets within the Chamber of Secrets for now. All this information was laid out in an old diary. Riddle then added, Dear Melvin, you are very clever and talented. Perhaps we can make a deal. At the desk, Melvin copied the useful information onto parchment. It was just a few words. After his identity was revealed, the trust between the close pen pals was shattered. Tom Riddle found he could no longer deceive him, and he attempted to use this as leverage to strike a deal with Melvin. Melvin felt a touch of regret. Over the past 2 months, Riddle's dark arts tutoring had benefited him immensely. He had fully developed the gift of the unicorn, and even the 3 unforgivable curses were almost complete, lacking only practice. As Melvin copied, the old ink in the diary faded, and Riddle continued to persuade him, his words earnest and sincere. We had an unforgettable and joyful time. Please believe me, I would not plot or scheme to harm you. Our friendship will endure. Besides the unforgivable curses, I also know many powerful and wondrous spells. Now I am just a diary. I will not share the treasure of Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. I only need a trade, no, a favor between friends. Dear Melvin, what do you think? Melvin watched the words drift, his eyes unwavering. 16-year-old Tom Riddle was exceptionally gifted, but that was all. The fragment of soul in the diary was not yet the Dark Lord, and many of his ideas were merely embryonic. After 2 months of being together, they were no longer of any use. Melvin simply picked up his quill and calmly wrote his name in the diary, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Without waiting for the diary to reply, he wrote below, I am Voldemort. The diary cover suddenly vibrated, the paper trembling and rustling, and dense ink marks threatened to emerge. Bang! Melvin closed the diary, temporarily disconnecting his pen pal. He shook his head, smiled, and sealed it in a separate wooden box. Let Riddle dwell on his inner struggles in the diary. November slowly approached, and the weather began to cool. A week after taking on the task of rehearsing the play, Neville had already adapted to Marietta's slow and weak work style. He made appropriate changes and soon made substantial progress. Preparing the script and recruiting staff were 2 separate tasks. Neville took the initiative to take on the task of preparing the script, often finding opportunities to consult nearly headless Nick during his spare time. This ghost had performed hundreds of shows at Hogwarts, and it had to be admitted that he was a professional. In just a week, he persuaded Neville to rehearse an original script, a great play that shocked the entire school. Collecting real people and adapting it, incorporating multiple styles such as pantomime, drama, and opera, it sounded impressive. Marietta's main task was recruiting new members. A crew this large couldn't consist of just 2 people, so her roommate, Chu Zhang, and a few familiar classmates became the first group. But that wasn't enough. At the prefect's suggestion, They posted a notice on the bulletin board. Professor Lewynter plans to relaunch the drama club. Anyone interested in joining? Please contact Marietta Edgemore and Ravenclaw. It was lunchtime in the Great Hall. Two friends were discussing Hagrid. Ron, a roasted chicken leg stuffed in his mouth, snuck up to George and Fred. While they were playing around, he stole 2 porcelain plates containing a limited supply of fruit pudding. The school kitchen's food was prepared by the house elves, prepared in advance according to students' and teacher needs. Main courses like steak and bread were plentiful, but desserts were limited. When Ron tiptoed back to his seat, George and Fred were still playing around, completely unaware. Next door was the Hufflepuff table. Seamus and the others were close friends with him and chatted away throughout their meal. Besides Justin and Hannah, there was also that cocky Ernie Macmillan, who was always pestering Ginny for a chat. Ron, however, didn't hear Ernie's voice today. Perhaps he'd eaten too hastily and choked in the hospital wing. He had 2 pieces of fruit pudding and continued to enjoy his roast chicken leg. Several Hufflepuffs came over from the back, and some of them sat next to Justin. The arrogant Ernie came back and was muttering to his friends, "I don't know what Professor Lewin was thinking, to entrust such an important matter to Edgecombe." Justin was curious. What happened? They posted the recruitment notice themselves. "We went to Edgecombe to sign up, but she was hesitant and couldn't explain the process clearly." "Then what? How was it solved?" Ernie curled his lips. Chuzang saw that she was about to cry, so he asked us to come back and prepare the application forms. "The interview will be held in the Muggle Studies classroom on Friday afternoon." Ron grinned and laughed to himself. Arrogant Ernie deserved to be humiliated. It was his fault for always pestering Ginny. Justin then asked, "So are you still going to join?" "Of course, why not?" Seamus suddenly became curious. He, Dean, and Justin were all active students. They were involved in all kinds of organizations, such as the Wizarding Chess Association, the Gobstones Club, and Colin's newly founded Harry Potter Fan Club. However, they were not that interested in the drama club. He didn't understand why Ernie was so active. He turned his head and asked, "Do you like drama? Why didn't I see that before?" "No, then why are you in such a hurry to join?" Ernie raised his chin and snorted disdainfully. "You don't understand this, right? Who is the director of the drama club?" "The notice says it's Professor Lewynter." Hannah next to him was a little confused. "What's wrong? Have you heard of Professor Lewynter's Magic Mirror Club?" Everyone around them had a thoughtful expression on their faces. Several thoughts flashed through Ron's mind. Justin quickly reacted and exclaimed in surprise, "You mean the drama club will not only perform at school, but will also be shown nationwide through the mirror?" "Oh!" The audience was suddenly amazed. Now everyone was interested. Ron savored the fruit pudding he'd passed around from his brother, secretly planning to go back and fill out an application form. After swallowing 2 mouthfuls of pudding, his eyes suddenly widened, and he turned and quickly patted Harry's shoulder. Harry and Hermione turned to look at him, puzzled. Ron, anxious, opened his mouth and let out a bark. In just a few days, the news of the drama club's relaunch became the hottest topic in the school. Word spread from student to student that the drama club was Professor Lewynter's stage, open not only to the school's faculty and students, but also to wizards across the nation and even the world. Whether as an actor or in some other profession, they could rise to fame in the wizarding world, just as Harry and his friends had last year. Marietta and Neville were 2 lucky souls, but their abilities were clearly inadequate. They were slow to react, their walk and talk slow, and they were clearly only capable of menial tasks. The recruitment process was a witness to everyone, and the screenwriting job was a phantom trickery. Many young wizards harbored hopes that if only they, the exceptionally talented, could join the drama club and be noticed by Professor Lewynter, they would soon be on screen. Marietta knew their thoughts, but she felt no anger or anxiety. She even thought it was a good idea. It was best to let interested and capable students take over, so she could follow their instructions and do simple, mindless tasks. She'd spent the first 14 years of her life this way, studying when her mother told her to, learning etiquette when her mother told her to. Since her mother disliked brightly colored clothing, she chose a more reserved and dignified style. It was all good, her parents wouldn't harm her. After entering Hogwarts, study and life became much easier. Everyone wore the same uniform, and her roommates and classmates took similar classes and practiced similar magic. She could just follow Cho Chang and the others, doing the same things. That was also good. Cho Chang was an excellent student with a kind and gentle personality, and she wouldn't harm her. Forget Quidditch, most of the students weren't Quidditch players. Forget the drama club, most of the students weren't chosen to lead it. Marietta took a deep breath, clutching a thick stack of application forms, and knocked on the office door. Professor Lewynter, I'm here to report on the progress of the play rehearsal. Come in, a calm voice called from inside. Marietta pushed the door open, holding the application form, and walked in. She saw Professor Lewynter, buried in the paper grating. With black hair and dark eyes, he stood tall and straight, wearing a brown vest over a white shirt. He looked young and handsome. It would be perfect if he didn't give people a hard time. Melvin looked up and chuckled softly. Now your timidity has faded. It's right to put pressure on you. When you have something pressing on you, staying still is suffocating. You can only feel at ease if you move forward. When you can move forward on your own, without being pushed around by others, without being forced by their will, that's when you've truly grown. Marietta didn't know how to respond. She didn't sit down. She stiffly put down the application form and slowly pushed it over. Professor, these are the people who have signed up to join the production crew and will later join the drama club. Please decide which ones to admit and which ones to exclude. Melvin put the quill pen into the ink bottle and shook his head slightly. I appoint you as the person in charge, and you should be fully responsible for these matters. I will only understand the progress of the report every Wednesday and will not interfere in any way. Marietta was stunned. But Professor, Melvin changed the subject. Do you know why your mother made a deal with me? Marietta shook her head. She wrote home to ask, but her mother's reply was vague. In the entire Ministry of Magic, the Traffic Management Department is just a department at the bottom. It is not taken seriously and is completely inferior to the Law Enforcement Department and the International Affairs Department in front of it. Melvin lowered his head and gathered the fourth-grade papers. He did not pick up a pen to mark them, but just tidied them up. Your mother is just a middle-level official. She is unwilling to curry favor with the business, and the Aikman family does not have much ability, so your mother must try her best to do her job to perfection in order to get a little insignificant credit. Marietta stood there, silently listening to the professor's judgment. If nothing unexpected happens, she won't be able to sit in the position of director before you graduate. After decades of hard work, it's not certain whether she can even get a seat in the Wizengamot. Melvin flipped through a few pages of the application form without any intention of checking it carefully. When I proposed a deal to her, I promised her wealth, position and power, but she didn't agree. Marietta was silent. Her mother was like this. Whether at work or in life, she always strictly abided by certain rules, and the standards were almost harsh. She was also accustomed to her mother's personality and habits, and tried not to violate the rules and regulations she set and followed her guidance. No need to think, no need to worry. Until I mentioned your name, Melvin looked at the witch with a pretty face. I told her that she brought her work habits into family life. Her strong style suppressed your personality and made you what you are today. Then she agreed to my deal. Wealth and power are not important. I just hope that I can let you grow up normally. Marietta stood there in a daze, watching the professor push the registration form back to her. The process of rebuilding the drama club is also the process of reshaping you. This is not only my idea, but also your mother's expectation. Marietta stood at the table for a long time. When she came to her senses, she saw that the professor was still marking the fourth-year papers. She silently took back the registration form and quietly left. It was the weekend again in the Muggle Studies office. Melvin was reviewing the papers from the cram school. Harry and Hermione exchanged arguments, trying to use each other's style to discuss combat. The content of the papers, combined with the expressions of the two, was particularly interesting. Harry's expression was numb. He had tried his best to enlarge the handwriting within the limit on the 14-inch paper, but still crammed nearly 10 dual cases into it. Not mentioning the analysis of combat styles, just copying work almost made his hands cramp. Hermione's face was frustrated. There was only 3 inches of space, no case analysis, no reference materials. In order to make the logic smooth and the structure complete, she had to delete most of the content. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Let's talk about the paper later. Melvin put the paper aside. How is your investigation into Hagrid's matter going? Hermione's eyes were still glued to the paper, reluctantly. Don't mention it. Hagrid's seeing us all hiding now. Professor Flitwick said he's quit drinking, Harry muttered. We went to the bathroom to ask about Myrtle's murder. But she only said she saw 2 yellow lantern-like eyes and then lost consciousness. We tried to ask more, but we nearly got soaked by the toilet." He looked terrified. Hermione added, "I found Tom Riddle's special contribution cup in the trophy room. There's no other clue. It completely disappeared after graduation." She pursed her lips, secretly studying the professor's expression. She had always suspected that Professor Lewynter had something to do with that video. Chapter 134, Entering the Secret Chamber. The truth behind Myrtle's murder 50 years ago couldn't be uncovered by the combined efforts of the Ministry of Magic's Aurors and the school's professors, let alone the student detective team of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Their work had been done before, and with far greater detail and specificity. If they had any advantage, it was their unconditional trust in Hagrid. Melvin nodded pretentiously, indicating he was aware of the investigation's progress. He then offered a few encouraging words and turned the conversation back to the paper on wizard combat. "Did the professor really not know?" Hermione muttered, listening silently. Defense against the dark arts is a broad discipline. When applied specifically to wizards, it encompasses many areas of knowledge, but its core is the individual wizard's combat abilities. Having you write papers analyzing different case studies is intended to deepen your understanding. We covered more theoretical knowledge in the last class, so today's remedial lesson will allow you to put it into practice. Melvin stood up, took out his wand, and waved it around like a conductor of an orchestra. The furniture that received the instructions floated and moved toward the wall. In the blink of an eye, a small open space was vacated in the middle of the office. "You've all heard of wizard duels, right?" Harry scratched his head, and stood up at the same time as Hermione, standing at the two ends of the open space. The two stared at each other intently, with similar expressions in their eyes, holding their wands in their hands, and their breathing slowed down a little. Melvin didn't talk about dueling etiquette. That kind of thing is only for viewing on the stage, and has no use other than that. He coughed lightly and said gently, "Now, you can start the duel." As soon as the voice fell, the two people in the field immediately moved. Hermione's spell power was slightly weaker. She had thought of a strategy long before they took their positions. She didn't intend to fight him head-on, and immediately distanced herself, retreat 3 feet from the enemy, fall unconscious. As he retreated briskly, several spells were hurled in succession. They were light and swift, but the beams of light were dim and narrow. It was obviously not a spell released with full strength. The spells whirred through the air, illuminating the room with shadows. Retreat 3 feet from the enemy. Harry blocked one with a repulsive spell, but found that he didn't have time to cast the second spell. He turned to the side in a hurry and narrowly avoided the stunning spell behind him. One attack and one defense, two strategic choices. It was hard to say who had a better advantage. Hermione took 2 steps back when casting the spell, and Harry took a big step forward when dodging. The overall distance between the two did not change. Melvin stood in front of the wall shelves, quietly raising his armor to prevent any damage from stray spells. His gaze remained calm as he took in the exchange between the two men. In previous courses, 2 papers had laid the foundation for their understanding of dueling, establishing concepts of attack and defense, distance, rhythm, and suppression. Perhaps due to the excessive number of case studies, the actual combat had a slight imitation quality. Hermione's magical power was slightly weaker, but she was more flexible in her casting. She wasn't obsessed with a single spell. Nor did she expect a single blow to determine the outcome. Her spells weren't powerful, but she arranged them with her own ideas. If they could maintain a stalemate and slowly find their rhythm, they might have a chance to overpower Harry. Unfortunately, Harry was incredibly talented. While his spells appeared slower on the surface, he already had a plan in mind. Space in the office was limited, and as Hermione found her way back, the distance between them gradually closed. When Hermione threw out another grinning whoosh in an attempt to break the blockade and change direction, Harry didn't dodge or avoid. He ignored the silver light that was about to hit his body, swung his wand, and spurted out an unavoidable stunning spell. Hermione took half a step and lost her balance. She watched the stunning spell coming on her, her clear eyes full of surprise. The 2 spells staggered each other and attacked their respective targets. Just as the 2 accepted the reality and waited for the spell to take effect, they saw 2 beams of light stagnated in midair, as if they had an invisible and intangible transparent iron curtain and disappeared quietly. "Okay, that's it for today." Melvin put away the iron curtain. "You know the result of the battle. Go back and write a paper to review it and analyze the decisions in this duel. See which choices could be made better and which opportunities should have been seized but were not seized. Hermione pursed her lips, feeling a little uncomfortable. One was an insignificant crunching curse, and the other was a stunning curse that removed combat effectiveness. It was clear at a glance who would win and who would lose. It's getting late, Hermione, you should go back first. Harry, stay a while. Hermione was about to nod, but suddenly looked up when she reacted, glanced at the professor, then at Harry, her eyes constantly changing, and it was unknown what she was thinking. Her lips pursed even tighter. The little witch sniffed and replied bitterly, "Okay, Professor." Melvin watched Hermione walk out of the office dejectedly, and her eyes were full of resentment when she closed the door. He couldn't help but laugh, and then waved to Harry. Harry quickly put away his wand and sat over. "Professor, is there anything you want me to stay for? Last year when you were guarding the Philosopher's Stone, you showed a special foreign language." Melvin tore a piece of parchment and folded it into thin strips. "I wonder if you still remember Parseltongue. It's hard not to remember." Harry's expression was a little unnatural. "At first, I thought this was a very common wizard ability, but Ron told me that only a very small number of wizards have Parseltongue. In Britain, most of them are descendants of Slytherin, and they are basically evil dark wizards. Talents and abilities have no evil or good distinction. It depends on how the owner uses them." Harry breathed a sigh of relief. "I think so too. I asked you to stay here on purpose. I want to ask you to repeat a few sentences in Parseltongue," Melvin said as he rolled the thin origami paper into a spiral and slowly pushed it in front of Harry. Under Harry's gaze, the folded paper spirals gradually unfolded, growing fine scales, with vertical pupils and fangs on one end, and the other end turned into a snake's tail, shaking continuously. When they left the Muggle Studies office, the lights in the corridor were already off. But it was autumn at Hogwarts, and there were no clouds in the night sky to block the moonlight. The staircases and corridors were very clearly illuminated, and the portraits on both sides of the wall were not completely asleep yet. If the enthusiastic Sir Cadogan was disturbed, he would guide the lost little wizard back to the common room. Harry walked alone on the way back to the portrait cave with a small glass bottle in his pocket. Just now, Professor Melvin was sorting out the memories of Parseltongue and gave him a strand of silver thread. Inside was a replay of tonight's battle. He could take it back and put it into the mirror and stir it, and then he could replay the details of the battle at will. It was just like a videotape, so useful. "I'll drag Ron into a duel for practice later. It would be nice if I could replay the details. I wonder if this memory extraction magic is difficult. I'll ask Hermione when I get back. She's got so many spellbooks in her head, she'll definitely know." Harry, holding the glass bottle, quietly approached the fat lady's portrait, whispered the command, and slipped inside before the fat lady could utter a single complaint. He scrambled through the opening and into the common room. The common room still stammered with the warmth of a candle. It wasn't fireplace season yet, so the only light slanting through the windows made the armchairs and sofas seem like dark shadows. Hermione must have gone back to her dorm to rest. Just as Harry was about to ascend the spiral staircase, he heard someone speak from the nearest chair. "What did Professor Lewynter ask you to stay, Harry?" A candle flickered to life. It was Hermione, dressed in a strawberry red nightgown, her eyes wide open, staring at him intently. Harry turned and stared at her, stunned. "The professor asked me to help record some Parseltongue sounds, and he gave me this, a replay of our fight. That's all." "That's all?" Harry nodded. "You waited here just to ask this?" Hermione's stern face couldn't hold back a bit, and she felt a little embarrassed. She didn't know what she was thinking. She actually thought that the professor left Harry alone to take special care of him, one-on-one tutoring or something. Originally, she had the closest relationship with the professor, but suddenly it was Harry who took over, and she couldn't accept it. "I'm thinking about the content of the thesis, and I can't remember some details. I can't sleep until I figure it out, so I'm waiting for you here." "Oh, I see, the girls' bathroom on the third floor." A figure walked into the bathroom through the cold moonlight. The dilapidated tiles were peeling off, and there were water stains left after the sewage dried up. No one had used it for a long time, so there was no unspeakable smell. The damp and old wooden doors were embedded in the stone walls, forming spacious compartments. A pool of water flowed quietly on the floor. Melvin traced the direction of the water marks and determined that it was overflowing from the third compartment from the front. Pushing open the wooden door of the compartment, the toilet tank was quiet. It seemed that Myrtle did not sleep here tonight. Avoiding the unknown liquid on the floor, Melvin walked towards the sink. In the cold moonlight, he observed the copper faucets one by one, and soon saw an inconspicuous snake pattern, found it. He pulled a bottle of silvery potion from his pocket, hooked his finger, and cast a levitation spell to draw out a drop or two. He placed the same silvery memory into the potion, and it evaporated, transforming into swirling mist. A blurry figure emerged from the thick fog, its lips moving and a hissing sound emanating. Open. Melvin didn't understand the hissing sound, but he understood the meaning of the snake language. The copper faucet emitted a dazzling white light. In the hazy light and shadow, the faucet spun rapidly, causing the pool to swirl with it, as if the thick floor and walls had turned to liquid, flowing into the sewer along the vortex. After about 10 seconds, the white light dissipated, revealing a spacious hole where the pool should be, connected to a thick water pipe, and it was pitch black. Melvin couldn't help but smile. Just as he was about to jump into the pipe to begin his underground adventure under the moonlight, he smelled a strong, pungent odor, the smell of various things fermenting in the sewer, ammonia mixed with the smell of decaying protein. He couldn't help but hesitate. Was this pipe, sealed for decades, truly safe? Pop! A crisp snap of fingers echoed throughout the bathroom, and a blue flame slowly drifted into the pipe. It didn't extinguish, nor did it explode, indicating the problem wasn't serious. Melvin pondered for a moment, then cast a waterproof and moisture-proof charm around himself, then put up a form-fitting bubble wrap. He flipped over and jumped into the pipe. The iron pipe's interior was coated with a slimy, viscous mucus secreted by various microorganisms and mosses, creating an indescribable texture. This mucus made sliding through the pipe incredibly smooth, twisting and turning. With a blue flame surrounding him, he could see numerous branching pipes extending in all directions. The entire slide lasted nearly 5 minutes. After a gentle slope and a slight acceleration, the pipe became horizontal, and Melvin slid out along the pipe, landing on a damp, cold stone floor. He sniffed his collar and cuffs to confirm there was nothing left, then he looked around with confidence. A carved stone passageway hung in the air, thick with damp vapor and a faint, though not pungent, odor typical of years without sunlight. The bones of small animals lay scattered on the ground, seemingly straying into the area and starving to death. They were completely decayed, breaking and shattering at the slightest touch. The path was one way, with no forks, and the direction was clear. As Melvin entered, blue flames rose and floated in the air, illuminating the dark space. The exact circumstances surrounding the Chamber of Secrets construction are unknown, and can only be inferred through fragmentary legends. Of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, the other 3 were upright wizards, but Slytherin was a man of both good and evil. He rejected Muggles and half-bloods, willing only to teach pure-blood students. He wanted to teach the dark arts and expose his students to dangerous, forbidden magic. Naturally, the other 3 disagreed, especially the Gryffindors. Slytherin, unwilling to confront them head-on, built the Chamber of Secrets on his own. Conducting experiments on dark magic, teaching dark magic, or for other purposes, the conflict between them could no longer be eased, and Slytherin closed the Chamber of Secrets and left alone. The tunnel was silent. After turning a corner, he saw a snakeskin lying at the end of the tunnel in the distance. About 20 feet away, the blue firelight shone on the surface of the snakeskin, reflecting a green glow. When you look closely, there are colorful colors, bright and beautiful, and it is obvious that it is highly poisonous. Melvin tapped it lightly with his wand, and the dull sound was like metal. He touched his pocket, gestured, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The space for seamless expansion is enough, but it is not easy to stuff in. If you are not careful, the intact snakeskin may be broken. Melvin sighed with some regret. He can only bring a suitcase with the largest caliber next time. No wonder Tom didn't move out. He walked around the snakeskin and went into the tunnel. After turning a few corners, there was a stone wall at the end of the tunnel, or rather a stone door, carved with 2 mating snakes, their pupils like sparkling emeralds. Melvin used the same trick again. There was a hissing sound, and the stone door opened. The faint green light shone on his shirt. It was not candlelight, nor firelight, but the mysterious cloud diffused from the dome. On the towering stone pillars, the stone sculptures of pythons bared their teeth and stuck out their tongues. Their thick bodies seemed to be twisting, and their scales shone with a metallic luster. It was simply a palace of snakes. In the deepest part of the room stood a statue of an old wizard, with a hunchback and a beard hanging down to his shoes. The stone snake statues throughout the room were his servants. Rather than a mysterious and strange secret room, this place was more like a magnificent palace. The Chamber of Secrets, with its corridors stretching 100 feet, is shrouded in darkness without daylight. 2 rows of dark pillars stand like the bones of the netherworld, coiled like serpents, their scales etched on their armor, supporting the dome, lost in the darkness of the heavens. A hazy green mist lingers at the 4 corners, and Mars, like a 1,000-year-old phosphorescent fire, floats and sinks in the void. At the very depths, a colossal figure looms, the true form of Salazar Slytherin. Its form touches the ceiling, like a black mountain bearing down on the earth, its back leaning against the cryptic walls, almost as old as the underworld itself. The stone mouth gapes into a dark, bottomless cavern, concealing a serpent's lair. One sees poisonous lips in the abyss, dormant dragons lurking in the wilderness, and even the breath of life carries a fishy breeze. This is the tunnel where the 1,000-year-old demon dwells. Chapter 135, in the stone carving cave, the Millennium Snake Monster. The elegant medieval building, with its nearly 20-meter-high hall, resembled the grandeur of the Vatican. Finely coiled stone columns supported the dome, atop which shimmered a shimmering green cloud. The floor was paved with deep black slate tiles, and within the innermost chamber, a statue stood silently. Melvin entered the chamber, slowly advancing along the pillared corridor. Even as he tried to keep his steps quiet, the sound echoed. His eyes flickered to the stone snake statues on either side. These statues were lifelike, each with a slightly different angle and orientation. As he passed the pillars, Melvin had the illusion that the snake's eyes were emeralds, gleaming in deep green light within their dark sockets, as if they were constantly watching those entering the chamber. Although he knew it was an illusion caused by the angle and the light and shadow, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Melvin snapped his fingers, and dozens of blue flames suddenly erupted from all corners of the room. The bright, warm glow dispelled the dark and dank atmosphere. The chamber was devoid of shadows, empty and silent. The firelight also illuminated the full face of Slytherin. It was an unflattering old face, its features squeezed together, resembling a monkey or a venomous snake, utterly aged. A sparse beard drooped down to the hem of his wizard's robes. Shoeless, his feet were unusually large. Melvin didn't immediately examine the statue's interior. Instead, he circled the Chamber of Secrets. Apart from the neatly arranged columns and statues, the room was empty. The floor was dusty, the walls bare. There was no trace of the treasure Slytherin had expected, no materials on his shameful dark arts experiments, not even a warning curse. The possibility of Tom Riddle disappearing was undeniable. Melvin returned to the statue, released a silver mist of memory, and played Harry's recorded Parseltongue. Hiss, speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the Hogwarts Four. The mist dissipated, and a chilling sound echoed from all around. Melvin looked toward Slytherin's mouth. Stones sealed for 50 years began to shift, a tremendous grinding sound echoing through the chamber. Dust clung to the stonework, and the carved teeth clattered. Melvin looked up. In a cavity unlit by the firelight, the basilisk awoke from the darkness. A massive snake, too thick to be contained by 3 men, poked its head out. It hadn't yet opened its eyes. 50 years of slumber had formed a white membrane on its scales. As its statue-like muscles moved, the crusted membrane peeled away. A forked tongue peeked out from the slit of its snout, and its breath stirring a foul gust of air that echoed through the chamber. A thick neck curved, half of the serpent's body emerging from Slytherin's mouth. 50 feet long, its scales a deep green, almost black, reflecting the drifting clouds above. The scene was terrifying and eerie. As if sensing Melvin's location, the basilisk lowered its head slightly. The scabs and scales on its eyelids crumbled and peeled away, revealing 2 faint rays of yellow-orange light. The fluorescent light and the firelight in the chamber dimmed for a moment. Melvin narrowed his eyes slightly, meeting the cold, serpentine pupils. Powerful magic surged through his gaze. Magic has its own characteristics. Some magic is fiery and prone to explosion, some is quiet and prone to freezing, and some is cruel and life-destroying. Wizards need to learn and use spells to control magic to achieve their desired results, but magical beasts are born with these distinct magical qualities. The fur of the invisible beast can conceal itself at will, the body of the bird snake can expand and contract at will, the flames of the fire dragon can ignite steel, and the basilisk's gaze can petrify and kill anything it sees. Iron armor, Melvin muttered softly. Sharp streams of light, like magma, splattered. The transparent bubble instantly expanded, blocking the magic emanating from the snake's eyes. At the point where Melvin's gaze met the basilisk's, the invisible, intangible armor felt solid and reliable. The basilisk seemed to be encountering someone who had gazed at it for the first time, its already fuzzy mind becoming even more confused. After a moment's pause, it let out a hissing sound. Melvin guessed it was some kind of probing question, but he couldn't understand it and couldn't reply. The basilisk hissed for a long time, receiving no response. Sensing the deception, it erupted in anger, a roar escaping its throat. It then slithered down the statue, its shield-sized scales scraping across the stonework and floor, causing the ground to tremble slightly. As the guardian of the Chamber of Secrets, it adhered to Slytherin's orders to expel all intruders except the heir. The basilisk twisted its body and snaked closer. Blue fire and fluorescent light shone on its scales, giving them a metallic sheen. The monstrous creature's rapid approach brought a powerful sense of oppression. Even though Melvin felt no fear, his instincts made his heart race and his breathing quicken. The basilisk leaped from the statue and charged towards Melvin. Its massive size and long slumber didn't slow its speed. It whipped a gust of fishy air through the chamber, its teeth bared as it prepared to treat Melvin like a snack. But before it could reach Melvin, the serpent's body was repelled by an invisible force, like a collision with a steel wall. It faltered, its scales shattering. The transparent iron curtain stifled the basilisk's momentum. Pain flashed in its eyes, and several muscles tore, spilling jet-black blood. In an instant, Melvin saw the snake's face twisted in agony. A deep wail, as deep as the wind blowing through a tunnel, erupted from its mouth, and the entire space vibrated with a faint resonance. Fortunately, snakes are designed to absorb force, so even bending them hardly risks fractures. While the basilisk's head felt dizzy, its vision blackened, and it convulsed in pain, its injuries were actually not serious. He waved his hand, enveloping the snake with levitation, and suspended it in midair. He simultaneously produced a glass jar, and as if lifted and drawn by an invisible force, the gushing snake blood poured into the jar. Precious animal material must not be wasted. The basilisk collapsed to the ground, watching the wizard collect its blood, its tail twitching in agony. The young professor, however, stood with the indifferent demeanor of a bystander, his expression devoid of the instigator or murderer. He tucked the jar in his pocket and reached out slightly, as if to touch the basilisk's hideous face. Hiss! The basilisk, with difficulty, stiffened its head, bared its fangs once more, and the air rushed through its throat, a fierce roar. Melvin frowned slightly, sighed, and flicked his wand. A straight stream of emerald green light burst forth. A powerful repulsive spell infused with magical energy. The spell roared through the air, leaving behind an emerald green afterimage. The powerful impact impacted the basilisk, sending it flying backwards nearly 50 feet, crashing into the coiled stone pillars, its scales shattering to the ground. The shattered scales scattering everywhere, and bubbles welled up in the surrounding pools. This time, the basilisk was completely exhausted, its long tail slumped to the ground, teetering limply. But as Melvin approached, the basilisk continued to bare its teeth and roar, its eyes gleaming even more fiercely. As Melvin's eyes met the basilisk's, he wavered for a moment, a slight sting between his brows, and his limbs stiffened slightly. The basilisk's eyes were orange-yellow, with a fierce green light gleaming deep within its crystalline pupils. As expected of a Slytherin basilisk, it would rather die than surrender. It looked like the Parseltongue would have to come in person. Melvin didn't hold out much hope, but he wanted to give it a try. He extended his wand and flicked it, forcing the foul-smelling maw shut. He then pulled out the snake egg and took out a drop of silvery potion, mixing it with a trace of pre-prepared memories. The mist evaporated into vapor, and the figure of a young wizard emerged from the mist. His eyes seemed perplexed. He looked up at the professor's request, nodded in understanding, and then hissed, "Hatch, help!" Upon hearing the Parseltongue's command, the basilisk's eyes widened, a faint golden glow filling its pupils. A hint of hesitation crossed his eyes. After a moment's silence, he slowly poked his head out, parting several adjacent scales on his head to reveal his gray-black skin, as if exposing a weak spot. Put the snake egg in, Melvin seemed to understand. Following the Parseltongue's instructions, the basilisk took on the task of hatching the eggs, unconcerned about whether the man was the true heir or not, and no longer cared about being severely injured by him, or perhaps it couldn't care less. The eggs were placed on exposed flesh, its scales folded together as a protective measure. The basilisk swayed its body, attempting to return to its lair, but every movement strained its wounds, causing jet-black blood to spurt out. Seeing this, Melvin felt a tinge of guilt. The basilisk was notorious for its ferocity, and he had planned to subdue it first, then use Parseltongue to compel its full cooperation. He pulled some snake branches and leaves from his pocket, squeezed the juice, and dripped it onto the basilisk's wounds. He then held a few bunches to the basilisk's mouth, signaling it to open its mouth and take the medicine. The basilisk paused for a moment, then swallowed the branches and leaves, and the wounds on its body quickly scabbed and healed. As if remembering the magic within the snake tree, it froze in place for a long moment. Then, slowly, it moved its head to stand before Melvin. The gold in its eyes faded, revealing an ambiguous, human-like expression. Suddenly, it let out a hissing sound, as if engaged in conversation. Melvin, half guessing, tentatively nodded his response. "Well, just help me hatch the eggs. I'll bring you food regularly, including these snake tree branches." The basilisk didn't bother to say anything more. Its tail slid back in a circle, as swift as a bird, gliding over the stone cane, up its arm and shoulder, and back into the Slytherin's mouth. Melvin watched the basilisk disappear into the darkness, leaving only the blue glow of fire and the shimmering green mist in the Chamber of Secrets. A sudden sense of familiarity struck him. Back in Ilvermorny, he'd watched the horned water serpent vanish into the stream. He shook his head, turned back, and smiled. Friday had arrived again. The bell rang, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who had earned 15 points for Gryffindor, walked out of the classroom in a relatively happy mood. They discussed going to Hagrid to gather information that night. "We've asked all the professors in the school," Harry sighed. Dumbledore was only the assistant professor of Transfiguration at the time. Even Dumbledore didn't know the truth, let alone others. "We must ask the eyewitnesses of the incident." Hermione redetermined the direction of the investigation and muttered softly. "Myrtle said the monster that killed her had 2 yellow eyes." Hagrid confirmed that it was not Aragog. "Who else can we ask?" "Aragog," Ron repeated and shuddered. "Who would name the acromantula? Aragog?" They also said that it was acting abnormally at the time and had been hiding in the cupboard and didn't dare to go out. "If you didn't know, you would think it was some timid and cute little pet." Hermione's eyes lit up. "That's right. An Aragog." Harry quickly understood her thoughts. "Are you saying that Aragog was also an eyewitness to the incident?" Hermione nodded heavily. "Before Myrtle was murdered, no one in the school knew about the monster of the Chamber of Secrets. Its abnormal behavior proves that it must have noticed something. Let's go to the acromantula's nest and ask it." Ron's face was filled with horror. "Are you crazy? You're just treating yourselves like a mere snack. Come on, let's get Hagrid to come with us." Harry and Hermione each grabbed the sleeve, dragging him towards the Forbidden Forest. "Let me go. I have an audition for the production. I'm not going to the spider's den. Help. Murder, you 2 murderers, I'll never let you go." It was finally time for the drama club selections. Things had been getting heated lately. Ever since the various houses discovered Marietta was in charge of selecting the members, they'd been trying to curry favor with her and bribe her. Some were hoping to gain fame and fortune through the shadow mirror, while others simply wanted the spotlight. For a young wizard with social anxiety and no sense of self-determination, this was a huge hassle, and Marietta had been getting fed up with it for a while. But she had learned to cope with the pressures of the situation. "I'm only in charge of the preliminary selections. The final members still need Professor Lewynter's approval. I'm sorry, but I can't reveal the interview questions for now. Besides, I don't like chocolate frogs." Before the selection interviews began, Marietta had rejected her classmates countless times. She'd memorized the rebuttals. Her tone was flat and rigid, like a speechless machine. Chew, standing beside her, couldn't help but laugh at her deft handling of the situation, jokingly remarking, "It's incredible. Kitty Mary has matured, like Professor McGonagall." Marietta sighed. "I hope this job ends soon, and Professor Lewynter lets me go. I think you're doing quite well." They walked side by side into the Muggle Studies classroom. Standing at the podium, they met the gazes of those waiting long in anticipation. Many of them were familiar faces. Not just her own housemates. Cedric, from Hufflepuff, sat in the front row, his smile warm and handsome. Percy, from Gryffindor, nodded next to her. No one doubted he would become a prominent figure in the Ministry of Magic. Marcus, from Slytherin, had a menacing expression. She used to silently observe these people from the audience, but now they had switched seats. Marietta felt her calves trembling and her breathing trembling. She took a deep breath and controlled her trembling voice. "The drama club auditions begin now. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, It means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Try It Again. The greenhouse next to the grounds. Melvin, wearing tan dragon hide gloves and a gardener's hat, turned the fertilizer with a small iron shovel. Last week's late-night trip to the secret chamber had some twists and turns, but the final result was still good. It was the first encounter with a basilisk, and after a fight, they became acquainted. In the end, the two sides reached a cooperation intention. He was responsible for feeding the food, and the basilisk was responsible for helping with the hatching. They both had a bright future. He gripped the iron shovel and kept exerting force, stirring the fermenting compost evenly. The hot steam hit his face, and the smell was a bit irritating to the eyes. The main ingredients were imported air-dried dragon dung, mixed with some waste from brewing potions, and a whole turkey. It was said that this was a fine fertilizer that mandrakes loved. The extra part was just right for using on the snake tree cuttings. Professor Sprout was busy nearby, his body covered in mud, his round cheeks grinning, gentle and kind. This short, plump witch possessed the gentle, diligent demeanor of a gardener, with flowing, sparsely groomed gray hair and a thick, patched hat. Passing the grounds, one could often spot her busy in the greenhouse. From Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall to ordinary students, she had conscripted many into the army. Melvin had originally planned to go to the Forbidden Forest to ask Hagrid for some fresh kill to feed the basilisk, but when he saw Professor Sprout busy at work, he stopped by to exchange a few words and was instead drafted in to handle the compost. "I wonder if those branches will sprout after we plant them," Professor Sprout grumbled. "The last time I had to do something this time-consuming and laborious was when we transplanted the Whomping Willow. Speaking of it, I get angry. I got hit by that flying car, and it's already bald before the snow even started this year. It'll grow back next year," Melvin agreed without even looking up. He found this kind of work quite interesting. Occasionally tinkering with it felt like playing in the mud. The smell was a bit pungent. Melvin snapped his fingers and cast a bubblehead charm on himself and Sprout, instantly making their breathing much easier. Professor Sprout sniffed and said with a chuckle, "Originally, Neville had agreed to help me stir the fertilizer, but he told me he had to take care of your drama club. It was a good idea for you to fill in for him. Coincidentally, this fertilizer is also used to grow snake trees. Longbottom, that kid has always had a bit of an inferiority complex. I taught him the summoning charm last time, and after getting a new wand, he's gotten better. He usually greets me when he sees me, but he still doesn't dare to hold his head high and speak loudly." Melvin paused. "So I gave him the drama club work this time, letting him interact with others more and speak louder. He's much better now. Second-year kids are always like this when they see a professor." Just as he finished speaking, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Professor Lewynter, Professor Sprout, Harry, Ron, and Hermione ran quickly towards the greenhouse, looking like they wanted to rush over directly, but when they smelled the smell of fertilizer, they stopped immediately, clinging to the greenhouse door, only 3 heads poking out, 3 pairs of eyes rolling around. Melvin was speechless and gave the professor next to him a look. Sprout also smiled helplessly. He had just finished talking about the shyness of second-grade children when these brave Gryffindors came. "It's almost dinner time. Why are you 3 running out instead of staying in the castle?" Professor Sprout asked. "Let's go find Hagrid and ask about what happened with Myrtle and see if there are any new clues," Harry replied. The 3 of them had been asking around about this matter for a while now. The professor from that time had also asked about it. Sprout was not surprised. After all, students should always do the things that young people do. The professor just needed to remind them appropriately. So many Aurors and Dumbledore couldn't find out back then. "What new clues can you find?" Ron was immediately dissatisfied. "We plan to ask Hagrid." Harry and Hermione beside him were quick to cover his mouth and one of them held down his struggling hands. Hermione forced a good student smile. "We plan to ask Hagrid again. We'll have dinner in the cabin and make sure we're back before lights out. Goodbye, Professor." Harry and Hermione dragged the almost suffocated Ron away. Professor Sprout frowned slightly. He had originally thought of it as just a student detective game, but the 3 men's evasive behavior made him uneasy. He looked hesitantly at the young professor. "Melvin, I have something to ask Hagrid." "I'll go over and take a look," Melvin shoveled the turned manure into the soil. After finishing his tasks, he slowly removed his gloves. "Don't take risks with him," Sprout warned earnestly. He was also a young wizard. Hagrid had been on patrol last night, discussing honeycomb techniques with the centaurs until late. This morning, taking advantage of the good weather, he dragged Firenze to destroy the beehive, earning several large bumps on his face and a large jar of honey. He had nibbled on a few rock cakes for lunch and made a pot of ointment to apply to his face. He planned to grill some meat with honey and have a couple of drinks that evening. He was currently trying to quit drinking. Instead of fire whiskey, he was drinking butterbeer from the Three Broomsticks, the non-alcoholic kind provided exclusively to students. Sigh, the butterbeer was delicious, but tasteless. Hagrid grimaced as he applied the ointment, then grabbed Fangs and gave him a rough time. Listening to the puppies howling, the pain on his face and the annoyance in his heart suddenly eased a lot. Bang, 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 rapid knocks sounded on the door, followed by Harry's voice, "Hagrid. Hagrid. Open up. We're here to play with you." Hagrid felt the pain from the bee sting begin to hurt again, and his head ached slightly as well. "Stop knocking. I don't want to talk about the past with you. Go back." There was silence outside for a few seconds, and then there was a stronger knock on the door. This time it was Hermione knocking. "We're not talking about the past. We just want to play with you. It's almost the weekend, remember?" "Of course I remember. Hermione said the same thing 2 weeks ago. Then she got herself drunk at dinner and tricked him into telling her about the past. She cried so hard that her eyes were swollen, and she woke up with a sore throat the next day." Hagrid frowned and moved the bump on his face, causing the pain to worsen slightly. He shouted angrily, "I'm not in the mood to play right now. I got stung by a bee and I'm feeling unwell." This time, the three of them didn't knock. The little witch simply chanted Ahoalaia, and the brass lock clicked as the door flew open. The three of them rushed to his side, examining the bee sting with concern, chattering about his well-being. "Are you okay? Is it serious?" This was Harry, his tone and expression sincere. "You're an old hunter. How could you get stung by a bee? You don't even know how to wear a gauze hat. I'll have my mom knit you one for Christmas." This was Ron, sounding like he was trying to hold back a laugh. "You didn't make the ointment right. You added too much water. It should be thick, but yours is watery." This was Hermione, her words a headache. Hagrid took a deep breath, stretched out his strong long arms to push them away, glared at the three of them with a fierce expression. "What the hell do you three want to do? What should you say and what shouldn't you say? You got me drunk last time and got it all out of me. What do you want to do now?" Hermione felt guilty when she heard that. She put her hands behind her back, her eyes darting around, sometimes looking at the furnishings in the room, sometimes looking at the tips of her shoes. Harry observed his expression, sighed, and said to him earnestly, "Hagrid, we're investigating the truth behind Myrtle's murder and we're also trying to overturn your conviction. Don't you want to restore your reputation? That's not something you kids should worry about, okay? If you don't want to talk about it, we won't ask." Really? We came here because it's the weekend and we wanted to hang out with you and hear some new stories from the Forbidden Forest." "I don't believe it. Why not?" "I have a Quidditch match tomorrow and I want you to cheer me on." Speaking of Quidditch, these words immediately became believable. Hagrid gradually relaxed his guard and asked a few people to sit down, light a fire, and take out the honey he had dug in the morning. He prepared the barbecue while chatting. He didn't even touch the butterbeer, only drinking water, which was safe and reliable. Hagrid took 2 bites, then stood up and went to the cupboard. "Wait a minute, I'll bake 2 rock cakes for Fang to chew on." Hermione secretly watched his movements, took out her wand, pointed it at the kettle beside her, and whispered, "Rabbit eye swirl, harp sounds faint, clear water turns to fine wine." Harry and Ron stood on either side, blocking Fang's view. Hagrid returned and threw 2 hard rocks into the fire. He took a bite of the barbecue, picked up the kettle and took a sip. He smacked his lips, a puzzled look on his face. "Why doesn't it taste right? Maybe it's too salty." "Really? Try it again." "I still don't think it tastes right." "Drink a few more sips." Burp. Hagrid couldn't remember the rest. The sun sank into the hills behind the castle, and the sky gradually darkened. Melvin was on his way to Hagrid's hut. He was delayed a little while helping Professor Trelawney turn the fertilizer, but with less than half an hour, Hermione and the others shouldn't get into any serious trouble. "I wonder how their investigation is going. I'll find a chance to ask them later." We should speed up the process so that they can reveal the truth before the Christmas holidays. Harry can then act as an interpreter. Now that we've entered the Chamber of Secrets to feed, we can only communicate with the basilisk by guessing. He can't even ask about the hatching progress. Moreover, the way the basilisk looks at him makes him feel like he's looking at some stupid creature. He doesn't even mind that the basilisk can't speak human language, but the basilisk despises him for not speaking Parseltongue. Melvin thought so as he slowly came to Hagrid's door and heard a series of deceiving voices coming from inside. Hagrid, Hagrid, where's the nest of the acromantula? Harry lowered his voice, as if he was doing something shameful. Hagrid burped and sounded unconscious. Professor Kettleburn said it is mainly distributed in the Far East, in the mountains of the Far East. Oh, Hermione sighed and took over the deception. Hagrid, where's Aragog's lair? Hiccup, I can't tell you. It's dangerous for little wizards. Melvin nodded slightly. After experiencing so many things, Hagrid has become reliable. Just as he was thinking this, he heard Hermione change her tone. Isn't Aragog your friend? He's a kind little furry boy. How could he be dangerous? It certainly wasn't Aragog who killed Myrtle, was it? Not him, so his lair isn't dangerous either. Tell me, where's it? In the hollow of the Forbidden Forest. How do I get there? Follow the path in, turn left at the fork, and then turn left again when you come to the crooked-necked sycamore fig tree. Follow the spider. Hagrid spoke in a muffled and unclear voice, but under Hermione's guidance, her directions were clear and coherent. She knew exactly when to turn, how far to go after turning, and where the landmarks were. Everything in the Forbidden Forest was clear, just like a gamekeeper leading the way. He memorized the route map in detail, drank a few more gulps of Hagrid, and let him fall into deep sleep. A rustling sound came from the room, probably the sound of the three people moving Hagrid and cleaning up the place. Let's go. We should be back in time for lights out. Yeah, let's go home early. I have a Quidditch match tomorrow. Hermione and Harry, who were lagging behind, said one after another. Ron, who was ahead, had already pushed open the door and was stunned. They both stuck their heads out in confusion and stared blankly outside. Good evening. Under the silvery moonlight, the young professor greeted them, his face handsome and his smile gentle. What could be more surprising than being caught doing something bad by the professor? The professor wanted to do something bad with them. Harry and Ron were a little confused. They followed Hermione, who was leading the way, foolishly, and secretly glanced at Professor Lewynter beside them, with expressions of surprise and doubt. Hermione's mind was more agile, less prone to interruptions. She quickly accepted the fact that Professor Lewin was accompanying her. As they led the way, she chatted with him, grinning. Professor, are you also investigating the truth of what happened back then? Melvin surveyed the Forbidden Forest on a late autumn night. Why do you ask? It started with the shadow mirrors you gave us, revealing our past memories. Since then, you've been very concerned about our progress. Now, you're willing to go with us to the acromantula's lair. Hermione studied Professor Lewin's expression, trying to catch the slightest change. Would the normal course of action be to take us back to the castle and give us grounds? Seeing the young witch's impulsive demeanor, Melvin smiled. My teaching philosophy is different from other professors. I can stop you from breaking the rules tonight, but what about next? Tough guidance is worse than hard control. I'll take you this time, and you won't be so adventurous. With that, Melvin glanced at the trio, thinking of giving them a lesson. Acromantulas, level 5x dangerous creatures, really thought they were Hagrid's pets? Just because the giant acromantula could speak human language and possessed a modicum of intelligence didn't mean it wasn't a beast. 3 second-year students, carelessly seeking out someone else's nest, were simply a walking dead. Intelligent creatures, Melvin muttered thoughtfully, a sudden thought coming to mind. They gradually deepened into the Forbidden Forest in the autumn night, following the route Hagrid had provided. After about 20 minutes, they gradually strayed from the path. A silent, serene stillness enveloped them, until gradually, apart from the snapping of branches and the rustling of leaves, there was no sound. All the sounds expected of an autumn night, owls and sparrows, crickets and cicadas, mosquitoes and moths, were absent. Only the trees grew denser, the stars overhead slowly disappearing among the branches, shadows looming. The young witch, her silvery wand raised, vaguely discerned two large, dark claws poking out from the shadows beneath a lush, crooked tree ahead. Chapter 137 The Spider and the Dark Mark. Two giant acromantula spiders, covered in hard shells, were as large as baby elephants, with fine, tough for 8 long, powerful legs stretched out from both sides of their bodies, their hard shells clattering against each other. 8 eyes on their heads were arranged in 2 rows, and in the dark forbidden forest, a faint, fierce light shone. Ron stared straight ahead, his face ashen, his teeth chattering, and his face full of fear. Hermione saw the giant acromantula outside the book, and her eyes were equally terrified. She kept muttering, "The giant acromantula grows deep in the rainforests of southeastern Asia, especially the island of Kalimantan. It is believed to be a species bred by wizards. It is cruel by nature and likes to eat human flesh. Its weakness is in its armored abdomen." The huge beast kept approaching, and Harry gripped his wand tightly, his expression tense. They were well aware that the acromantulas were a level 5x dangerous creature, causing as much damage annually as dragons. They dared to venture into the Forbidden Forest to gather intelligence, perhaps because they believed Aragog and Hagrid were friends. Since the Forbidden Forest bordered Hogwarts, these communicative, intelligent creatures likely adhered to a certain code, similar to the centaurs and unicorns, and would not actively harm them. But when the acromantulas appeared before their eyes, the beasts uniquely ferocious and brutal aura overwhelmed them. Those 8 eyes captivated him, his heart racing. A faint, almost bloody scent, the culmination of years of hunting and slaughter, lingered in his nose, tingling with the young wizard's delicate stomach. Melvin remained calm, observing the 2 acromantulas with fascination. Their black fangs flickered, their jaws powerful and resilient, their bite comparable to that of a crocodile. Their dripping saliva had a faint, sour aroma, likely the acromantula's unique venom, marketed at 100 galleons per pint. The acromantula's abdomen bulged slightly, covered in tiny bristles. The dark gray markings on it, upon closer inspection, resembled the shape of a human face, adding a touch of eerie and menacing quality. As the acromantula drew closer, Harry pulled Ron back, but he was frozen in fear, his body stiff and his mind unable to react. Harry glanced back at the professor and shouted to the 2 spiders, "We're Hagrid's friends. We're here to find Aragog." The 2 spiders stopped and stared at each other. Though their faces couldn't make out any expression, Harry felt they understood. Seeing them repeatedly scrutinize him and Hermione's wands, Harry sheathed his wand and said reassuringly, "We're Hagrid's friends. We mean no harm." As he spoke, the 2 spiders pounced. Despite their massive size, they were not at all clumsy. Their 8 legs moved swiftly, making the rough terrain no obstacle for them. In the blink of an eye, Harry felt his legs leave the ground as 2 hard, slender, and slightly furry objects grabbed him by the waist and clamped him down. The giant spider knew how to subdue its prey. It jolted Harry several times as it snatched him upside down, then hung him in mid-air, his brain swollen with blood. "We're Hagrid's friends," Harry cried, twisting and turning, but the increasing pressure from his front legs choked him, and he quickly gave up. He could only pin his hopes on the professor, trying to look to the side, and then he froze. Ron, also in the spider's grip, was right next to him. His eyes bulging and his jaws clenched. His teeth had stopped chattering, but he couldn't utter a word. Another giant spider held Hermione and Professor Lewynter in its forelegs. Hermione's face was horrified, while Professor Lewynter remained calm, even gazing wide-eyed at the spider's head. His expression was calm, even relaxed. As if sensing his gaze, Professor Lewynter turned, tilting his head slightly, and gave him a perfectly placed, encouraging look. What did the professor think this was? A class question? Harry swayed excitedly for a few moments, then paled. The grip was so tight that it was hard to breathe. He settled down and let the spider lead them deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Melvin found this perspective quite refreshing. The acromantula's legs were long and powerful, and with each stride, the sharp barbs at the end dug deep into the soil. Their movements were explosive, allowing them to move at a steady pace, whether through brush or gravel, with excellent shock absorption. When they encountered difficult puddles or wetlands, they simply leaped onto branches and clattered around to move forward. Their enormous bodies, with broad trunks, resembled a small carriage, covered in thick fur with a seat or something. It would surely be very comfortable. Just as Melvin was lost in thought, he heard the little witch's voice nearby. "Professor, why, aren't you looking for the acromantula? You mean it's faster this way and you won't get lost?" Hermione breathed a sigh of relief, her tone brightening. She knew it. Why would the professor let them be caught by the spider? Why would the professor let them face the dangerous and ferocious acromantula? Melvin smiled without further comment, snapping a branch from a passing treetop and tucking it into his sleeve. They continued to push through the dense forest, stumps and roots everywhere. But with the help of the spiders, their clothes remained snagged on the low branches and thorny vines. After an undetermined amount of time, the ground ahead began to slope downward, and the undergrowth began to thin, as if systematically cleared. Occasionally, a few leaves could be seen, densely covered with tiny spiders. The spiders led them to a wide, flat hollow. Melvin heard the witch next door breathing more hurriedly, and turned to look. The light from the stars and the moon poured down unobstructed, illuminating the scene within. A slope as large as a Quidditch pitch was crawling with hundreds of acromantulas. Seeing their companions catch, each spider excitedly approached, shaking its claws and making a clicking sound. Descending the steep slope, they arrived at the center of the nest, where a misty hemispherical spiderweb lay. Like a vast silver curtain, it covered the hollow floor. Its threads were thick and sticky, gleaming coldly in the moonlight. With a plop, the giant spider unleashed its front legs, sending several people plummeting to the ground. One of them, fiddling with its claws, crawled forward, shouting, "Aragog! Aragog!" The voice, like that of a middle-aged wizard, was strangely muffled and cadaverous, remarkably similar to Hagrid's. Hearing human language emanate from a spider's mouth, Hermione felt a strange sensation. The mist at the bottom of the pit held a chill that made the hair on her arms and back stand on end, a chilling sensation. She couldn't explain why she felt this way. Just then, Melvin whispered, "If a traveler or wizard lost in the desolate forest hears this cry, head towards the source." Hermione shuddered. From within the mist-shrouded web, a massive, aging acromantula emerged. Larger than the others, its movements were sluggish, its body covered in black fur mottled with gray. Its 8 eyes, shrouded in a layer of white cataract, appeared cloudy. The way it turned its head to survey the surroundings suggested it was blind. "What's going on?" Aragog's voice was hoarse and aged. "Man, we've captured 4 people. Is Hagrid among them?" "No, they're strangers. Kill them. Don't disturb my sleep." Wait. Harry breathed a sigh of relief when they mentioned Hagrid, but soon overheard the rest of the conversation and quickly identified himself. "We're Hagrid's friends." Aragog turned his head and said slowly, "Hagrid never sent anyone to our hollow before. We came here on our own. We're investigating the truth of what happened back then. I was wondering if you know any clues." "That was many years ago." Many years ago?" Aragog, who had been woken up, was now particularly patient and told them an old story from 50 years ago. A traveler gave a spider egg to Hagrid, who loved animals. At that time, Hagrid was just a student. He hid the spider egg in a cupboard in the castle to hatch it and fed it with leftover breadcrumbs from the dining table until Myrtle was murdered. The others found Aragog and held him responsible for Myrtle's death. Hagrid and Dumbledore saved it from being beheaded by the executioner from the Department for the Control of Magical Creatures, and it has lived in the Forbidden Forest ever since. Hagrid also found me a wife, Mossig, but it's a pity that she is dead." Aragog's words were full of gratitude to Hagrid. "Look, our family is so prosperous, and it's all thanks to Hagrid. Out of respect for him, I have never hurt anyone." Facing Harry's question, it did not hide it. "The guy who killed the girl, the guy who lived in the castle, is an ancient creature that we spiders fear the most. I still remember that when I felt the breath of the beast, I begged Hagrid to let me go." "What is it?" "I can't say. I didn't even tell Hagrid, let alone there is no point in telling you." "Why?" Aragog sighed softly, and did not answer. Instead, he turned to the adult wizard next to him, his 8 blind eyes dull and lifeless. "Who are you?" "Professor of Hogwarts." Melvin nodded slightly, holding his wand. "I happened to run into students wandering in the Forbidden Forest at night. I couldn't stop them, so I followed to see the situation. I will go back later to punish them with confinement." "I don't think it's necessary." Aragog spoke slowly, waving his forelimbs as he spoke. At his signal, a dozen nearby spiders instantly raised their front halves, aiming the spinnerets at the ends of their abdomens at Melvin, and a stream of silvery white silk erupted. The first strand of silk wrapped around the slender stick in his hand, and the rest of the silk wrapped tightly around it, interweaving and gluing itself together, nesting in layers. In just seconds, it had sealed him in a thick cocoon. Hermione stared blankly, her thoughts of peace and security finally fading as she began to panic. Her instincts told her that the professor wouldn't be subdued so easily, but the fierce gazes around her reminded her that they were in a lair of a level 5x dangerous creature. Crack, the nearby spider bit hard, breaking the wand it had taken from the young professor. Harry glared at him. "What do you mean?" Aragog then slowly added, Fresh human flesh has been presented to us. I can't stop the children from enjoying it. Farewell, Hagrid's friends. Damn it, Harry's roar was drowned out by the clattering of countless giant spiders. Huge shadows gathered around them, closing in on them. Aragog fell silent, retreating slowly back into the depths of its web nest. Ron, regaining consciousness, looked up and saw they were standing at the bottom of the sunken nest. The steep slope was densely packed with giant acromantula, their shells clacking, and many pairs of dark eyes flashed fiercely. It was like a wall of spiders advancing. Hermione stopped her chaotic thoughts, took a deep breath, and clenched her wand with a trembling hand. Break their blockade and rescue the professor. Within the sunken nest, the dazzling light of the spell began to bloom, repel the enemy 3 feet, burning flames, sweeping away with a whirlwind. Deep within the hemispherical spiderweb, Aragog's 8 legs slowly groped their way through the mesh, following the familiar route back to his lair. Lying on the soft sheepskin, Aragog quickly grew drowsy. He didn't care that Hagrid might blame him if he learned of this. He applied the few human qualities he had learned from Hagrid. Decades of living in the Forbidden Forest had deepened Aragog's admiration for the survival principles of wild beasts, the very foundation of his tribe's strength. The sounds of battle outside, piercing through the layers of webs and winding caves, reached the old spider's ears. They were barely discernible, but through the vibrations of the webs, he could discern that the young wizards were more formidable than he'd expected, a tougher prey than even a pack of wolves. Perhaps many of his children and grandchildren would die in the battle. The flesh scraped from the 4 wizards was only enough to feed 1 or 2 spiders. The majority of them would feast on the corpses of their own kind. But it didn't matter. Sleepiness overwhelmed the old acromantula, whose eyes closed, and half awake, he muttered, "That's how beasts are. Everything is for survival, everything is for reproduction, that's right. Living in the forest means obeying the law of the jungle, the strong prey on the weak, and only the fittest survive. It's something even a foxy woman knows. They volunteered to come to the lair, so they should be your food. I would do the same." The acromantula jumped up with a start. Long blind, it could see nothing, but through the vibrations of its web and the tone of its voice, it could vaguely make out the figure of a young wizard. He leaned against the inner wall of the lair, looking around curiously, a thin wooden stick in his right hand. It had heard this voice not long ago. It was very familiar. But the young professor was trapped in a spiderweb cocoon, his wand broken, and he must have been paralyzed by the web's toxins and fallen into coma. How could you be here? You. Just now, is that what you want to ask? Melvin raised his wand and waved it in front of its 8 blind eyes. You spiders have 8 eyes, but your eyesight isn't very good. The one I broke was a branch I picked on the road. Before it could continue asking, the woody scented wand was already waving, emitting a burst of green light. Dark mark. Chapter 138. Professor McGonagall won't blame me, right? A dark reddish-black mark, slightly larger than an adult wizard's palm, was branded on the limbs of an acromantula. It depicted a skull with a venomous snake emanating from its mouth. Melvin casually placed his wand against the spider's head, unconcerned with its reaction. He half-crouched, observing the mark in the light of the blue flame swirling around him. His dark eyes shone, a look of occasional contemplation. Aragog, branded with a mark, lay prostrate on the ground, his black-gray bristles bristling. His 7 remaining legs trembled, making a clicking sound along with his mouth parts. Melvin gently stroked the mark on his forelimb. Surrounded by smooth carapace, the mark felt slightly rough, a matte texture, as if polished. The emerald green of the skull and the venomous snake's eyes gradually dimmed, losing its vibrant color from the moment the spell was cast. The dark mark is more than just a tattoo on the body. It is a magical mark imprinted on the subject, binding them to their soul. It could be considered a communication system between Voldemort and the Death Eaters, used to mark locations, transmit warnings, and verify identities. The dark mark, created by Voldemort, embodied his unique soul and the mark of dark magic, a mark Melvin could not imitate. The one branded on Aragog was merely a simple, functional design. Headmaster Dippet was right to reject Riddle's offer of teaching. He wasn't a qualified professor. Melvin examined the mark and whispered, "The foundation of this tattoo has been constructed, but the core remains empty. We can easily fill the gap when Voldemort returns. But don't worry, he wouldn't brand a beast like you with a dark mark." Aragog trembled, holding up one of his front legs. His other 7 legs slumped to the ground. He dared not answer. Hagrid was still young then, but I've heard him tell you everything he learned in class after class. Dumbledore was the Transfiguration professor at the time, and he always harped on about the principles of life and work. He'd even read you letters from his father. Melvin lowered his paw, retracted his wand, and asked, "You should learn something, right?" Hearing the wizard's question, the elderly Acromantula recalled its childhood in that cupboard in that castle. To it, Hagrid was a perfect keeper. Hatched from an egg, it initially fed on scraps from the table, then demanded meat pies, steaks, and even bloody fresh meat. Risking discovery, Hagrid told his roommate that he was large and easily hungry, and he'd bring it down in his pocket. Caring for a young Acromantula took up nearly all of the young wizard's spare time. Hagrid treated it as a friend. Coincidentally, the Acromantula could speak human language and would spontaneously discuss things from class. Aragog indeed learned much of what wizards call knowledge. How to deal with the dangerous creatures of the Forbidden Forest, how to communicate with the gentle magical creatures, how to store food, and what kind of nests to build in the wild during the winter. All these things were very helpful to the entire group during their first few years in the Forbidden Forest. They would occasionally talk about Hagrid's parents. His mother was a giant who abandoned them after giving birth to Hagrid. His father was a short wizard who, upon receiving his acceptance letter to Hogwarts, leaped onto a cabinet. He later died during Hagrid's second year, the same year he hatched. Whenever Hagrid talked about these things, he would burst into tears, laughing and crying at the same time, making him an annoying mess. Later, when he was expelled from school, Hagrid said it was a blessing that his father died young and didn't hear about his expulsion. For a time, Aragog longed for this kind of family love, until Hagrid found him a wife. He laid over 100 eggs at a time, and a full clutch hatched in 3 months. To feed these little creatures, Aragog spent his days traversing the depths of the Forbidden Forest, battling dangerous beasts and coaxing gentle magical creatures. Once, he nearly antagonized a unicorn and was hunted by both tribes. Hagrid's intercession was enough to keep the matter a secret. Then came winter, and half of the nest of Spitterlings froze to death. Aragog wasn't heartbroken, nor did he shed tears like Hagrid did. He even felt relieved, and figured out a lesson: don't lay eggs in the fall. That was probably all he had learned from humans. Aragog buried his head in the ground, invisible to him. This gesture was a way of signaling his fear of resistance, trying not to provoke the young but somewhat eccentric professor. As fellow tribes living in the Forbidden Forest, the centaurs and unicorns have their own civilizations. You Acromantulas are nothing but barbaric creatures. Melvin shook his head, not expecting any insightful response. He simply tapped his front leg with his wand. Crack! The hard shell snapped, the pain causing the Acromantula to twitch, yet it remained prostrate, afraid to make any drastic movements. Its legs fell to the ground, a burst of orange-yellow flames erupting. Its shell and flesh crumbled to dust in the quietly burning inferno. The dark red dark mark flickered, then vanished in a puff of gray-black smoke. From now on, you will restrain your tribe from harming any human child. Otherwise, you and your descendants will be thrown into this pit and burned to ashes. Do you understand? Aragog gritted his teeth, saying respectfully, "As you command." He crouched for a moment, waiting. He heard no sounds around him, nor did the web tremble. He knew the professor must have left. Several of his legs slowly reared up and began to move, flames blazed, whirlwinds swept clear, the sunken nest echoed with the little witch's incantation. Magically fueled flames fell upon the giant spider's trunk, instantly igniting its dry, fine, black-gray bristles. Bright orange flames streamed through the gaps between its carapaces, igniting its soft head and abdomen. The skin was charred brown, its flesh a bloody mess, and the aroma of roasted protein filled the air. The aroma of meat filled the air, and wailing and screaming were drowned out by the clashing of limbs. Dense webs descended from all sides of the steep slope. Giant spiders, long-time hunters in the Forbidden Forest, hid behind their webs, poised to pounce, waiting for the 3 young wizards to be entangled so they could pounce and feast. No webs fell upon the 3, they ignited while still some distance away. The swirling wind, swirling with flames, swept up more webs and spiders, creating a circular wall of fire. It was small in size and volume, but the reckless spiders that collided with it were like moths to a flame, wailing and retreating in a hurry. Occasionally, a lucky spider managed to break through the blockade, only to be immediately knocked back by a repulsive spell. Some dazed. Others with their carapaces shattered, retreat the enemy 3 feet. Harry and Ron's faces were illuminated by the firelight. One had a resolute expression, the other was pale, his eyes twitching. Insects are afraid of fire, and so are these spiders. Harry repelled 2 giant spiders that were charging at him. Hermione, therefore ignites easily, so they're afraid of flames. Let's slowly move the circle of fire and break out. Spiders are arthropods. Hermione manipulated the whirlwind, controlling the direction of the fire. Now is not the time to correct me, Harry said helplessly. Breaking out is impossible. This nest is a steep slope hundreds of meters high. It would take us half an hour to climb up, and we'd still have to deal with them chasing us once we get outside. Hermione tried her best to remain calm. Let's push in and rescue Professor Lewynter. Only he can lead us out, but his wand is broken. Professor Lewynter can cast wandless spells. The sound of incantations echoed from the sunken nest. The mist quickly dissipated, and the air was filled with dry, acrid smoke. The acromantula swarm gradually stabilized, no longer recklessly rushing into the flames. The rhythmic click of arthropods clashing against each other created an unsettling atmosphere, and all 3 of them felt the pressure. Look out! They're digging, Harry and Hermione shouted simultaneously. The flame barrier had been breached. Like a sudden summer downpour, crackling clumps of earth and rocks poured down from all directions, gathering at the bottom of the central pit and breaking through the protective circle of the flames. The giant spiders clung to the steep slope, their claws on their legs like shovels, lifting up clods of earth and scattering them from above. The flames could not ignite the earth, which covered the burning webs and extinguished the burning barrier. After 2 or 3 uneven rounds of scattering, the ground at the bottom of the depression had thickened several feet, forming a flat platform. The 3 young wizards were like fragile lambs, exposed to the dense swarm of acromantula. Although the flames still lingered, Hermione felt a chill wash over her. She stared blankly at the giant spiders slowly approaching, feeling their own weakness and powerlessness. They thought they could accomplish what even Dumbledore couldn't, uncover the truth about Myrtle's murder, restore Hagrid's reputation. But the reality was they could do nothing. Without the professor's help and guidance, they would become mere prey for the beasts. I've gotten Professor Lewynter into trouble, Hermione muttered softly. Harry and Ron, standing by, couldn't hear clearly. All they could hear now was their own heartbeats, a rumbling thud that slowly closed in on the clattering of the giant spiders, making them feel breathless. Our wands aren't broken yet. We can't give up just yet, Harry suddenly shouted. Hermione, you handle the spiders over here. Ron, you keep your eyes on this side. Each of you in one direction, let's get out. Hermione slowly pressed her lips together and tightened her grip on her wand. Ron, stunned, opened his mouth, but couldn't utter the words of frustration. The spiders were now approaching the platform at the bottom of the pit, slowly but surely approaching. The 8 eyes on their heads were cruel and vicious, and their mouth parts shone with a cold, sinister light. Retreat 3 feet, the emerald green light shone again. The spell, unleashed with all their might and without reservation, whistled out with a piercing sound, slamming directly into the nearby spiders. The beast, like a carriage, was thrown backward, but more spiders immediately swarmed over, densely packed. Late at night, the first half of the battle had already consumed most of their energy. Casting such spells with all their might, straining every ounce of magic in their bodies, the 3 young wizards quickly exhausted themselves, their vision blacking out. Harry persevered to the end. He vaguely heard his friend fall to the ground beside him, and he himself fell backward. His vision went blank, unable to see anything. He could only instinctively cast the repel spell. The spiders finally surrounded him, the clashing of their mouthparts and front claws being particularly clear. Harry slowly lost consciousness, his pupils dilating. The giant acromantula bit into the young wizard's delicate neck, slaughtering and bleeding him, a method learned from human beings. There was a snap, as if it had hid an impenetrable barrier. Human-like doubt flashed in the spider's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, it bit into the abdomen again, intending to eviscerate the internal organs first, but its sharp mouthparts were once again blocked. It was the Iron Curtain. The transparent, invisible curtain suddenly expanded, overturning the giant acromantula and the entire depression. Oh my God! What torture they have endured! All the magic power in their bodies has been completely drained, not a single drop left, poor children. Even in wartime, few wizards are so exhausted. Look at them, frowning even when they sleep. They must have nightmares, dreams of torture. 3 clean white beds were placed in the middle of the school infirmary ward. Surrounding them were the headmaster and a young professor. Dumbledore, wearing crescent-shaped glasses, had just returned from the lounge. He was still wearing blue pajamas, his beard tied together with a pink cloth. Melvin could only stand by the bed, making room for Madame Pomfrey to heal. He downed several bottles of nasty-looking potions and cast a spell to heal the scrapes. Seeing they were still frowning in nightmares, the school nurse poured them another bottle of joy potion. Only then did the young wizards slowly relax their brows and fall into a deep, sweet sleep. Professor Sprout and I were in the greenhouse this afternoon when we ran into them on their way to play with Hagrid. I followed them and heard they were planning to ask Aragog about what happened back then. Melvin recounted the events briefly, omitting any unimportant details. I didn't interfere too much. I let them feel the real danger and warned the Acromantula horde, feel the real danger. Is that something a professor should say? Madame Pomfrey grumbled, full of resentment. Adequate setbacks help them grow. Knowing pain helps them protect themselves, and once their wounds heal, they cherish them more. Dumbledore was quite tolerant. After all, the three were simply overworked and not seriously injured. He sighed softly. When Hagrid released Aragog into the Forbidden Forest, the centaurs strongly objected. But I couldn't find a better place to put him, so I kept putting it off. They multiplied rapidly, and by the time we realized what was happening, the Acromantula population had grown and was difficult to relocate. The centaurs always complained about me when they saw me. Melvin remained silent. He didn't think the headmaster couldn't move a bunch of spiders if he wanted to. Who knew what the old headmaster was thinking? Dumbledore stroked his beard and looked at the young professor beside him. I hope they don't miss tomorrow's Quidditch game, otherwise this lesson will be even more painful. What do you think, Melvin? Quidditch? Melvin was stunned. If we lose, Professor McGonagall won't blame me, will she? Dumbledore spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know. Melvin fell into deep thought. On one side was the Slytherin team. He encouraged Draco to nominate himself and replace the original Seeker based on his ability. On the other side was the Gryffindor team. He took a risk with his star player, who might miss the game due to exhaustion and unconsciousness. Professor McGonagall wouldn't misunderstand him. Chapter 139 Crunchy, Chicken Flavor. Late at night in the Muggle Studies office, a small beetle tapped repeatedly against the glass jar's walls, its short legs extended from an inverted container on the shelf. Its bright blue elytra shone brightly, and its plump form suggested it had been well fed. Compared to the empty jar a month ago, it now contained a few more items: warming sawdust, a cap full of water, freshly picked vegetable leaves from the greenhouse, and breadcrumbs from the school kitchen. Despite living a comfortable life in her glass jar, Rita Skeeter had no desire to spend her twilight years there. Taking advantage of the young professor's late return, she repeatedly attempted to break through the barrier. Her two tentacles probed for a crack at the bottom. The rim of the bottle, upside down on the shelf, offered just enough wood grain for airflow, but not enough for her to escape. Her forelegs repeatedly tapped against the jar's smooth, thick surface, unbreakable. Skeeter, exhausted from working for most of the day, panted constantly. He fluttered his wings and flew to the bottle cap, ignoring the water and using his delicate mouthparts to sip the moisture from the leaves. His antennae twitched slightly, a natural sign of pleasure after a meal. Afterward, Skeeter considered other possible escape options, but the results were disappointing. She was unmarried, living away from her parents, and rarely wrote to relatives and friends. Going months without contact was commonplace, as she sought intelligence and news, and editors at the publishing house wouldn't have been surprised. Worst of all, this foreign professor, having captured her and kept her as a pet, had no intention of threatening her. Unable to fathom his intentions, even negotiation was impossible. His thin, translucent wings trembled slightly, carrying an unconcealed anxiety and urgency. Just as the beetle was restlessly hovering in the bottle, the office door opened. The beetle immediately retreated into the wood chips, poking out half its head to watch the professor return. He first sat down behind his desk, gazing thoughtfully at the right-hand drawer, which held an old diary. The beetle's antennae twitched constantly, and Skeeter assumed he was reviewing his day's events, preparing to write them down. This surprised her slightly. The professor had once kept a diary, but it had been a long time since he'd opened the old one. Melvin hadn't opened his diary tonight either. Instead, he traced his fingertips across the desk, faintly sketching the shapes of skulls and serpents. Tom Riddle's diligent explanation of the dark mark had two goals in mind. First, to determine the state of Voldemort's soul by its condition. Second, to pave the way for himself, so that when Voldemort returned, he could seize control of the mark with a simple flick of his finger. Ultimately, The Dark Lord was the true master of the Dark Mark. Melvin sought to create a new mark, one uniquely his own, replacing the core with his own symbol. However, the magic proved more profound and elusive than he anticipated, involving the fusion of soul and magic, and he struggled to find the right path. How had Tom Riddle done it? How could a 16-year-old student reach the secrets of the soul? Melvin glanced at his right-hand drawer, pondering for a moment. Without removing his diary, he pressed his coat pocket, pushed open the door, and left the office. The beetle in the glass bottle slowly poked its head out. Its antennae patterned like glasses. The passage from the bathroom to the Chamber of Secrets opened again. Deep underground, in a sealed room before the old wizard statue, Melvin mixed a silver-white potion with his memories, releasing a misty vapor through which emanated the rhythmic hiss of a serpent. The Slytherin stone statue gradually opened its mouth, spitting out a venomous snake with dark green and black scales. It slithered down the statue's robes and cane, its thick scales scraping against the stonework with a low, grinding sound. Swish, the basilisk landed on the ground and slithered closer. Two round golden eyes were set on either side, their pupils slit-like. Its forked, crimson-black tongue occasionally darted out, emitting a foul, pungent stench. This wasn't Melvin's first time facing the basilisk, but each time he did, he was still struck by its presence. The basilisk's eyes were cold, and it lowered its head slightly, revealing a horned water snake egg, protected by its scales. It was barely larger than a goose egg. Its dull gray hue completely vanished, leaving only a frosted white like moonlight. A faint, yet distinct, alien magic pulsed within. The unhatched creature seemed to sense Melvin's gaze, its entire egg trembling slightly with intense excitement. Sensing movement overhead, the basilisk immediately closed its scales, covering the egg, and raised its head, hissing and spitting out its tongue at Melvin. Melvin said he didn't understand, that there was no way to communicate, but he had another way to win the snake over. I went to the Forbidden Forest with some students tonight and ran into a group of giant acromantula spiders. I happened to pick up some roasted spiders and brought them to you for dinner. Regardless of whether the basilisk understood, Melvin chattered to himself, opening his coat pockets, grasping the corners and shaking them, and a dozen or so black objects fell out. When it was emptied from the bag, it was only slightly larger than a fist, but when it hit the ground, it swelled to the size of a carriage. A dozen giant acromantulae were piled together, their limbs curled up, their shells charred black. The basilisk's bright yellow eyes moved, radiating a brilliant light. The burnt black ray bristles had a distinct burnt smell, and the crispy carapace shattered with a collision, revealing the cheesy spider meat inside, similar to crab legs and lobster meat, still warm and fragrant. Slime-like saliva flowed from the basilisk's mouth, pattering onto the ground before being slurped back up. It was a truly unbearable sight. Melvin waved his hand dismissively, making room for it to eat. Take your time eating. I'll go to the statue and see if there are any Slytherin relics left for the younger generation of the school. The basilisk had already opened its bloody mouth and began to enjoy its dinner. Unlike other animals, snakes generally don't chew their food. Regardless of the size of their prey, they swallow it whole, forcing it down, then collapse in place, groaning in discomfort for a long time. The acromantula was perfectly sized, slightly larger than the basilisk's head, with ample room for maneuvering. It seemed designed to be a basilisk's food. It was stuffed whole into its mouth, pressed firmly, and slithered down its digestive tract. The carapace crackled with a crunch. Although Melvin had never tasted it, he had heard that this high-protein food often tasted like chicken. Crunch! The basilisk swallowed another acromantula and lazily looked toward the statue, narrowing its eyes slightly, its bright yellow gaze fixed on the young wizard. It wasn't actually sure if this wizard was the heir of Slytherin. In the past, wizards who opened the Chamber of Secrets would communicate in Parseltongue, a direct command, to urge the creature to leave the chamber and act according to their wishes. In reality, Slytherin had left it in the Chamber of Secrets simply to guard it. He hadn't instructed it to follow the heir's orders, nor had he instructed it to kill any students. It was simply willing to cooperate because of its Parseltongue. This wizard couldn't speak Parseltongue, but the branch he brought was imbued with its master's magic, and so it was willing to cooperate. Melvin had already circled the statue, then, with a subtle touch of his robe, summoned a whirlwind to the statue's head and floated into its dark maw. As the basilisk's lair, the stone walls had been worn smooth by scales over the past millennia. Stone dust mixed with an unknown dust, permeating the air with a lingering, rich odor. But that was all. Melvin wandered twice inside the lair, finding nothing else. He couldn't tell whether Slytherin had left no relics or if Voldemort had already taken them all. After all, he's not the true heir. Melvin shook his head, turned, and floated out of the statue's maw, glancing down at the feasted basilisk below. Filled with a dozen giant spiders, his abdomen swelled, now more than half the thickness of his torso. From a stout snake, he became a fat one, sprawled lazily on the ground, barely able to move. The basilisk, sensing his disdain, rolled over, ignoring him. Hermione slowly opened her eyes, a blur of pure white before her eyes. Her head was still a little dizzy, like the feeling of waking up from a late Christmas Eve night and sleeping too long the next day, leaving her body and mind mismatched. She felt light and airy, her thoughts sluggish, her body languishing. She hadn't believed in heaven or the afterlife before, but coming to Hogwarts and encountering ghosts had changed her mind. Is this what a ghost feels like? The young witch, a little dazed, thought of Nick, who had nearly lost his head, and instinctively felt his neck. She felt it. It was intact and warm. Is I still alive? Hermione's consciousness gradually returned, her surroundings clearing. She lay in the school infirmary's ward, the faint morning light filtering through the glass windows, the scent of herbs lingering in her mouth and nose. She propped herself up and leaned against the headboard, examining her limbs and torso. Aside from muscle aches and minor scrapes, she didn't have any other injuries. Do you feel fear now? Just as Hermione was stunned, Madame Pomfrey pushed the door open, her face stern and her tone stern. Weren't we surrounded by acromantulas? Hermione recalled the situation before she lost consciousness and looked at the school nurse in panic. Where's Professor Lewynter? He and we, Melvin should be punished too. He's a professor, but he's fooling around with students. Madame Pomfrey interrupted her, twisting her arm to examine it, prying her eyes open and pinching her fingers, leaving Hermione no room to resist. I really don't understand what young people are thinking these days, doing such ridiculous things with students. What do you mean by teaching you a lesson? I think you should have been caught and put in detention from the beginning. You Gryffindors, teach us a lesson, Hermione said softly. She'd actually suspected something similar, that the professor's capture was meant to teach them a lesson. But as the battle intensified, until the acromantulas surrounded them and the professor didn't show up, she dismissed the idea. Now that she thought about it, it was exactly what Professor Lewin would do. Hermione pursed her lips, twitching the corners in a silent smile. Open your mouth. Just as she was rejoicing at her survival, Madame Pomfrey pinched her cheek, pried open her mouth, and poured a bottle of blue potion. It had a strong minty scent, and almost a hint of slug, something she'd smelled in potions class. Bitter and cold, the little witch shuddered, her face wrinkling tightly. Keep quiet. I'll check back in half an hour. If everything's fine, you can be discharged. Okay, Hermione nodded obediently, watching Madame Pomfrey leave. Seeing her two friends lying next to her, she suddenly remembered, wasn't there a Quidditch match today? In the Hogwarts library, Melvin was searching the restricted section for books on the dark arts, finding much to her delight. Tom Riddle's teachings were practical, focusing on the practice of the dark arts. His spellbook focused on the principles of magic and soul resonance, exploring the cruelty inherent in actual dark magic practice and the effects of long-term spellcasting on personality. Combined with psychological insights, his understanding of the dark arts deepened significantly. Melvin could now cast spells like the unforgivable curses with ease. However, he still hadn't made any progress with the dark mark. This spell, which involves the understanding of one's own soul and that of others, was more complex than expected. He tried adjusting and modifying the functional areas of the outer shell, but even drastic additions and deletions failed to affect the core. Carrying a tome analyzing the dark arts of Hellbow, he took a seat by the window. He heard cheers from the stadium in the distance. The game seemed to be reaching a crucial moment. To avoid Professor McGonagall's glare, Melvin chose to sit out. I wonder if Harry has been discharged from the hospital yet? I vaguely remember that the match was rigged by a house elf, aided by a certain incompetent professor. If Harry were to participate, he would still be spending the night in the infirmary. Melvin shook his head and chuckled, then flipped open the book, lost in the world of dark arts. After an indeterminate amount of time, he noticed someone taking a seat next to him. He looked up, a bit surprised. Hermione? Why are you here? Is the game over? Hermione's expression was complicated, the bludger was tampered with, lost control, and hot Harry. Professor Lockhart rushed to help, but his spell went awry and he ripped out Harry's hand bones. Oh, "So what do you want to talk to me about?" Melvin replied, turning another page. Hermione unconsciously glanced at the page and saw record of a dark wizard. The last sentence read, "After the despicable Herpo hatched a basilisk, he was constantly exposed to dark arts, his mental state was very unstable, and his soul may have been torn apart." Hermione ignored him and whispered, "Professor, you deliberately made us face the acromantula, didn't you?" Melvin hummed, "So you could put into practice what you learned in remedial classes. Did you know from the beginning that questioning Aragog would yield no results?" Hermione looked up at the professor's expression. She actually wanted to ask him if he knew the truth about Myrtle's death. Was their investigation also a gamble arranged by the professor? "I guessed a little," Melvin nodded. "After all, acromantulas are beasts. Unlike centaurs and unicorns, beasts rarely become friends with wizards. Even when Hagrid was wrongfully expelled, the spider didn't step forward to point out the true murderer, let alone you young wizards." "Really?" Hermione, still a little unwilling, asked a few more probing questions, but the second year was still too naive in front of the professor, and in the end, without getting the answers she wanted, she had no choice but to leave. Melvin watched the little witch disappear into the distance, then looked down at the records in the book, lost in thought. Is there any connection between the soul contained in the Horcrux and the soul imprinted in the mark? Chapter 140, Dialogue with Ghost. "We won. Harry, we won. You flew so well, catching the snitch at the last moment." You didn't see Malfoy's expression. He looked like he wanted to kill someone. A clean and tidy hospital bed was placed in the middle of the infirmary ward. The Quidditch teammates surrounding the bed had not had time to change out of their team robes, their faces flushed by their gold and red cloaks, as did Ron, Seamus, and Dean. George and Fred had brought candy and pumpkin juice, and they were planning to have a joyous celebration party. First-year Colin could only stand on the periphery. More than a dozen people crowded the narrow ward, holding cameras bigger than their heads to freeze the smiles on their faces, and also took pictures of Madame Pomfrey's livid face at the door. Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, had only gone out to prepare some medicine, and when she came back with a bone spirit on the silver tray, she couldn't squeeze in. "Merlin, are you going to rip open the ceiling of the school infirmary?" Madame Pomfrey roared. "Get out. All non-essential personnel get out. The child needs rest. He has 33 bones to grow." In this room, the school nurse's authority is greater than that of the headmaster. Even Professor McGonagall has to give way. A group of students put down their candies and pumpkin juice and left the ward in disgrace. "This is outrageous. He was just discharged this morning, and he's back just a few hours later. What's wrong with young wizards these days? In my opinion, Quidditch should be cancelled. This sport is too dangerous. Minerva and the others don't know how to take proper precautions," Madame Pomfrey muttered to herself as she poured a bottle of bone spirit into his mouth. The liquid seemed to be burning, spicy and hot, choking Harry and making him cough repeatedly. He drank half a cup of pumpkin juice in one breath before he recovered. "Rest well. Growing bones is not pleasant." Madame Pomfrey finished her examination, collected her tray, and left. "I'll be outside. Call me if you need anything." Suddenly, Harry was alone in the ward. Lying on his bed, he stared at the ceiling, convinced that Madame Pomfrey was right. Growing bones was truly unpleasant. His arms felt limp and powerless, and the slightest movement caused a stabbing pain. Damn it! Who cast that spell on the bludger? This morning's match had been extremely tense. Slytherin's aggressive tactics had tampered with the bludger, putting them behind early on. The situation on the field was so bleak, and he was so eager to win the match that he ignored all chances. In the end, just as he caught the golden snitch, the bludger knocked him off his broom. Malfoy had threatened to fight him fairly before the match, so it couldn't have been him. Who else could it be? The Slytherin players didn't seem like good people. Harry, filled with resentment, gradually fell into deep sleep. Harry sat up abruptly, thinking it was the pain in his arm that had woken him. The dim nightlight shone into the ward, blurring his vision. His arm felt like it was being pricked by needles, and the room was so quiet he could only hear the pounding of his heart. Then, in the darkness, he felt someone gently wiping his forehead with a damp cloth. Harry groggily asked, "Is that Madame Pomfrey?" "What's wrong?" a slightly shrill voice replied. "Nothing, I just had a dream," Harry replied automatically. His throat felt dry, and a cold sweat broke out. He took the cup offered by the figure in the darkness and gulped down half of it. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he noticed something strange about the figure next to him. "Who the hell are you?" Harry quickly recognized the mysterious visitor and exclaimed, "Dobby." With a snap of fingers, the bedside light in the ward came on, illuminating the face of the house elf. It was similar in build to the goblins at Gringotts, only about 2 to 3 feet tall, but thinner, its gray-green skin pale and wrinkled. Its head was disproportionately large for its small frame, its 2 round green eyes prominent. Its nose was long and pointed, like a woodpecker's beak, and its ears were shaped like bat wings, large and thin, with a comical effect when they fluttered. It was it that had broken into the Dursleys' house during the summer vacation, prompting Uncle Vernon to lock it up. If it hadn't helped Ron and the others, he might still be imprisoned. Harry was a little annoyed. He hadn't even dealt with it yet, and it had dared to come to Hogwarts. Dobby stared at him, tears overflowing from his eye sockets and rolling down his long nose. He sobbed and said, "Harry Potter went back to school after all." He didn't listen to Dobby's warning. He obviously didn't catch the train. "Why didn't he go home?" "How do you know I didn't catch the train?" Harry was stunned for a moment, looking at its guilty and self-blaming look. His mind moved, a little unbelievable. "It was you who did it. It was you who blocked the platform." It is difficult for house elves to lie, and when they feel guilty, they can't help but punish themselves. In just a few words, Harry learned the truth. It was it that blocked the platform in the first place, and it was also the culprit that caused the bludger to go out of control today. The reason for all this is because it revered himself and wanted to save himself. "There's a conspiracy, sir. Something terrible is about to happen at Hogwarts," Dobby said in a trembling voice. "Someone has made a deal with the professor in the castle. The Dark Lord's relics have been brought into the castle. History is about to repeat itself, and someone will be harmed." Dobby spoke all this in one breath, a look of terror on his face. He then grabbed the water glass on the bedside table and banged his head against it repeatedly. "Bad Dobby! Bad Dobby! You've revealed your master's secrets." Disloyal house elf, Harry was stunned. The house elf before him was ruthless in its self-harm, as if it were about to smash its head. He quickly reached out to stop it. Holding the water glass in one hand and its wrist with the other, Harry thought for a moment and asked tentatively, "Who is that?" "Who is the professor who made the deal?" "Dobby can't tell, sir. Dobby absolutely can't tell." Dobby's ugly head shook, twitching like a man with epilepsy. Just as it was about to bang its head against a cabinet, it suddenly froze in place and looked out at the corridor. Familiar footsteps approached, then slowly faded away. It must have been Madame Pomfrey, on her night patrol. Dobby must go. With a loud crack of air, the house elf vanished. Harry stared blankly at the dimly lit ward, leaning against the headboard, his mind replaying Dobby's words. A dark wizard had made a deal with the professor, bringing back Voldemort's relics to murder students. Harry recalled the scene at Borgin and Burke's. Could it be Professor Lewynter? Obviously not. Professor Lewynter had encouraged them to investigate the truth and restore Hagrid's reputation, even accompanying them to the spider's den and rescuing them from the spider's maw. Could it be Lockhart, the new arrival this year? Quite possible, but he was a complete idiot. Who would make a deal with him? What was Voldemort's relic? And who was he trying to kill? The more Harry sorted out his thoughts, the more questions he had. By the end, his head ached, and he couldn't even care less about the growing pains. The next morning, after being discharged from the hospital, Harry found Ron and Hermione having breakfast in the Great Hall and eagerly relayed the news he'd heard from Dobby. "Hermione, Ron, which professor do you think might be making deals with dark wizards outside the school to murder students?" Harry asked in a low voice, glancing discreetly at the professors in the guest of honor table. "Of course it's the old bat," Ron answered without hesitation. Hermione's delicate brows knitted together as she mentally sorted out the information she had so far, but it was all tangled like the threads of a necromantula, seemingly incoherent. They finished their breakfast uninspired, and by the time they left the Great Hall, they hadn't yet come up with any useful clues. Hermione planned to go to the library and try her luck with a chance encounter with a rogue professor, while Harry and Ron planned to return to the common room to catch up on their homework. They were spending the weekend together, so how did Hermione manage to finish it? Just as the three were about to say goodbye at the staircase, a translucent, phantom head descended from the ceiling. "Harry, my dear Harry," Ron stared at it in horror. "Nick, are you trying to scare the crap out of my breakfast?" Nearly headless Nick passed through the wall and floated in front of the three, his smile a bit awkward. "Halloween is coming soon, and it's also the anniversary of my 500th death. I'd like to invite you to my death day party." The three young wizards' eyes widened. October 30th, evening. Tomorrow is Halloween, and also the 500th anniversary of Ghost Nick's death. Sir Nicholas de Mimsy-Porpington, in the late 15th century, before the Statute of Secrecy, served as a wizard in the Muggle court. While fixing the teeth of a noble, he miscast a spell, causing Lady Grieve to grow fangs, and was sentenced to beheading. He was caught on the spot by palace guards, who confiscated his wand, leaving Porpington unable to resist and escape, meeting his death in despair. Even worse, the executioner's axe, blunt and rusted, failed to completely remove his head, leaving behind a sticky layer of flesh. This prevented him from joining the Headless Hunters, earning him the nickname Nearly Headless Nick. Ghosts have no regard for time, and they don't usually celebrate their own death anniversaries. However, this year's 500th anniversary was a significant event, and Nick wanted to seize this opportunity to showcase himself and gain acceptance into the Headless Hunters. Hogwarts held 2 Halloween dinners this year, a regular gathering for teachers and students in the Great Hall, and a gathering of ghosts underground. At the Gryffindor table, Harry sat at the table, scooping a spoonful of pudding into his mouth, savoring it while surveying the Great Hall's decorations. The Great Hall was decked out as usual. A half-moon shone from the magical dome. Live bats and candles floated in the air, and giant jack-o'-lanterns lined the corners. Next door, Justin and Ernie were discussing the Skeleton Dance Troupe's performance tomorrow night. Harry felt a little regretful for accepting Nick's invitation. He turned to look at his 2 friends nearby. "Why did we agree to Nick and attend his death day?" Ron raised his hand. "I'm going to gather inspiration for my script. Last week, they dragged him to the Acromantula's lair to die, and he missed the drama club audition. He had finally managed to get an opportunity through much persuasion. If he could help write a script that satisfied the professor, Neville would recommend him for a re-interview. A death day party where ghosts gather must have many stories." Hermione was equally excited. "I'm sure few living people have ever attended such a party. It's a rare and wonderful experience." Harry sighed, feeling that the pudding was bland. At 7 p.m., a unique ghost party quietly began in the dungeons of Hogwarts Castle. The venue is decorated to resemble the Great Hall, but while the Great Hall had warm colors, this place was dominated by cool tones. Hundreds of candles burned silently, emitting a dim blue glow that made the underground seem even more eerie. The flames were cold, and the air grew colder the further in. The ghost band played a variety of unpleasant sounds. The scraping of nails on a chalkboard served as the prelude, the creaking of spikes scraping against glass added to the mix, bones being crushed inch by inch served as drum beats, and the wails of wailing banshees served as harmony. It was a terrifying experience. "Welcome. Welcome, my dear friends." Nearly Headless Nick stood at the doorway, greeting the guests and bowing to them. Harry, Ron, and Hermione clutched their coats, forcing polite smiles. Their breath formed a white mist as they trembled as they entered the venue. They found it packed with hundreds of translucent ghosts, dancing a waltz to strange music. Just as they were about to find a place to hide, Hermione spotted an unexpected figure from the corner of her eye. She quickly turned around and pulled her 2 friends over. Harry and Ron exclaimed in a low voice, "Professor Lewin." Melvin turned his head at the voice, nodded and smiled at them, then continued talking to McGray about the previous topic. Wizard portraits are works of art created by magic, which can imitate the personality, behavior patterns and partial memories of the person being painted. They can interact with people, talk, sing, tell jokes, and even provide advice. But portraits lack independent consciousness, cannot form new memories, and have no emotional depth, so they are not real life. The 3 little ones lowered their heads and huddled behind the professor. Harry and Ron were dizzy, and Hermione couldn't keep up with his thoughts. Ms. Gray frowned and nodded slightly, maintaining due respect for the young professor who had recovered his crown. "We've been discussing portraits for 10 minutes now, but I'm sorry, Mr. Lewin, I don't understand what you're trying to say." "I mean," Melvin looked her in the eye, "that ghosts, as the posthumous incarnation of a wizard, can be considered another form of portrait." Seeing the ghost seem slightly displeased, he apologized. "No offense, this is just a personal thought that came to me while studying magic recently." Ms. Gray's clear, crystal blue eyes shone with a strange brilliance, and she nodded for him to continue. "They retain some of their memories, personality, and emotions from their lifetime and can interact with the living, but they can't learn new magic or touch physical objects. They can only linger in places they walked before. Their personalities change due to regrets, and some ghosts even become extreme and irritable. This makes me very curious. Are ghosts truly the wizard's soul? Melvin paused. Or are ghosts, like portraits, merely a part of the wizard left behind in the mortal world, while the true soul has already departed? Chapter 141, Thoughts on the Soul. In the dim and chilly dungeon, though it was a ghost's death day party, the house elves had been asked to help with the decor, providing special decorations and food. Special candles cast a light colder than the night, illuminating rotting, maggot-infested goat stomachs, moldy, green fuzzed cheese, and tombstone-shaped cakes of unknown origin. Besides the ghosts lingering around the school, Nick had also invited friends from out of town. Wizards from across Britain had attended Hogwarts, and even though they no longer resided there after death, they had returned upon receiving the invitation, both to celebrate Nick's 500th death anniversary and to reminisce about their time at the school. For many ghosts, this was their first return to the school since graduation. In life, they were too busy with their lives to return. In death, as ghosts, with plenty of time, returning would be difficult to experience the same emotions as the living. Nick, the protagonist of Death Day, diligently greeted the passing ghosts. With the exception of the headless hunters, all the other guests had arrived. They happily returned to the main stage, only to find that the band had stopped playing at some point, and the party had fallen silent. The room was so still that one could hear the breathing of the living. The ghosts, usually ablaze with howling, gathered in a corner, silently listening to the conversation between the young professor and a female ghost. The translucent ghost stood quietly by the window, her long, flowing hair flowing naturally, her robes a cool grayish-white hue, exuding the wisdom and elegance of Ravenclaw. "Professor, are you saying that I am not my true self, but merely a magical creation that inherited memories from my past life?" Miss Grey's voice was soft, tinged with sadness. Melvin shook his head. "I don't understand ghosts or the afterlife. These are just random fantasies I've come up with while researching soul magic and flipping through old magic books." "Madam, don't worry about it, perhaps you're right," Miss Grey said, her face expressionless, a hint of distance etched across her translucent features. Recalling something, she looked at the young professor. "My mother's four founders also explored the soul and the afterlife during their lifetimes. With their wisdom and talents, they each made different discoveries in these areas, but they ultimately chose to accept death with equanimity and left no magical portraits." Melvin nodded, having also observed this. Even the sorting hat left by Gryffindor only imbued it with the thoughts and spirits of the four houses, not their memories. Even Slytherin, the most enigmatic of the four, displayed the demeanor of a legendary wizard in the face of death. His ability to breed and hatch basilisks demonstrated his deep study of Herpo's dark arts, and he certainly had dabbled in Horcruxes, but he chose not to follow that path. Lady Grey nodded slightly, her posture reserved, a hint of subtle pride emanating from her. "I happen to know some research that may be of assistance to you, Professor Lewynter." Suddenly, a low, raspy voice echoed from the side, and another ghostly figure floated forward. Harry and the others felt a chill run down their spines, as if they had fallen into a frozen black lake, only to be quickly pulled out by a giant squid. "It's the Bloody Baron," Ron said tremblingly. Hermione looked up at the ghost who had taken Slytherin. A translucent blue figure. Broad-shouldered and thin, his face pale and gaunt, his brow slightly furrowed in a constant frown, a look of hidden pain. He wore medieval aristocratic attire, a doublet, trousers, a cloak, and a bloody chain, making him a formidable presence. As the Bloody Baron approached, the Grey Lady immediately levitated, her ethereal form passing through the stone wall and disappearing into the Death Day party. The blood-stained ghost sighed, his gloomy aura growing heavier. Instead of chasing after him as usual, Melvin whispered a few words to the Ravenclaw lady, entrusting her research to her. After finishing his words, Barrow asked, somewhat bewilderedly, "Professor Levent, does the afterlife really exist?" 1,000 years had passed, yet he still remembered Lady Ravenclaw, lying on her deathbed, begging him to bring Helena back. Such a great witch, even if she couldn't cure the disease, could at least delay death, but she didn't even wait for his return, and neither mother nor daughter even had a chance to say goodbye. Such a heartbreaking regret. Lady Ravenclaw didn't even leave behind a ghost. So many legendary and gifted wizards had chosen to enter the afterlife with equanimity, which made him suspicious. If ghosts were truly merely magical creations inheriting a wizard's memories, then had the true wizard's soul already departed, and had Helena and Lady Ravenclaw reunited in that world? That shouldn't be asked of me. You've experienced death, and you should have your own answer, Melvin patiently replied. They say ghosts are unwilling souls of the dead, wandering the world for fear of death. But Mr. Barrow clearly doesn't fear death. You know best why you're lingering at Hogwarts. Barrow and the other ghosts in the classroom fell into deep thought. Many of them didn't truly fear death. They'd been ghosts for so long they'd almost forgotten the reasons they'd initially refused to accept it. Regrets, resentment, and longing had all faded in the vast river of time. Melvin looked up at the dazed, blood-stained ghost and paused. But I can answer that question. The afterlife is real. Wizards who die naturally pass through a transit point called the Mirage. By following that path, you reach the afterlife. Barrow's hollow eyes gleamed silver. How do you get there? Wizards can reach it through death, but I can't tell you how ghosts should get there. Melvin's tone was filled with uncertainty. Perhaps you don't need to search, and you can't find it. The Mirage isn't a real place. You should find your own path, the Bloody Baron muttered, his figure drifting away, disappearing silently through the wall. The other ghosts repeated the same words, surging toward the young professor. The three young wizards watched silently from the side, observing their conversation and question-and-answer session. The ghosts were primarily inquiring about the existence of the afterlife and the ethereal realm. The professor couldn't offer any answers, simply referring to an ancient wizarding record he'd seen in a library book, though he couldn't quite recall the specific book. Occasionally, Melvin would take the reins. Since wizards didn't have a detailed and specific definition of the soul, he began by explaining the Muggle concept of the soul. The Muggle philosopher Plato believed that the soul is divided into three parts, responsible for reason, passion, and desire. Reason corresponds to wisdom, responsible for thinking, decision-making, and the pursuit of truth. A ghost from Eagle House remarked, "Sounds like the spirit of Ravenclaw." Melvin nodded. Passion involves emotion, honor, and courage. It's a bit like a combination of the spirits of Gryffindor and Slytherin, Nick said. Desire drives basic needs, eating and sleeping, enjoying music, and appreciating beauty. You could think of it as the Hufflepuff personality, Melvin explained patiently, then raised a question. While ghosts inherit their memories from their previous lives, they can't learn new magic or knowledge. They've lost their wisdom. The passage of time has eroded their passions, altering their personalities. Some ghosts even become paranoid and irritable. As for your past preferences, having lost senses like taste and touch, are your current preferences the same as they were in life? If you were given another chance to be sorted, which house do you think you'd be sorted into? Do you really retain your former souls? Most ghosts were unable to answer and could only lapse into silence. When the headless hunters, riding ghost horses, burst through the stone wall, they encountered this hushed scene. The ghosts in the room stared at each other, stunned, their faces fixed on the table, their expressions incomprehensible. They wanted to approach but hesitated. The musicians, watching the eerie, terrifying tones of their musical saws, looked with a wistful nostalgia. Patrick leaned over and heard one of them mutter, "When we were alive, we played the violin." Even Nick, the host of this Death Day event and eager to join the group, froze in his place, lost in thought as he stared at the words spelled out in tar icing on the cake. Sir Nicholas Demency Porpington died October 31st, 1492. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. Melvin said goodbye to Nick and returned to the Great Hall. The Halloween dinner was still going on, and he even caught the last of the fruit pudding. Because tomorrow was the weekend and there were no classes, Dumbledore suggested delaying lights out a little. The deputy headmaster had had a few too many drinks tonight, and Professor McGonagall, looking slightly tipsy, remained silent. The students continued to party until midnight, then, under the guidance of the house prefects, returned to the common room. Melvin followed the end of the Ravenclaw group. After causing a little stir, he calmed the anxious Marietta, asked about the drama club's progress, and discussed a thesis with the Muggle Studies students. The number of young wizards surrounding him suddenly decreased significantly. The Ravenclaw common room is located in a tower outside the castle. To enter, one must correctly answer a logic riddle posed by an eagle-shaped bronze knocker. This was a rule set by Ravenclaw herself, believing it to be safer than using specific phrases. Ravenclaw students all believe in their exceptional intelligence, but occasionally, when a student is unable to answer, they must sneak in behind their classmates. This, however, is considered humiliating. With the exception of Professor Flitwick, other professors rarely visit the Ravenclaw common room, and naturally, they rarely solve the knocker's puzzles. The young wizards eagerly awaited Professor Lewin's performance, Even better, if they were stumped. Reaching the round archway, the young wizards paused, silently glancing at the young professor at the end of the line. Melvin was amused by the eager faces. Many of them were familiar faces. Penelope, Roger, Cho, and even Marietta, who usually couldn't look him in the eye, was secretly observing him. It seemed he would have to wait until the holidays to explore Ravenclaw's research. But he didn't turn away. Since we're here, Melvin stood before the archway and knocked on the bronze knocker. A cold female voice echoed, "I exist within everyone, yet no one possesses me alone. The larger I am, the more I share with others, the more I grow." What am I? Melvin paused for a moment. Knowledge. With a click, the archway swung open. Pausing at the lounge door, Melvin prepared to make way when he heard a boisterous cheer from the students behind him. After a moment's thought, he pulled a piece of parchment from his pocket, tapped his wand, and pressed it against the door. After the professor left, the Ravenclaw students eagerly gathered around and saw a puzzle. Theseus is a ship that gradually deteriorates over time. To keep it sailing, sailors constantly replace its planks, masts, ropes, and other parts, until eventually all the original parts are replaced by new ones. Question: is this ship, with all its parts replaced, still the original Theseus? If not, at what point did it lose its original identity? Ride my steed and charge. Farewell, my comrades. If you need a noble heart and muscles of steel, remember to call me Circa Duggan. In the Muggle Studies classroom, the drama club was rehearsing. After considering the life experiences of ghosts and portraits across the school, they ultimately chose Circa Duggan's story, as it could represent unwavering courage. Everyone says that I was able to become a Knight of the Round Table thanks to Merlin's connections. But my courage will prove that I have fought for this knighthood with my own efforts. Wyvern, you fire-breathing beast, prepare to die, here I come. My heart is burning with a fearless fighting spirit. Oh my god, that's terrible. My wand, which is made of blackthorn, with a core made of a giant's beard, and is 9 inches long, was burned to ashes by your flames. You also swallowed my warhorse in one gulp. Although my armor is torn, my lance is broken, my wand is burned, and my warhorse is gone, I will never retreat. Come on, little ponies grazing on the roadside, let's rush towards the evil wyvern together. Marietta and Neville were guarding the periphery, looking at the already well-prepared performance, and they felt a sense of accomplishment, with a little pride on their faces. I think I can report to the professor now. What do you think, Neville? Well, they have saved all this up bit by bit, without relying on the professor at all. At this moment, a figure pushed the door open outside the classroom. Before he even got close, the students in the drama club felt a little dazzled. The bright golden wavy hair was combed meticulously, the buttons on the gorgeous blue robe were shining, and the leather boots were reflecting light. Lockhart raised his signature perfect smile, revealing a row of flawless white, neat and dazzling teeth. I heard that you were looking for a good story, right? How can the story of a knight who can only shout slogans rely on coincidence to defeat a wyvern in a miserable way compare to the story of a veteran adventurer who relies on wisdom and courage to defeat dark creatures and protect the villagers? I have a total of 5 stories like this here. The person who experienced the story is always available to provide consultation and guidance. He has a large fan base of the original work. I can also contact many journalist friends to ensure that your drama performance is popular. Professor Lewynter of your drama club also wants to cooperate with me. Seeing Marietta showing a hesitant expression, Neville took the initiative to step forward and pushed Lockhart out of the door. Sorry, Professor, our script has been finalized. Bang! Lockhart looked at the heavily closed classroom door, his face flushed, and anger emerged. The drama club's affairs were announced a long time ago, and he just thought it was just a small fight by Melvin to train students. He didn't expect that they would really make a big fuss. Considering the possibility of being on the screen, he was willing to provide guidance free of charge, but he didn't expect these students to refuse. Lockhart planned to find the person in charge of the drama club and the Magic Mirror Club directly. Chapter 142 Memory Replacement. The castle seemed especially quiet on weekends. The middle and upper school students had gone to Hogsmeade, leaving the corridors empty. Lockhart walked along the street, watching the younger students outside playing in the fields and by the Black Lake. A cold north wind blew softly. The sounds of the drama club rehearsals faded in the wind. Flitwick has the Toad Choir, and Lewynter has the drama club, so they're popular with the students. The more Lockhart thought about it, the more it made sense. If I want to increase my influence among the student body, To stand out in front of the entire school, I have to establish my own club, wizard chess, gobstones, Quidditch, choir, and drama club. These are all ordinary, mundane activities. They can't showcase my unique talents. I need a stage, I need to be able to show off my prowess, and they need to be captivated by me. Lockhart walked, muttering to himself. The more he thought about it, the happier he felt. His perfect smile grew brighter, and his eyebrows danced with joy. Arriving at the door of the Muggle Studies office, he had already thought of what he was going to do. Lockhart straightened his collar, adjusted the arc of his smile to just the right degree, and raised his hand to knock on the door. Knock knock, come in. Melvin was standing in front of the shelf, putting fresh young tree buds picked from the greenhouse into a glass bottle, replacing the clean water in the bottle cap, closing the glass jar, turning to look at the professor of dark arts studies who came in, and raised his eyebrows. Professor Lockhart? Is there something you want to talk to me about, Beetle? Melvin, your hobby is quite unusual. Lockhart glanced at the glass bottle, and sat down at the desk with a smile. When I came here, I saw the drama club rehearsing. You know, they plan to use Sir Cadogan's experience as a script. It's a story about a foolish knight who was supposed to die in the dragon's mouth, but by chance he pierced the dragon's tonsils, causing the two-legged dragon to choke and triggering an explosion of dragon's breath. Melvin returned to the desk and sat down. He poured him a cup of black tea and motioned for him to continue. The old-fashioned story of praising courage through reckless behavior is really boring, don't you think? Lockhart disparaged it mercilessly, and then brought out his own story. My adventures are completely different. I use different methods to deal with different monsters, wisdom, courage and magic. Before Melvin was persuaded, he became excited first. The hot steam of the black tea was curling, and Lockhart's face flushed. It will be very popular if it is adapted into a TV series and put on the screen, Melvin. A wizard like you will definitely see the prospects of these stories, right? Melvin shook the teacup, his face hidden behind the smoke. Well, Professor Lockhart, we talked about this before. You know, it's a bit difficult. I know. Lockhart couldn't wait to take out two small glass bottles from his pocket. MRS. Edgecombe is helping at the Ministry of Magic. I need to provide detailed memories of the adventure. I have been busy with this matter since our last conversation. You are right. There are indeed many contents that are not convenient to make public, so I made deletions and modifications based on your video last year. Look at this. The glass bottle shone bright silver with a pearly sheen, floating lightly like a suspended mist, rippling and flowing like liquid. Melvin glanced at the glass bottle containing the memory, then at the smiling Lockhart, his eyes somewhat strange. It was certain that these were definitely not Lockhart's memories, but experiences he had stolen from real warriors in remote areas. No wonder Lockhart had been so quiet for the past 2 months, not making any eye-catching noises. It turned out that he was busy stealing memories. Okay, let's take a look. Melvin reached out and summoned the shadow mirror, placing one of the memories into it. Silver mist surged, and a snow-shrouded village appeared in the mirror image. The sound of children crying filled the background. Through conversations with several passing wizards, the topic of the Yeti rampage was brought up. Then, the scene shifted, and Lockhart emerged, braving the blizzard, a dazzling smile on his face. It was a standard adventure story, modeled after last year's footage and even adding background music. However, as a first-time filmmaker and an amateur wizard, many of the shot processing was crude and clumsy, and the background music was rather stilted and sentimental. Remarkably, Lockhart's fabricated memories were flawless, the splicing and editing seamless. Had Melvin not known the protagonist was someone else, he would have been fooled by them. Gilderoy Lockhart indeed, Melvin exclaimed in amazement. You're truly suited to this line of work, Professor Lockhart. If you ask me, it was just a copycat. Lockhart modestly demurred, a genuine, brilliant smile on his face. I'll gather the Magic Mirror Club members for a screening as soon as possible, but you know how efficient the bar owner is. The earliest we can get it done is by Easter in April, Melvin said, seemingly delaying. Lockhart took a sip of his tea and felt a warm current flowing all the way to the depths of his heart, a warm and comfortable feeling, as if he could already see fame and fortune beckoning him. Professor Lockhart, Melvin said, his fingertips circling the glass bottle in his hand, I wonder if you've heard of the puzzle I left at the door of the Ravenclaw common room. You mean the ship of Theseus? Lockhart was stunned, thinking about how to make up some nonsense to fool him. Although I had a legendary water adventure when traveling on the same ship with vampires, and I know sailors and boatmen very well, Muggles and wizards' ships are different. Wizard ships are more complicated to repair. The ship of Theseus you mentioned, it's not about the ship, Melvin couldn't help but interrupt. He really couldn't understand how such a wizard got through the review of those old editors of the publishing house. This ship is just symbolic. It was inspired by Nick's death anniversary party. If the ghost's personality is completely different from when he was alive, how can we guarantee that their souls are still the same souls? Oh, Lockhart showed a look of realization, and then put on the demeanor of an expert. This is similar to what I thought in the book Breaking Up with Female Ghosts. Some ghosts and female ghosts have extreme personalities, and we need to take out some special means to deal with them. Melvin had no intention of correcting his nonsense. What I mean is, if the ship of Theseus can be replaced and the ghost's soul can be changed, then can human memory change the essence of human beings? I don't quite understand. Lockhart frowned, finally giving up pretending to be an expert. As we all know, each person's unique experiences form unique memories. These unique pasts have shaped who we are today. Experiences and memories bring us knowledge, influence our way of thinking, and form our personality. The black tea in Melvin's hand was steaming. Professor Lockhart, if the memories that have a key impact on our personality are replaced, will we change? Lockhart fell into thought, the smile on his face faded, and he picked up the teacup and put it down again, repeating this action several times. Melvin spoke slowly. When I was at Ilvermorny, I was startled by a classmate hiding in the attic. So whenever I went upstairs or turned a corner, I'd be extra careful to see if there were anyone in my blind spot. If I weren't startled by my classmates, would I still keep this habit? Lockhart looked at Melvin, a flicker of something in his dark eyes, an eager encouragement or perhaps a cryptic question? He couldn't tell. As a wizard specializing in only one area, the memory charm, he could hear his heart racing, and new thoughts surfaced. Furthermore, Melvin paused. If Dumbledore were willing to share his memories with me, and I voluntarily discarded some of my own, would I become a wizard like Dumbledore? Lockhart took a sip of his red tea, his heart beating even faster. He didn't have Dumbledore's memories, but he had other memories, the memories of many brave men. Replacing memories is a complex undertaking. Even the slightest carelessness can disrupt a wizard's brain and affect their self-perception. However, Lockhart possessed a mastery of memory magic. He couldn't help but fantasize that if he possessed their memories, he would no longer be the phony adventurer who deceived his readers, but a true hero, a professor admired by his students. I suddenly remembered something important. I'll come back next time, Melvin. Lockhart practically ran out of his office, forgetting to close the door. Melvin stared at the open door, took a sip of his tea, and as the steam lingering on the table finally dissipated, his eyes lit up with anticipation. A cold wind howled across the grounds on Monday morning. Before the bell rang, students had already rushed into the classroom, closing the windows and using the fireplace to ward off the biting chill. The second period of the morning was defense against the dark arts, and Harry found it abysmal, even worse than the previous year when Quirrell was the teacher. Lockhart was unable to teach normally, so the classroom became his stage for boasting and self-promotion. The nearly 10 textbooks were his script, and Harry was practically the golden child of the class. Lockhart was going to tell the story of traveling with ghouls, and he was the weak and silent ghoul. Lockhart was going to act out a vacation with a hag, and he was the screaming hag. Halfway through the semester, he had already acted out a ghost, a troll, a vampire, and a werewolf. The only character he could name was the snowman, because Lockhart planned to save that book for when the snow fell, saying that the cold atmosphere would be easier to engage with. When the bell rang, Harry saw Lockhart walk into the classroom. Lockhart was still wearing his sky blue robe, but he had a cashmere sweater underneath. His expression was calm, and he didn't pretend to be kind, which made him look much more pleasant. He had a thick book tucked under his arm. Judging from the words on the spine, it was the book A Year with the Snowman. Lockhart seemed to sense his gaze and turned to look over. After a moment's thought, he smiled brightly. "Harry, I'm so glad to see you. Good morning, Professor." Harry, somewhat confused by what he meant, watched him walk up to the podium. He turned to his two friends and said, "Do you think Lockhart seems different today?" "He's definitely different," Ron said thoughtfully, his eyes narrowed. You can play the Yeti today." Harry moved aside, a little further away from the guy, worried he might kick him if he went crazy as the Yeti. "I wonder if the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is a Yeti? It would be great if it was one of the ones in the books." There are ready-made ways to deal with them, but they don't have bright yellow eyes, Hermione murmured quietly beside him. Harry remained silent. In the past few weeks of investigation, they had come up empty-handed. They had gathered all the clues they could, but still no useful information. Dobby hadn't appeared again. Hermione spent every spare moment deducing and calculating in her notebook, becoming a bit obsessed. Knock, knock. Lockhart knocked twice on the desk, drawing the class's attention. Good morning, students. The young wizards in the classroom looked at each other, confused. Seeing the bewilderment on their faces, Lockhart seemed to sense their vibrant energy and couldn't help but smile. It wasn't a perfect smile, but it was kind. I've been talking about some dark creatures. I originally planned to leave the snow for the snow, outdoors, but on second thought, that would be too cold. So I'm going to talk about it now, before the snow starts. I hope you'll review it afterward. The classroom gradually quieted. Lockhart isn't performing a play today? Harry frowned. This Lockhart looks strangely familiar, with an air of old-fashionedness, unlike Dumbledore's. He spoke slowly, his movements unhurried, like old Tom from the Leaky Cauldron. Wendy's usually appear in extremely cold regions, in the Himalayas. At their coldest, it's even colder than Hogwarts in the snow. At night, no one goes out, not even to the bathroom, but inside. Do you know why? Lockhart asked. Seamus, in the back row, jumped in. Why? Because it's cold. It's unbearable. If you leave your fingers exposed, the wind will turn them into icy candies in just 10 minutes. What do you mean? They break into pieces if you gently break them, huh? The young wizards shuddered at the thought of such a scene, their interest piqued, and they listened intently. Wendy's appear on snowy nights like these. They can be up to 15 feet tall, with light-colored fur. They lie flat on the ground, blending in with the snow. From a distance, you can't see anything clearly, like a small snowdrift. But when you get close, they suddenly leap up, and even a dozen wizards can't stop them. The classroom fell silent. Lockhart's class was completely different. It had once been a boring role play, filled with empty self-aggrandizement and devoid of practical content. Now, the class had suddenly transformed. Gone were the self-aggrandizements, replaced by detailed and specific scenes, as if told by villagers who had lived in the snowy village for decades, bringing that world straight out of a book. The 2-hour class seemed to pass in the blink of an eye, and the students were immersed in the snow-covered mountain village. In the shadow cast by the Yeti, a thrilling and novel experience. Okay, get out of class is over. Lockhart closed his book and took out his wand. I'll show you a little snowflake magic trick. Watch for the falling snowflakes. As the class watched, he waved and shook his wand, but nothing happened. Lockhart frowned, looking puzzled. He examined his wand, as if something was amiss. Just as he was about to try again, the bell rang. Lockhart waved his hand. Let's stop here and continue in the next class. The students filed out of the classroom. Harry was unusually patient and waited for the other students to leave. He turned to look at his two friends, who looked at each other without blinking. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Self-Awareness. It was midday in the Great Hall. Melvin had finished his morning classes and walked downstairs with several sixth-year students, chatting about the upcoming Christmas holidays. Once in the Great Hall, the young wizards rushed to their respective tables, while the professors of elective courses took their seats at the head table. The headmaster was absent, and Melvin, as usual, chatted with Professors Flitwick, Sprout, and Barbling. The topic revolved around the Theseus puzzle left at the entrance of Ravenclaw Tower that night. Each professor had their own interpretations, extending them to other areas. Professor McGonagall mostly listened, occasionally offering her own opinions. Snape remained silent, unwilling to waste time on unanswered philosophical speculation. Lockhart arrived shortly after. As soon as he took his place at the head table, several perceptive professors noticed a change in him. Lockhart sat in his corner seat, dining alone. Normally, he would have taken the main seat. He didn't comment on their conversation, silently carving his steak with his knife and fork, his signature smile absent, like a calm, old professor. The suspicious glances caught Lockhart's attention. He looked up slightly, giving him a questioning look. Professor McGonagall, clearly aware of or perhaps guessing something, suspected something was wrong with Lockhart's magic. She tentatively asked, "Professor Lockhart, do you remember us?" "Professor McGonagall, you're such a joker." Lockhart smiled and greeted his colleagues in a gentle, appropriate tone. "I'm having a minor problem with my wand. I was just wondering when I could get it fixed at Ollivander's or get a new one." He then returned to his meal, not joining in on the conversation. "That's odd." Flitwick scratched his head. Lockhart had made the head of house the subject of much ridicule by his colleagues back in school. Flitwick still remembered the foolishness of it, how he'd carved his name all over the Quidditch pitch, projected his own portrait into the sky like the Dark Mark, sent himself 800 Valentine's Day cards, and how so much owl droppings and feathers had fallen into his cereal that he'd had to cancel breakfast. Almost a semester had passed, and Lockhart's personality remained the same as it had been in his student days, yet today, he suddenly changed. It was truly puzzling. Several professors were puzzled, but they didn't say much. They spent the next few days quietly observing Lockhart, unsure if he had truly changed or if he was plotting something drastic. Melvin chewed on his tender beef ribs, anticipating further changes in Lockhart. In the field of memory magic, to which the Obliviate spell belonged, Lockhart was a master. Melvin could only speculate on his actions. Which memories had the best-selling author sealed away, and which ones had he woven into him of adventurers and warriors? How long did the Obliviate spell last? Would he deceive himself forever? Flitwick, standing beside him, patted his arm. "Melvin, let's move on to the ship of Theseus. If all the components of an object are replaced, is it still the same thing?" Classes concluded for the day, dinner adjourned, and Professor Lockhart returned to his office. This office was furnished like the others in the castle, a desk, a comfortable chair, walnut bookshelves, and shelves for his personal collection. It was unremarkable, but portraits and photos of him hung everywhere, covering almost every wall, ensuring his perfect smile could be seen from every angle. The bookshelves held his works, special collector's editions with gilded titles and ornate covers. Display cases displayed his newspaper profiles, trophies, and medals, gleaming in the candlelight. For some reason, Lockhart surveyed the room he had furnished and felt less satisfied than usual. But he didn't care. He sighed, removed his formal suit and hung it by the door. He sat down behind his desk, retrieved his wand, and inspected it carefully. He could see nothing wrong with it, but several spells he had tried today had failed. What had gone wrong with a simple ice spell? Lockhart couldn't figure it out. He couldn't remember such a blunder in ages. After graduation, he traveled extensively, collecting adventure stories and adapting them into first-person novels, becoming a moderately famous best-selling author. Inspired by these stories, Lockhart embarked on a true adventure of his own, choosing a snowy village deep in the Himalayas. Looking back, he vividly remembered how he endured those cold nights, how he battled the Yeti, a nearly 3-month battle of wits and courage. Finally, with the help of the villagers, he used his own magic to inflict a cold on the Yeti. Digging through his memories, combined with his limited understanding of magic from his student days, Lockhart slowly waved his wand and whispered the incantation. Snowflakes fall, a few frosty white flakes drifted down, shimmering with light. A smile crossed Lockhart's face. Just as the hour struck, he looked up, catching sight of himself in the mirror, and froze in his tracks, a flood of sealed thoughts welling up in his pupils. Lockhart's smile froze as he digested those sealed memories, rediscovering himself, or rather, finding himself again. This shift in thinking brought with it a strange feeling, a trance, a daze. Recalling today's memories in his mind, a wonderful feeling filled his heart. The exclamations of the students, the adoring expressions of the young witches, and the quizzical chatter of his colleagues, this was what Lockhart had always dreamed of, honor and fame. It seemed as if he had achieved it all through his memory replacement. He waved his wand, and ice crystals scattered like streamers falling on a stage. "I even learned magic." Lockhart looked at himself in the mirror, his brilliant, perfect smile once again blooming. As November arrived, the temperature at Hogwarts began to drop. Rain and snow began to fall. The school hall began serving more hot soups, and many young witches could smell the aroma of cream of mushroom soup even when they burped. Cold desserts were somewhat neglected, only being enjoyed with a little chat once their stomachs were almost full. Although Hermione didn't have many friends, she kept up with the latest trends and knew what was hotly discussed among her classmates, all thanks to her 2 roommates. Lavender and Parvati picked up their food, exchanged a few dishes, commented on them, and began chatting about Lockhart. Professor Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class didn't distinguish between grades, and the content was essentially the same. This arrangement had previously been criticized by many students, but as the Himalayan Yeti story unfolded, and students truly learned, Professor Lockhart's reputation began to change. The professor says that in the Himalayas, if you freeze your fingers, thaw them, and freeze them again, over and over again, they become French fries, Lavender said in a shrill, slightly high-pitched voice that could be heard from the entire area. Parvati, looking at her plate, said, "Can you please stop saying that while I'm eating fish and chips? It's even more like fish and chips with ketchup." Ugh! A commotion erupted from the Hufflepuff table next door, and Hermione calmly reached out and pushed Harry's fries away. "Actually, Professor Lockhart isn't that bad, what do you think, Parvati? But during that early period of the school term, maybe his wand wasn't suitable. It must have been damaged in a previous adventure, just like Neville and Ron in the past. He didn't need to replace it, just repaired it." The conversation also reached Harry's ears. He sprinkled ketchup on the French fries and stuffed them into his mouth one by one, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Could it be that Lockhart is really not a liar? He picked up the fried fish nuggets and was about to taste them when he suddenly felt a chill on his fingers. He shuddered and realized that it was Nick's head that came out from under the long table. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Nick, can you ever come out from above again? I thought my fingers were frozen into French fries." Nick turned his head, his expression dazed and his eyes dull. Nick, Ron called twice. Hermione called out tentatively, "Sir Mimsy Porpington." Nick gradually came back to his senses, and ignoring the puzzled expressions of the little wizards, he asked softly, "What if there is such a person, who looks exactly like you, thinks like you, has all your memories, knows all your relatives and friends, and knows all your secrets? Do you think he is another you?" Several people looked at each other, not sure what was going on. Ron scratched his head and said uncertainly, "Isn't it?" Harry looked at him worriedly. "Nick, are you okay?" Professor Lewynter said at the Death Day party that what was left in Ravenclaw Tower were all Muggle philosophical questions. "There are no answers to these questions. Don't be too obsessed with them," Hermione explained. "We all know that ghosts are the souls of wizards." Nick's eyes were brighter. "If all these things change, will the ghost still be the same ghost?" The three could not give an answer, and could only watch the ghost gradually drift away and disappear into the wall. "Sigh," Ron said, stirring the chops on his plate with a fork. "It's all Professor Lewinter's fault. These ghosts have been acting strangely lately. I wonder if they'll recover this winter." Hermione opened her mouth, unable to refute. Throughout history, those who studied philosophical questions often went insane or depressed, and not a few even committed suicide. The ghosts had suffered for too long, and their personalities were extreme and stubborn. Professor Lewynter felt rather unkind to throw such a question at them. The sleet was soon followed by a real snowstorm. The cold snap in the Scottish Highlands arrived with exceptional speed. The bare branches of the whomping willow were quickly covered with frost, and the howling north wind pounded the castle walls and windows day and night. While the other houses were relatively safe, Slytherin was located underground, and the fireplaces had to be kept burning all night. Many students had caught colds, and those who were less well had to visit the infirmary 2 or 3 times a week, keeping Madame Pomfrey busy. On Thursday afternoon, Melvin was once again drafted by Professor McGonagall, and the two of them went to Hogsmeade to buy supplies for the coming Christmas. The shop owner was incredibly welcoming, generous with discounts and offers, though he'd inquired in a roundabout way about whether there were any movies showing over the Christmas holidays. Melvin could only manage the situation. Back at school, the greenhouse was packed with second-year students, engaged in herbology class and tending to the cold-sensitive mandrakes. Players on the Quidditch field were playing snowball fights on broomsticks. A group of young wizards were skating on the frozen Black Lake. Their boisterous laughter was punctuated by sobs, the cries of someone who had fallen and was lamenting their sore butt. Entering the castle foyer, I spotted 2 figures standing in the courtyard from a distance, one old, one young. "That looks like Headmaster Dumbledore." "Yes," Professor McGonagall grumbled. The vice-headmaster was out in the snow, while the headmaster was idle and drenched. The sight of him was annoying. Dumbledore, dressed in a thick, grey wizard robe with padded fleece, stood tall and lean, his shoulders dusted with snow. Standing there, he was a distinguished old wizard. The man in the blue robe was, of course, Lockhart, with a sleek, snow-white mink around his head. It was gorgeous and high profile, attracting attention. Melvin nodded slightly. It seemed there was no defense against the dark arts class this afternoon. This was the Lockhart with a perfect smile. Professor McGonagall had to go back to the office to check the accounts. Melvin said goodbye to the vice principal at the bottom of the stairs and came to the courtyard to greet them. Look at the snow. The scenery is better over there in the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. I'm old and afraid of the cold. I don't want to stay outdoors for too long. Going out with a vice principal to enjoy the flattery of those merchants, huh? Lockhart nudged him with his arm, acting familiarly like a fellow traveler. He didn't want to respond to either of the two people's words. Melvin felt a little uncomfortable. He should have just gone upstairs with Professor McGonagall. Why did he come over to say hello? I was talking to the headmaster about a club. Lockhart, his memory intact, beamed with pride, his voice still familiar. I've got a brilliant idea. Defense against the dark arts isn't just about theory. Students need practice. They need to learn how to fight. What do you mean? Dueling club? Lockhart flashed a notice. I've decided to form a dueling club. We'll organize weekly dueling exercises to teach them real wizarding duels, so they can defend themselves against creatures of darkness and dark wizards the moment they step outside the school gates. Melvin read the words on the parchment, which bore the headmaster's seal. Listening to Lockhart's boastful expressions, Melvin and Dumbledore remained silent, only responding briefly to Lockhart's questions with a perfunctory nod or hum. There was no point in talking to someone like him. Lockhart curled his lips and said goodbye in a dull voice. Well, I'm going to post the dueling club notice. Melvin watched him retreating and suddenly noticed a detail. The buttons on his cuffs were ordinary copper, completely different from the gold-plated or sterling silver buttons he'd worn before. They looked dull and lifeless. The impact of memory seemed more profound than expected. Something had subtly changed, but Lockhart was unaware of it. Melvin's eyes were thoughtful. Dumbledore brushed off the snow on his shoulders and took a breath of cold air. He felt much more energetic and no longer had the drowsy attitude of an old man. His tone was cheerful. Melvin, I heard that you left a puzzle in Ravenclaw Tower. Philosophical speculation. Everyone has different opinions, and there is no fixed answer. Dumbledore smiled, taking into account your insights at the Death Day party. The ghosts have started to think about self-cognition. Ms. Grey and Lord Porpington are both troubled by this problem. It is really distressing to ask my advice. Melvin nodded slightly. They need to figure it out by themselves. No one else can help. This has given me some thoughts. You say, if a person copies himself at different stages of life, each of him has independent thinking and independent soul, but the length of each memory is different. Some only have memories of youth, some are of middle age, and some are of old age. They exist at the same time, and they are all self-centered. Who is the real him? Melvin looked up at the old headmaster. He had a faint smile on his face and was amiable. Chapter 144 Duel Club. Everyone, come together, come to the front. Can everyone see me? Can you hear me? As the notice says, Professor Dumbledore has allowed me to open a dueling club. I, with my extensive experience, will train you and teach you the proper way to defend yourself. You've already read about this in books, but words and instruction are different. The long tables and chairs along the wall of the school auditorium were removed, replaced by a makeshift gilded stage. Hundreds of candles floated in the air, and the magical dome transformed into a jet-black velvet, like a theater curtain. Lockhart wore a gorgeous purple robe, his meticulously styled hair gleaming, and his smile radiant. He seemed to radiate the aura of a stage actor. At the side hall door, Professor Sprout couldn't help but grumble, "Isn't this the club opening? Why are they dressed like this?" Flitwick found it strange. Usually, you have to apply for a permit to purchase even a few teaching aids. How could he decorate the stage with so many candles? How did Minerva agree to that? Professor McGonagall couldn't answer his question, because she was upstairs checking the list of students staying on campus for Christmas and was not present at the club event tonight. So the professor's eyes turned to Professor Dumbledore in the corner. Dumbledore spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he didn't know either. He was just a headmaster who didn't care about anything. The old headmaster was pretending to be confused again. Melvin curled his lips. He did the same when he was watching the snow in the courtyard a few days ago. He used the topic of memory to hint at the Horcruxes, but didn't point it out completely. He was an old riddler. If you don't say it, then I won't say it either. Melvin also chose to pretend to be confused that day. He chatted with the old headmaster on philosophical topics for half an hour. In the end, the two of them inexplicably reached some kind of tacit understanding, and the topic of Horcruxes came to an end. But he knew about the stage decorations tonight. These are the candles left over from last year's Christmas dinner. I found them when I cleaned out the storage room some time ago. I bought new ones this year. They are useless anyway, so I gave them to Professor Lockhart's club. Melvin explained. Why don't you make teaching aids for me? Professor Flitwick muttered, his eyes sweeping over the expectant little wizards, shaking his head slightly, thinking they would probably be disappointed. The audience surrounded the gilded stage tightly. Almost all the students in the school came, squeezed together shoulder to shoulder, clutching their wands, their faces full of excitement. After the dual club notice was posted, it became a hot topic among the students group in just a few hours. Compared with the choir, drama club, or gobstone club, this club involving combat and magic is more attractive. Professor Lockhart's performance in the first few months of school was mediocre, but he has now adapted to the environment of Hogwarts and repaired his damaged wand. The legendary adventurer's dual teaching is really exciting. After a few days of fermentation, the club's opening ceremony attracted the participation of students from all over the school. Welcome everyone again. Lockhart tried hard to make his voice reach every corner of the auditorium. He attracted the attention of the whole audience, and his ears were filled with admiring praise. This feeling was so wonderful, 100 bottles of concentrated joy potion could not compare to it, and a powerful happiness spell could not make him so happy. Lockhart was immersed in praise and glory, and his whole body was comfortable. He originally planned to seal his own memory and preside over the opening ceremony with the old wizard of Snow Village, but he couldn't resist the temptation and was reluctant to wait for everyone to leave and return to the office at night to savor the belated vanity. As for how to ensure the quality of teaching and deal with the situation at hand, Lockhart had also made preparations in advance. He cleared his throat. First of all, let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape, the professor of potions, who huddled in the basement without sunlight all day, circling around crucibles and specimens, looked weak and not good at dueling. Is there a better assistant than this? Lockhart couldn't help grinning. Professor Snape claimed that he knew a thing or two about dueling, and was willing to help me do a small demonstration before the formal class. Snape, dressed in a black robe, walked out of the shadows, his lips curled up slightly, and he pulled out an ugly, polite smile. The students then noticed that there was an assistant teacher next to them, who was Snape. They all opened their eyes wide, and a small discussion broke out from the audience. Harry took a breath and said to his friend next to him, "If Snape smiled at me like that, I would just turn around and run away." Ron nodded continuously, agreeing with him. Hermione didn't say anything, but her expression was in agreement. "Listen to me, little ones, don't worry, don't be afraid. After Professor Snape and I finish the demonstration, we will return your potions teacher to you, guaranteed to be intact." Snape still had a polite smile on his face. Several professors who were visiting from a distance were silent, exchanging glances with each other, with sympathy and pity. The kind-hearted Professor Sprout sighed, "Wish him good luck." 1, 2, 3, Expelliarmus. Bang! Lockhart flew backwards and hit the wall, then slid and fell to the ground. Curled up on the carpet, he felt like his bones were about to fall apart, his eyes went dark, and he was a little breathless. The first thought in his mind was that his robe was torn, and then he realized that the teaching assistant had picked the wrong person. This professor of potions is not only good at potions, but also good at dueling. Ahem! Lockhart staggered to his feet, staggered back onto the stage, trying to make amends for himself. "Okay, everyone saw it. I demonstrated a disarming spell for everyone, which makes me lose my wand." He looked around, and Lavender in the front row handed over the wand she picked up, with a complicated look in her eyes. "Thank you, Miss Brown." Lockhart took the wand and thought quickly, trying to find a way to redeem himself while subconsciously saying stubbornly, "Professor Snape, this is a good trick, but your intention is too obvious. It will be easy to stop you, but I will cooperate actively. In order to increase the students' knowledge, it's your turn to cooperate with me now." Snape's eyes turned cold. Lockhart stopped talking in a hurry, his eyes darting around, and when he saw several professors watching in the distance, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Professor Lewent. Professor Lewent and I have a better understanding, and we can probably achieve a better display effect." Professor Lewent? Professor Lewent, he felt that Melvin would definitely cooperate with him. Even if he didn't cooperate, what kind of strength could such a young professor have? Lockhart's face flushed with excitement. Seeing him shaking his head, he didn't want to let it go. He turned around and encouraged the little wizards in the audience. Let's give Professor Levin some applause, okay? Of course the students applauded and cheered, giving a warm welcome. Several professors suppressed their laughter, with eyes that showed they were looking forward to a good show. Melvin looked uncomfortable. What were these students making a fuss about? Didn't you see that Professor Snape didn't smile at all when he was washing Lockhart? Things like wizard duels have some etiquette in them, just like medieval knight duels and Western gunslinging competitions, which require that both parties in the duel are evenly matched. In a duel with Lockhart, it is not worth being happy if you win, and you will feel disgusted for several months if you lose. Amid the noise, Snape tilted his head slightly, looked at Lockhart, and sneered in a low voice, "Have you forgotten that he has an Order of Merlin to be awarded soon?" Lockhart's smile froze, and his body froze in place. During his trip to Romania, Melvin Lewynter helped control the riot of multiple fire dragons and subdued a gang of dark wizards who stole dragon eggs. In recognition of his achievements, the Romanian Ministry of Magic applied for the Order of Merlin, first class, which was changed to the second class after approval by the Order of Merlin. The awarding ceremony has not yet been determined. Lockhart suddenly felt guilty about being a young professor who could defeat fire dragons and gangs of dark wizards. He was not sure whether Melvin would cooperate with him. If he didn't cooperate, Lockhart pressed his aching abdomen, wondering whether he should pretend to faint from a concussion, and then find a way to make up for it after tonight. Snape took his expression in, and waited until the students' booing subsided. He walked straight past Lockhart, stood in front of the stage, and said calmly, "Let me demonstrate to Professor Lewynter." Lockhart's figure disappeared quietly and was discovered by several sharp-eyed students in the front row. They made excuses saying that they were not feeling well, their wand was damaged, or they had a cold and felt dizzy. Melvin glanced at Dumbledore next to him and didn't make any more excuses. He walked along the path that the students had voluntarily made way for and stepped onto the stage. About half a minute later, under the gaze of all the teachers and students in the school, Melvin and Snape faced each other, stood opposite each other, bowed, raised their wands in front of them, and counted down in unison, "Ready, 3, 2, 1. Expelliarmus iron armor." A dazzling red light streaked across the stage, its forward path blocked by an invisible magical barrier, and the collision produced an even more dazzling brilliance. Melvin flicked his wand lightly, and the red light returned along its original path. Snape cast another disarming charm, and the two red lights collided with each other, turning into specks of broken light. It blended beautifully with the floating candlelight, creating a beautiful effect. The disarming charm that had originally sent Lockhart flying seemed to have become an obedient performance prop in the hands of these two professors. One show ended and another began. Fainted iron armor. The auditorium gradually quieted down, with only the sounds of the two professors casting spells echoing. The spells whistled past, and many little witches couldn't help but exclaim. When they calmed down, they soon realized that the two professors were really just demonstrating. Unlike the fierce fight that the little wizards had expected, the two professors went back and forth, one attacking while the other defending, and then looking for opportunities to seize the opportunity to attack. The spells cast were concentrated in the middle and upper grades, slightly beyond the level of most students, yet still within their reach. The spells were cast slowly, almost textbook-like movements. Their display was more about rhythm, resembling a real wizard duel, but slowed down and broken down for every student to see clearly. Freeze all, petrify all. Percy and his girlfriend Penelope stood in the front row, their eyes bloodshot, unwilling to miss a single move. The other students in the audience were also mesmerized. Several professors watching from afar noticed something was going on. Duelist Master Flitwick narrowed his eyes slightly at the two figures engaged in relentless fighting, chuckling softly, "I knew it. How could they possibly work so closely together?" After a few more spells, the audience suddenly noticed the clashing sounds of the professor's spells had grown muffled. Two beams of light of different colors collided, creating a roar like boulders colliding. Percy and Penelope were so close they could feel the wind brushing their cheeks and ruffling their hair. Percy still refused to blink, tears glistening in his eyes. Thunderbolt, explosion, shatter, various defensive and offensive spells pierced the air, whistling across the stage. The battle had already reached a fever pitch, but the two professors remained unhurried, demonstrating every detail clearly. Their wands extended and retracted with unhurried grace, effortless and agile, Even with a touch of elegance, shadowless blade, fire raging, boom, the last two dark spells collided, sending orange-yellow flames tinged with scarlet splatter. As they were about to fall off the stage, they were enveloped by an invisible bubble, and the bright, scorching flames quietly faded. The two professors on the stage stopped simultaneously, their figures bowing, their figures etched on the walls of the auditorium. The young wizards followed them off the stage, their gazes following them, no longer paying attention to what Lockhart, who had come on stage next, was saying. "Who do you think is more powerful, Professor Lewynter or Professor Snape?" Seamus, the little troublemaker, tried to stir up trouble. "Professor Lewin, he can subdue a dragon." This was a well-informed Hufflepuff. "I think it's Professor Snape, he can poison Professor Lewin." This was a Slytherin who slandered his own dean. Lavender tried to join the discussion. "What about Professor Lockhart?" All the little wizards around looked up at the professor. His robes were torn, his curly hair was messy, he was no longer as bright and beautiful as at the beginning, and he was still talking nonsense and boasting. Regardless of which college they were from, they all showed disgust at the same time. Lockhart was unaware of this, or he noticed it but didn't care. "The two professors just presented us with a show match, which was very exciting, but there are also many shortcomings, such as the casting speed is too slow. If it was against a snow monster or a werewolf, this kind of slow casting would be torn to pieces by their sharp teeth and claws before the spell was finished. Okay, the demonstration ends here. Now it's your turn to practice dueling in groups, 2 by 2, and let's begin the real duel." Leafire, returning to the group of professors watching, Snape gave Melvin a deep look. "Professor Lewin is also very good at the dark arts." "How surprising, Professor Snape is also good at normal dueling." "I'm also surprised," Melvin replied softly. Snape's face darkened. Several professors nearby began to stifle laughter again. Melvin had a faint smile on his face. He didn't deny that he had a stereotype of Snape, thinking that this double agent had a dark and negative personality, and that he only knew potions and the dark arts. After experiencing this duel, his opinion had changed slightly. This professor was indeed very suitable for the defense against the dark arts class, and he was capable of it. Chapter 145 What is the name of your elf? The magical dome simulated a dark, moonless night, a pitch black. Candlelight flickered, and torches lit the walls, illuminating the stage beyond its limits. Students participating in dueling practice were divided into pairs and scattered throughout the hall. Each young wizard's eyes gleamed with passion. Ever since watching Professor Lewynter and Professor Snape duel, they were eager to engage in their own duel. Ignoring Lockhart's noisy instructions, the young wizards imitated the two formal professors, bowing to each other and waving their wands. The scene suddenly became lively. For the middle and upper grades, they could imitate the moves perfectly. The spells in the textbooks were just enough for them, and the two sides exchanged spells in a lively exchange. The younger students suffered greatly. They had learned very few spells, and they repeated the same basic, standard spells over and over again. They didn't even wait for the other party to finish the spell. They could tell the spell's nature by the wand-waving gestures and then counter it with a similar spell. It was truly dull, a lack of interest on either side. Lockhart had, however, split the groups by house, with the 4 houses arranged in a series. The Hufflepuff-Ravenclaw pairing was fine. There wasn't much vendetta between the two sides. Even if the duel was a bit dull, it was just practice, a club activity. The atmosphere between Gryffindor and Slytherin was completely different. Last year's brawl, coupled with the accumulated grudges from Quidditch, hadn't allowed them to vent their anger due to the constraints of school rules. Now, meeting in dueling practice, they felt like old enemies, their eyes etched with jealousy. Lockhart's perfectly timed groupings pitted Hermione against Millicent, a burly second-year witch, tall, muscular, and stocky. Her thick double chin trembled as she looked up with disdain. Hermione didn't dare let such an opponent get close. Adhering to the tactics she'd learned in remedial classes, she maintained a safe casting distance throughout, denying Millicent the opportunity to launch a melee attack. One was lean but nimble, the other muscular and clumsy. Drawing on the dueling experience accumulated from 2 essays, Hermione quickly mastered the rhythm of the fight, leading Millicent in circles around the field. This drew the attention of the surrounding classmates. Perhaps having noticed something during Quidditch, Lockhart paired Harry and Draco, allowing the two seekers to continue their previous feud on the dueling field. Draco, a pure-blood raised in a magical family, had been playing dueling games with his friends before he even started school. He had also learned a few spells beyond the textbooks while passing the time in his study. He felt no reason why he couldn't defeat Harry, who had grown up in a Muggle family. As Lockhart counted down to 2, Draco preemptively swung his wand. The moment the count ended, a curse whistled out. It was a common little curse, without even a proper name, and he couldn't recall where he'd learned it. It caused the opponent's head to feel like being hit by a stew pot. It was painful but not injurious, with a low power and a fast casting speed. Harry hadn't anticipated this man's disregard for dueling etiquette, attacking before the count had even finished. In his haste, he couldn't dodge and was struck, feeling a dull, exasperating pain in his forehead. Recovering, Harry unleashed a tickling curse. A silver light etched into his body. Draco instantly erupted in laughter, a laughter so intense it stifled his breath, his stomach throbbing until he collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach. It took a moment for him to recover, and he secretly pointed his wand at Harry. Harry, having undergone rigorous training at cram school, remained vigilant, constantly monitoring his opponent's movements. For both of them, the real duel had only just begun. Tarantella, retreat 3 feet, drown, Expelliarmus. Draco, simmering with anger, yearned to exact revenge on Harry for his losses in Quidditch, winning back the points he'd lost. Every spell he cast was vicious, aiming for a single victory. But the battle proved more difficult than he'd anticipated. Harry, on the other hand, had a different mindset. He'd theoretically analyzed countless classic dueling cases, pieced together a thesis spanning dozens of inches, and practiced practically with the academically gifted Hermione. He mastered the timing of his spells, often unconcerned about whether they'd landed. Draco parried, dodged, simply pulling him into his own rhythm. This difference in mindset was quickly reflected in the battle. Within a few rounds, Harry gradually gained the upper hand. Draco could feel his strength growing increasingly strained, the balance of victory tipping towards his opponent. With a determined heart, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Oolong!" Out of the hole, the tip of his wand exploded, and a slender black snake leaped out. Its scales were jet black, gleaming with an ominous glow. It raised its head and bared its sharp fangs, revealing its deadly venom. The surrounding students, already aware of the fierce battle, immediately screamed at the sight of the snake and retreated in terror, clearing a clearing. The moment Draco cast this spell, he felt a wave of regret. Unlike the previous minor curses, this was already a poison spell. If strictly enforced, he would have violated school rules and would have been penalized and grounded. Harry, facing the venomous snake head-on, looked particularly strange, his eyes slightly unfocused. There was no fear on his face. Instead, he took 2 steps forward, seemingly unfazed by the poison. Ron and Hermione, whose battle had concluded in the outer circle, exchanged a glance, their expressions of simultaneous reaction and worry. Hiss! Just as Harry's lips moved, a hand suddenly pressed against his shoulder, waking him from his strange state. He looked up and met Professor Lewynter's dark, calm eyes. Snake vanishes into black smoke. Professor Snape passed by, a beam of white light emanating from the tip of his staff, dispersing the venomous snake into a puff of black smoke. 3 minutes later. Today's duel practice ends here. Although there were some unpleasant incidents in the middle, it did not affect the successful conclusion of our duel club's first event. In view of the fact that Draco is a first-time offender, as the club's instructor, I will not pursue it. Lockhart grinned as he stood on the stage. In the future, there will be activities every Friday night. Interested students are welcome to participate. The event ended here. Harry frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "I almost spoke Parseltongue just now." He was still a little worried. Parseltongue is a very bad thing. Generally, only evil dark wizards can speak Parseltongue. If I show Parseltongue in public, I will be regarded as a monster. "We know." Hermione walked beside him. "We also winked at you, but you didn't see it. Ron leaned over and called you in a low voice, but you didn't hear it." Fortunately, Professor Lewin and Professor Snape arrived in time. Harry had a complicated expression. "I didn't expect that one day I would thank Professor Snape." Just as he was about to sigh a few more times, his opponent Draco came out from nowhere and stood in front of him. "What are you talking about so mysteriously?" "None of your business," Ron blurted out. You? Draco was stunned for a moment after being scolded, but thinking of the evil curse he had just cast, he didn't say the swear word on his lips, and only gritted his teeth and said, "It's a disgrace to the pure-blood identity." Ron sneered. "Yes, you are not a disgrace to the pure blood. You released a despicable curse in front of the teachers and students of the whole school, Draco clenched his fists when he heard this. He didn't want to entangle with this vulgar shame of pure blood. He turned to look at Harry. You won the game today, but don't be too proud. It's just that I made a mistake and chose the wrong spell. Next week's dueling club activity will still be between the two of us. Do you dare to agree? No. Why? Harry shrugged. Christmas vacation next week. The dueling club activities can't be carried out. Draco was speechless for a while, feeling very depressed. Ron immediately added, we're planning on staying at school. If you stay, we can duel too. Do you want to stay? Oh, Draco, I'm going home to Mom. You want to eat Mom's homemade apple pie? Draco's neck turned red with anger, and he roared back, only you realize need the master to cook in the kitchen. We have house elves. House elves. An ugly face flashed through Harry's mind, and he quickly asked, what's the name of your elf? Draco raised his chin and looked at him, saying smugly, Dobby, what's the matter? You want one too? Don't dream. House elves are only found in pure-blood families with a long lineage. If you want, Harry's eyes suddenly widened. He could no longer hear the subsequent trash talk. He grabbed Ron and Hermione's arms and shook them twice. Dobby. Did you hear that? Dobby. Draco was confused by his intense reaction. It's just a house elf? Why all the excitement? Harry spoke incomprehensible words to the two. Nearby, Shame of the Purebloods and Miss Know-It-All exchanged glances, reaching an unclear agreement. Then, hurriedly, they scurried upstairs, quickly disappearing around the corner. You didn't even respond to the duel invitation. How rude. The climb usually took over 10 minutes, but today it took only 5. The three of them returned to the common room. It was still well before lights out, and the room was deserted. They huddled in a corner where they usually copied homework, discussing in voices only the three of them could hear. After being discharged that night, Harry shared Dobby's story with the two. They thoroughly discussed the information Dobby had provided, but they still couldn't determine which professor had made the deal with the dark wizard outside the school. That was until tonight, when they learned that Dobby was the Malfoy family's house elf. Harry huddled against the wall in a corner, his mind flashing back to the scene he'd seen in Knockturn Alley. Now he had connected all the clues. I know it all. Harry felt smarter than he had ever been. Dobby is the Malfoy family elf, so it must be Lucius Malfoy who has evil plans for the school. He made a deal with Professor Lewynter at Borgin and Burke's. Ron, sitting next to him, looked at him puzzled and asked, but how could Professor Lewynter harm us? If he had any ill intentions towards you, he wouldn't have brought you out in Knockturn Alley. If he wanted to murder us, he could have done it in the spider's den, he muttered softly. Speaking of spiders, it feels like I haven't seen one in the castle in ages. Harry frowned, his clever mind stuck again. Hermione speculated uncertainly, do you think Professor Lewynter was forced into it? He didn't want to make a deal with Malfoy, but was forced to agree to it for some reason, but he didn't carry out his evil plan. She had always suspected that the professor was hiding something from them, but she had never been able to find out. Following this line of thought, all her doubts were sorted out. That must be it. The little witch's eyes sparkled, and she spoke more and more fluently. The professor can't directly reveal the content of the plan, so he keeps hinting and guiding us to find out the truth. He is on our side. Ron scratched his head, but what does Malfoy's plan have to do with Hagrid's affairs? Don't you understand yet? Harry felt that his roommate was a little bit stupid. The Acromantula is not the real murderer who killed Myrtle. There is a real beast of the Chamber of Secrets hiding in the castle, and Malfoy's plan is related to this monster. Hagrid is wronged, Malfoy is the murderer. Ron suddenly realized, and then showed a puzzled expression, but they are not from the same class. Hagrid is almost 70 years old, and Malfoy is about the same age as my dad. How could he be the murderer? Harry glanced at Ron. This guy was so smart at wizard chess, but he was a fool when it came to reasoning. He changed his statement to be straightforward. Malfoy is not the murderer. He plans to release the monster again, kill students, and disrupt Hogwarts. Ron finally understood. As expected, it was the Malfoy family's style. Instead of showing up themselves, they tried to find ways to threaten the kind-hearted Professor Lewynter. Just like the wizard's saying goes, you'll never find Malfoy's trace at the crime scene, but their fingerprints are all over the criminal's wand. He asked solemnly, then what should we do? The most important thing now is to find out what the monster is and where it's hiding, Hermione said with a frown. Harry nodded in agreement, also frowning in thought. Ron was silent for 2 seconds. Can't we just ask Professor Lewynter directly? We can't ask directly. He was forced to make a deal with the Dark Wizard and might have signed some kind of magical contract. If he tells us the answer directly, why would he have to find ways to hint and guide us? It's really complicated. The three of them sat in a corner in a daze, thinking for a long time without any results. Although they had analyzed the whole story, the investigation still stopped at the starting point. Left by Slytherin, feared by the Acromantula, it has bright yellow eyes, the three of them muttered, each one aloud, going over the monsters they knew, but couldn't pinpoint the exact nature of it. It wasn't until the castle lights went out and Prefect Percy urged them to rise and quietly return to their dormitories. Harry kept thinking about it, forgetting how he changed and washed himself. When he finally sank into bed and regained consciousness, the clues were still swirling in his head. As he drifted off, on the verge of falling into deep sleep, he heard strange words in his half-awake state. A cold voice seemed to complain, "Delicious food, put them one by one in the pipes, roast the spiders." The voice faded, its last words becoming a meaningless hiss. Amidst this low hiss, Harry dreamed of his duel with Draco, and of the venomous snake with its bright yellow eyes. Morning light streamed through the window, and Harry jolted awake. Chapter 146 Solving the Mystery. It was a weekend morning. A chill wind howled outside. Melvin half opened the window, letting the cool, fresh air flood into the room, waking him up completely. It was deep winter, the season for snakes to hibernate. The basilisk was entrenched in its stone lair, refusing to emerge. Since he couldn't speak Parseltongue, he'd gone to great lengths to coax the basilisk into Gryffindor Tower, ultimately catching and grilling a batch of spiders and luring them through the pipes. He nearly ran into Myrtle, who was wandering back to the bathroom. It was already early morning after last night's work, and since it was sleepy season, even though he was awake, his body still felt a bit sluggish. The wind carried fine snowflakes that fell on him, chilling him. The grounds were a blanket of white. The Black Lake froze, the Forbidden Forest was shrouded in silver, and Hogsmeade, far in the distance, was completely invisible. Melvin's breath turned into a puff of white mist that vanished quietly. He closed the window, turned, and went to the bathroom to wash, brush his teeth, and change into his pajamas. Judging from the calculations, Hermione and the others should be able to locate the basilisk soon, and the exact location of the Chamber of Secrets will also be known soon. A wonderful play is about to be performed. Another wonderful play is still in rehearsal. Since last month, the Muggle Studies classroom has become the activity room for the drama club on weekends. Script discussions, line readings and rehearsal exercises are all carried out here. Even if there is nothing serious to do, the students of the drama club like to hang out here and chat. When Melvin came to the classroom after breakfast, the drama club had already gathered. Neville and Marietta were standing in front of the podium, and students from other clubs were sitting below. They were summarizing the experience of the last rehearsal and discussing the areas that could be changed and optimized in the script. "Good morning, ladies and gentlemen." The drama club students turned their heads and looked at the professor in surprise. Neville and Marietta, still a little reserved, gave him a shy smile. "Good morning, Professor Lewin. How was the rehearsal? There are a few lines that need revising." Neville finished the revisions last night and is now getting feedback from the students. "Let's rehearse the revised script for a second." "Huh? What are you still standing there for?" Melvin urged with a smile. "I'm in a hurry. I have another great show to watch." "Hurry up." Oh, the members of the club bustled about. The actors hurriedly put on their simple costumes, while other students set up the stage and arranged the decorations, quite well. Melvin saw many familiar faces. The Knight Cadogan was played by Cedric of Hufflepuff. He was already a handsome young man, and in the silver-white armor he had brought from who knows where, he looked even more heroic. With a lance in one hand and a wand in the other, he looked even more handsome and outstanding. He seemed much better looking than the portrait of Sir Cadogan. Marcus, a Slytherin, was chosen for the role, along with Roger, a Ravenclaw, as two pure-blood wizards who taunted the knight mid-performance. They had a rather annoyingly antagonistic air. The stage management was handled by Percy, a Weasley. Perhaps due to his experience as a prefect, he was very organized. However, the female lead was played by his girlfriend, Penelope, which resulted in a rather grumpy expression. The props were primarily crafted by the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff members, with Chuzang and Luna contributing significantly. The story's most important wyvern was Luna's idea. Using branches to hang the curtains and then using transfiguration to embellish them, it was truly lifelike at first glance. Compared to these outstanding senior students, Neville and Marietta seemed less important. But Melvin knew the details. These people were selected and appointed after consultation, and many controversial decisions were made by the two of them. Occasionally, when heated arguments became difficult to reach a decision, they would bring their own professor to the fore. After several months of training, the two might not yet be as accomplished as Percy and Cedric, but they had made significant progress. With everyone working together, the stage was almost complete. No matter how ferocious the dragon, someone has to stand up, ride my steed and charge. The play, put together by inexperienced students, couldn't even compare to Nick's ghostly theater. Furthermore, with Melvin watching, many actors and the stagehands were nervous, and some mistakes were inevitable. Several girls' voices trembled as they read their lines, and Cedric spoke too quickly, resulting in a mediocre performance. Melvin sat in the audience and didn't interrupt the entire performance. When the curtain fell, the club members gathered, anxiously awaiting the professor's evaluation. To be honest, there are many shortcomings, Melvin briefly pointed out. Looking at the disappointed members, he raised his voice slightly. But it's much better than I expected. It probably won't be ready for Christmas, but I'll ask Professor McGonagall to reserve a stage in the hall for Easter dinner. Many young wizards looked up with delighted expressions, and some had a glimmer in their eyes. What about the projector mirror? Asked Justin from Hufflepuff. Melvin smiled gently. That depends on your performance. Bang! A thick book was slammed onto the table with a dull thud. I was just saying I remembered reading it somewhere. It turns out it's this book. In the corner of the library by the window, Hermione sat on a bench and pointed to Harry and Ron across from her. It's the natural enemy of the acromantula, with bright yellow eyes. Combined with what Harry said about snakes, it can only be this one, Basilisk. Harry looked at the scribbled illustration in the book and read its name. Yet, Hermione nodded heavily. Mr. Newt Scamander, an expert on magical creatures, said that there have been no records of sightings of a basilisk in Britain for at least 400 years. This statement has interfered with my judgment. You told me this morning that the creature of the Chamber of Secrets is a snake, and I remembered it all at once. The basilisk's eyes can instantly kill any person or animal whose eyes make contact with it. The reason spiders fear basilisks is that they have 360-degree vision and cannot close their eyes, which makes it easy for them to make eye contact with a basilisk. Ron read this information in a low voice, feeling a little uneasy. He looked up at the two of them. I still don't understand why Harry was so convinced that the creature of the Chamber of Secrets was some kind of snake. Just because he heard Parseltongue last night, it's not just the sound I heard last night. But also Professor Lewin's hint. He once asked me to demonstrate a bit of Parseltongue, Harry explained, then scratched his head. Now that I think about it, the professor also gave me eye hints during duel practice, but I didn't grasp this meaning. That's not important. Anyway, we've found the real culprit. I should have noticed earlier. The basilisk is a monster bred by the famous dark wizard Herpo the Despicable. Salazar Slytherin speaks Parseltongue and is proficient in the dark arts, so breeding a basilisk is perfectly natural. Hermione muttered to herself for a moment, then quickly frowned. But where exactly is the basilisk hiding? Harry saw Madame Pance's eager gaze and knew they had caught the librarian's attention. He lowered his voice and said, "Let's ask Myrtle. She's the only one who's seen the monster. She didn't know it was a basilisk before, but now that she knows its true form, she might be able to come up with some other clues." That makes sense. The three of them left the library and soon arrived at Myrtle's bathroom. Myrtle had a reputation for being eccentric, and few girls were willing to use the second-floor bathroom. But once inside, the bathroom wasn't as bad as they'd imagined. Since it hadn't been used for so long, there wasn't much dirty water on the floor, and there wasn't any unpleasant odor. Harry and Ron tiptoed in, their expressions uneasy. They kept glancing back, worried someone would notice they were in the women's restroom. They pushed open the third stall, and the toilet and cistern lay quietly there. "The floor's dry," Hermione said with a frown. "Myrtle seems to have not been here in ages, and Lavender hasn't mentioned who Myrtle has splashed with toilet water on recently. Is she gone?" Harry asked. Ron scratched his head. Could it be that, like Nick, Professor Lewinter's philosophy has confused her mind? The three of them fell silent. Just when the investigation came to a standstill again, a translucent figure poked its head out from the wall. The chubby round face was half covered by bangs and thick framed glasses. The ghost girl stared at Harry with resentment. "It's you, Myrtle." "That's great." Harry breathed a sigh of relief. "We thought you moved away, They had questioned this victim last time they investigated Hagrid's mystery. Myrtle was also present at the Death Day party, listening to Professor Lewynter's philosophy lecture with him. Maybe it was because she died relatively late and was still relatively young among the ghosts, so she was not made to doubt herself by philosophy. Myrtle gave them a long look. "It's because you guys always come in the middle of the night, and make these weird noises that scare me so much I don't dare come back." Harry was stunned for a moment. "Who always comes in the middle of the night? Isn't it you guys?" Myrtle was also stunned. "Someone's been coming to the bathroom in the middle of the night lately, and every time they make these weird mists and hissing noises, I thought it was some dark wizard or monster. I was too scared to come back, and when I came back I hid in the next door. I heard you guys talking just now, and I thought it was you guys who came in the middle of the night." Harry looked thoughtful. "Of course not us. Who would choose the girls' room for a night out?" Ron retorted with reason. No one paid any attention to his objection. Hermione stared at the floating ghost. "Myrtle, we've found the monster that killed you. It wasn't an acromantula, it was a basilisk. We came here to ask if you have any leads." "Basilisk, it's a basilisk." Hearing the monster was a basilisk, Myrtle's eyes darkened with sorrow, tears welling up in her eyes and streaming down her cheeks. The short, plump ghost girl stared at the tiled wall, lost in thought. She recalled the year she'd been bullied and abused, crying in the bathroom, just trying to vent her frustration and anger. When she heard a boy's voice, she thought it was someone who'd suffered the same fate as her. Turning back, she met a pair of bright yellow eyes, and her life was forever frozen at the age of 12. The Ministry of Magic couldn't uncover the truth, and Mr. Dumbledore was powerless to help. Ultimately, they only found a necromantula and expelled a Gryffindor student. Unaware of the true culprit, she blamed the person who had insulted her. If it weren't for them, she wouldn't have been crying in the bathroom, and if she hadn't been in the bathroom, she certainly wouldn't have died unexpectedly. Years before her ghost transformation, she'd been filled with hatred and revenge against the person who had insulted her. She still remembered that person's name, Olive Hornby. He had been pestering her during her school days, threatening her in corners and disturbing her while she slept. Even after graduation, he wouldn't let her off, even causing a scene at her wedding, until Hornby moved out of Britain. After Olive Hornby's departure, Myrtle Warren was completely lost. Because her parents were Muggles and couldn't see ghosts, she was forced to wander Hogwarts forever, occupying this bathroom and becoming an annoying ghost. "Myrtle, Myrtle," Hermione called out, but Myrtle, lost in memories, looked dazed and oblivious. The little witch pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and decided not to continue calling out to the poor victim. She turned to Harry and Ron and gave them a look, indicating that they would stop here for the day. Harry and Ron nodded silently. Just as they turned to leave the bathroom, Harry stopped, suddenly remembering something. He began to scan the entire room, the broken tiles, the old wooden door, the stained sink. "What are you looking for?" Hermione asked in a low voice. Harry stepped closer to examine the bathroom contents, explaining as he searched. "Do you remember Professor Lewynter's Parseltongue demonstration? Myrtle just said someone came here in the middle of the night and heard strange noises. I suspect that's Parseltongue, the Parseltongue password to the Chamber of Secrets." "You mean the Chamber of Secrets is hidden here?" Hermione connected the dots, muttering her theories. "No one else in the school has ever seen the basilisk, because the Chamber of Secrets is hidden in the bathroom." The basilisk encountered Myrtle just as it was exiting the Chamber of Secrets. Her murder was an accident. The true heir wasn't expecting it, so he manipulated the basilisk back into the Chamber of Secrets. The murder alerted the Ministry of Magic, and the incident was so serious that the heir, fearing exposure, never opened the Chamber of Secrets again. The three of them were thrilled. Now, all the clues had connected, revealing the truth behind the 50-year-old Chamber of Secrets mystery. They searched the bathroom, trying to find the mechanism that would unlock it. There weren't many things in the entire room. So they searched one by one and soon found a snake-shaped mark on the side of the copper faucet. Harry calmed his rapid breathing, recalled Professor Lewynter's instructions, and moved closer to whisper in Parseltongue, "Open." As the words fell, a white light emerged from the faucet and began to spin rapidly, taking the sink with it. Under the gaze of the three, the white light gradually dissipated, revealing a wide water pipe opening. It was pitch black inside. The three looked at the changes in front of them in amazement. Just as Harry was about to speak, a translucent figure suddenly floated before his eyes, flashed by, and disappeared into the thick pipe. "Myrtle." Chapter 147, Going Deep into the Secret Room. The hole in the pipe near the girls' bathroom sink was pitch black, emitting a damp, moldy smell. This was the secret passage leading to the Chamber of Secrets, where a legendary basilisk, personally bred by the school's founder, Salazar Slytherin, was the pet of the legendary Dark Wizard. 10 seconds ago, a pitiful ghost had slipped through. An air of danger and unease permeated the pipe. Harry stood firmly at the mouth of the pipe, hearing the breathing of his two companions beside him. The foul smell prevented him from taking a deep breath. He looked up at them and said, "Calm down, friends. Ron, you and I will go down and find Myrtle. Hermione, you go and get the professor for help. Let's go find the headmaster together, Harry. We're only second years. We can't handle a basilisk. Besides, Myrtle is a ghost, and a ghost that dies once won't die again." "What do you think?" Ron said, his throat tight and his face pale. "You're right. The ghost has already died once, but no one knows the effect of the basilisk's gaze on ghosts." Harry shook his head slightly, his tone firm. "It would be too pitiful for Myrtle to die twice at the basilisk's mouth. I can't let her go into the Chamber of Secrets alone and gamble on whether she'll die again." Ron sighed. "All right then, I'll go with you. We've had remedial classes together, so we have experience working together," Hermione said suddenly. "Ron, go inform the professor. Be quick. We'll try to delay." Before Ron could object, Hermione had already bent down and jumped into the pipe. Harry patted Ron's shoulder and rolled over to get in as well. Ron stared at the dark pipe opening. He could almost hear the sound of them gliding inside. He opened his mouth, feeling a little annoyed. "Two arrogant guys, talking to themselves without even asking my opinion. What a shame." Ron, not caring about the unpleasant smell, took a deep breath, turned and ran outside. The corridor outside the bathroom was quiet. It was the weekend, and every student and teacher had their own things to do. He wasn't sure who to approach. The closest place was Lockhart's office. Ron didn't want to waste time, but he chose to run a little further to the Muggle Studies classroom. Neville had mentioned that the drama club rehearsed there, and professors would occasionally pass by. In the deepest part of the underground chambers, a figure stood before the Slytherin stone statue, head bowed. Only the bright yellow serpent pupils shimmered faintly, illuminating half of Melvin's face. "The magic in your eyes is too dangerous. They'll be down soon. To avoid student casualties, I need to make some adjustments," Melvin's mumbling echoed, the tip of his wand waving in front of the serpent pupils. "Don't worry, it's just a simple transfiguration. It'll fix the transparent stratum corneum outside your eyes, blocking the deadly magic in your gaze. The petrification magic won't be affected. Basilisks have movable eyelids like humans, so they have a transparent stratum corneum, similar to eyelids, to protect their eyes from moisture and external irritation." Melvin was working on thickening and strengthening the eyelid, allowing the basilisk's unique gaze to retain its petrifying power while ensuring it wouldn't directly kill any living creature it met with gaze. He also had to maintain the transparent armored bubble while performing transfiguration to prevent himself from being affected during the operation. It was a delicate task. A bit like getting myopia surgery, Melvin couldn't help but laugh. Unable to understand the man's mumblings, the basilisk, a little annoyed by the dangling wand, exhaled a breath, its foul breath choking, but otherwise remained silent. After months of feeding and interacting, the basilisk gradually adapted to its caretaker. Hiss, the bright yellow serpent's pupils dimmed, leaving only a hazy green mist in the dim chamber. Massive stone pillars stood on either side, flanked by carved snake statues. The basilisk quietly returned to its lair, and the chamber fell silent again. "Professor Lockhart, why are you in the drama club?" Ron wailed, a little overwhelmed. "Well, why can't I be here?" Lockhart wore his signature smile, appearing quite approachable. "I have something to ask Melvin, but he's not in the office, so I came here to try my luck. But Neville from the drama club told me he left an hour ago." He gave a helpless smile, a hint of complacency in his tone. "It just so happens that I'm quite experienced in drama, so I'll stay here to give them some guidance. How about staying for a preview?" He had originally planned to shine at the dueling club, but it had ended in a joke, further damaging his reputation, which had been improving in the previous weeks. He didn't want to miss any opportunity to make a name for himself. He had heard from students that their play might actually be performed, and even if it wasn't his own adventure story, he wanted to leave his name on the stage. On the stage in the classroom, Cedric, played by the knight, was charging, and the prop man was frantically manipulating the wyvern to counter it. Ron turned and left. But Lockhart refused to let him leave and grabbed his sleeve. "I smell trouble. Is there anything I can help you with, Professor Lockhart?" "I'm always happy to help." Ron just wanted to hit him hard twice. His fists clenched and he almost swung it out. "I don't have time to mess around with you." Harry and Hermione went into the Chamber of Secrets to find the basilisk. "They're in danger. I have to find someone to help." Chamber of Secrets, Basilisk. Lockhart's eyes lit up and he grabbed Ron and refused to let go. The stage was still noisy. Everyone was doing their best for the performance. Cedric shouted to attack. His voice was passionate and exciting, touching the heartstrings. "Melvin isn't in the office. Professor McGonagall may have gone to Hogsmeade to prepare supplies for Christmas dinner. Spitlow is in the greenhouse. Dumbledore and Flitwick may not be in the office. Who can you go to now?" Lockhart's eyes were fiery, like a knight charging forward. "Since I'm the only professor, it's my responsibility to be responsible for the safety of my students. Weasley, tell me what happened in detail. You can only trust me. There's no time to go into too much detail. In short, under the guidance of Professor Lewin, we found Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets and confirmed that there was a basilisk hiding in the chamber, which was related to the case of Myrtle 50 years ago." Harry and Hermione chased Myrtle in. Ron's clenched fists loosened, and sweat broke out on his forehead with anxiety. Professor Lockhart, no matter what you want to do, go and save them." "Oh, Merlin. This is an emergency, but we can't be impulsive," Lockhart said. He had been sealing his memories frequently recently, and his mind was a little confused. He suddenly learned too much information and needed some time to digest and sort it out. According to the student, Levin was secretly guiding them to investigate a 50-year-old case involving a ghost named Myrtle. The culprit was ultimately a basilisk, hidden within Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. It was a fascinating adventure, but it was riddled with flaws. Why would Levin have asked these students to undertake such a task? Even Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic couldn't uncover the truth, so how did a few students succeed? How could a few students actually find Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, a millennia-old legend with no basis? There were so many questions, and Lockhart couldn't come up with an explanation. He then recalled the film from last year, featuring the same three protagonists, a similarly elusive story with a compelling plot. By treating this case as an adventure, all the questions seemed to be answered. Having gathered his thoughts, Lockhart was about to begin his performance when he saw the drama club members, finishing their rehearsal, about to disband. His eyes flickered, and a plan came to mind. "I don't know what Levin's script is, but the existence of a basilisk isn't out of the question. Since the drama club students are here, they can join the operation and act as bait in case of danger." He turned and smiled brightly. "Don't leave yet, kids. I need your help." They slid along the pipe, several miles underground. Landing on a damp, cold underground platform, with no light sources around, they could only raise their wands for illumination. Hermione kept the tip of her wand glowing, while Harry walked ahead, half a body length ahead. After they chased into the pipe, their gliding speed was no match for the ghost's fluttering movements. By the time they emerged, Myrtle had vanished. Instead of staying put, the two chose to continue along the tunnel. "We must be several miles below the school," Harry observed, keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. "We should be at the bottom of the Black Lake. Remember, if you hear any noise later, close your eyes immediately." "A look into the basilisk's eyes is fatal," Hermione said in a low voice, but it still echoed. The underground tunnels weren't as complex as the pipes, and were mostly one-way. As I walked along, I occasionally stepped on rat bones, weathered and crumbling at the slightest touch. It wasn't dangerous, just a little scary. After a damp, silent tunnel, I soon reached a bend. The foul smell of the sewers vanished, leaving only the damp, cold air that hadn't been ventilated for a long time, seeping through the stone walls. Bones were becoming scarce. Hermione raised her silver light, gradually illuminating the surrounding stone walls. Her gaze swept around, stopping at the floor in front of her. She gestured to Harry's attention. There was a patch of floorboards with a noticeably lighter dust level than the surrounding area. Hermione looked down and observed, "It looks like something has been placed there, untouched for a long time, only recently removed. It looks quite large. It could be a basilisk. Has it been awakened recently?" Harry glanced around. There was no sign of the basilisk anywhere he could see. "Let's continue inside," Hermione whispered. The feeling of exploring along a fixed route reminded her of the fourth-floor corridor last year, where they had also entered a closed area, overcome numerous obstacles, and ultimately faced real danger. She couldn't help but suspect that this was another of Professor Lewynter's pre-planned arrangements. However, the surrounding stone walls and the dust on the ground all indicated that this place had been sealed for a long time. Since they had come in after Myrtle, this couldn't have been part of the professor's plan. Turning a corner, they came to a thick stone wall carved with two entwined snakes, lifelike, their eyes set with gleaming emeralds. It must be some kind of mechanism protecting the Chamber of Secrets, unlocked by a key or some special magic, Hermione observed carefully. Myrtle might have slipped right through. Perhaps I know how to open it. Harry hesitated briefly, then stepped forward to face the two stone snakes. Clearing his throat, he said in a deep, hoarse Parseltongue, "Open it." The emerald eyes of the snake seemed to flicker, and the two snakes seemed to come alive, wriggling apart. The stone wall opened in the middle, revealing the secret chamber within. Clouds swirled from the ceiling, casting a green glow. Stone pillars rose on either side, and carved pythons coiled around them, their serpents gazing grimly at the two pale faces that had opened the chamber. Entering the chamber, Harry and Hermione walked side by side, cautious and slow. They looked up, where the green light shone thickly. Looking around, the pythons seemed to be constantly watching them. Ahead, a vague figure drifted. "Myrtle," Hermione called out. There was no response. Arriving at the foot of the Slytherin statue, the fluorescent light illuminated the area, and the figure gradually became clearer. Harry stared straight ahead, while Hermione covered her mouth to stifle a cry of surprise. It was Myrtle, who had rushed in before them. Her ghostly form was no longer milky white and transparent, but had become dark and murky, surrounded by a faint haze. She lay motionless, suspended in midair, a look of anger on her rounded face. "Is she dead?" Harry asked, incredulous. "Will ghosts leave behind bodies after death?" "They look more like they've been petrified," Hermione's voice trembled. "Be careful and alert. If you hear any noise, close your eyes immediately." They remained in their position for a long moment, their guard down. The Chamber of Secrets was utterly silent. If it weren't for Myrtle before them, they might have mistaken it for an abandoned classroom. When Professor Lewynter asked me to demonstrate Parseltongue, he also left me a message. "Do you want to try it?" Harry asked softly. "The message meant to ask the Great Slytherin to speak to me." "What does that mean?" Hermione studied the statue before them. "Slytherin's been dead for 1,000 years. How could he possibly speak?" "We'll have to try it to find out." Hermione shook her head. "I think we should return the way we came and report what happened here to the headmaster and the professors." "I agree." The two began to retreat slowly. Perhaps due to the illusion of being in such a confined space, they felt an uneasy feeling of being watched, and subconsciously quickened their pace. A cloud of green light quietly descended, and a series of footsteps sounded from behind, rapidly approaching them. The two looked behind them and saw a group of people running towards them. Lockhart was at the head of the group. He looked very happy and even waved at them excitedly. "Hey, Harry. Don't worry, your professor is here." Ron ran behind him. And beside him were Percy, Penelope, Cedric, Marcus and others. Harry had an ominous premonition and looked back. He found that the cloud at the head of the statue seemed to have dropped a little. The color was almost silver-white, without the green light, more like smoke. A low and hoarse voice sounded. At this moment, Harry heard the Parseltongue. "Speak to me, Slytherin, the greatest of the Big Four." Chapter 148 Charge and Stun Spell. Hermione's eyes suddenly widened. "Why are there so many of you?" In addition to the outstanding students in the middle and upper grades, the drama club also has a group of lower grade students. Hermione has taken classes with many of them, including Seamus and Dean from Gryffindor, Justin and Ernie, and even Luna from the first grade. This is the Chamber of Secrets where the basilisk is hiding. Why did Ron call them here? Shouldn't he go find those professors? "Don't worry, your Professor Lockhart is here, you are safe." Lockhart could not hear the Parseltongue. He only saw a strange but safe Chamber of Secrets. There were no ferocious and dangerous monsters, let alone the legendary basilisk. He couldn't help but grin. The legendary adventurer had a new story at Hogwarts. It's a very hidden Chamber of Secrets. It looks like it's been through many renovations and few people have ever set foot here. The vastness of the caverns and the dim lighting make it seem intimidating, but otherwise, it's nothing special. I've experienced caves in Albania that are deeper and darker than these. Lockhart maintained the demeanor of a professor and adventurer. His smile was worthy of a magazine award, but his constant self-aggrandizement was annoying, and Harry just wanted him to shut up. Lockhart noticed Harry's gaze and thought it was just a show-off. Harry and Hermione paused, and the chattering drama students around them quieted down. The sound coming from the statue was particularly clear. "Hush, keep quiet," Harry whispered, staring directly at the Slytherin statue's head. The gaunt, monkey-like face opened its mouth, widening, revealing a dark, hollow cavity. "What's that? Is there something hidden in there?" Lockhart said, a little surprised. Something moved within the statue's mouth. This time, he sensed a stench of air rising from the Chamber of Secrets, as if a monster, its maw gaping, peered from the darkness. The petrified myrtle was swung up and down by the stench. Some young wizards felt they couldn't breathe, panic and fear brewing in silence. They vaguely sensed something rustling and sliding upward from the depths of the statue. Undisguised malevolence enveloped the crowd, as if threatening to devour them. Lockhart swallowed. Could it really be a basilisk? He patted Harry on the shoulder. "You know this place better. Go ahead and check, let the students explore the way." "You're a professor," Hermione shouted in a trembling voice. "It's a basilisk. Everyone, close your eyes." As she finished her words, the scraping sound quickly approached. Two bright yellow snake eyes lit up on the shoulders of the Slytherin statue. The sound of scales scraping against the floor grew clearer and clearer, a rustling sound, the occasional bumping sound, the snake's tongue lolling and hissing, and the stench grew stronger. Something was slithering towards them, as if to envelop them. "Basilisk!" Seamus and Dean screamed, their eyes tightly shut. "Run outside! Run outside!" Hermione's cries echoed through the Chamber of Secrets. The massive basilisk was already approaching. Everyone, eyes closed, turned and ran back, seeing nothing. They only heard Lockhart scream, followed by the dull thud of flesh hitting the pillar, like the night at the dueling club when Lockhart, under the spell, fell to the ground, unable to get up, falling unconscious. The sound of the incantation thundered. It was Cedric. Even with their eyes closed, students nearby could see a hazy red light flash. The spell hadn't worked, but the basilisk's enraged hissing seemed to dispel the panic in the students' hearts, and some opened their eyes. Percy's face was illuminated by the red light, and the corner of his eye twitched. "Spread out, hide behind those pillars. Don't make eye contact with a basilisk," he followed closely, waving his wand, his voice trembling, a bit flustered. Determining the basilisk's approximate direction based on the sound, the senior students from each house, opening their eyes and avoiding its sight, led their classmates to hide behind the stone pillars. Behind the pillars, which served as makeshift cover, Harry and Hermione looked back. In the half-minute hasty confrontation with the basilisk, no one except Lockhart seemed to have been injured, which made them feel a little relieved. "I've read in a book that, like dragons, basilisks have scales that can reduce the power of spells, but they can't withstand dozens of stunning spells. As long as we repeat the spell, it's only a matter of time before we defeat the basilisk. That's how the Romanian breeders do it, right, Ron?" Hermione poked the person next to her. Charlie from the Weasley family was a dragon breeder, and Ron should have heard of this. The stiff touch startled Hermione. Ron stood rigid behind the stone pillar, his body frozen, half his head sticking out, eyes wide open, a look of terror frozen on his face. He had been caught off guard by the basilisk's gaze. "Ron," Harry's voice trembled slightly. He looked at Ron's lifeless eyes, his pale face devoid of any color, devoid of its former vividness. He looked like a lifelike sculpture. Harry's expression was vacant, a chill enveloping him, his mind blank. "He's not dead yet, his heart is still beating." Hermione's voice trembled, jarring him from his sorrow. Behind the other pillars, Percy and Cedric's teams had also suffered losses. They too had noticed that the students who had locked eyes with the basilisk were frozen in place, yet still showing signs of life. "Percy, Roger, take cover. The basilisk's gaze can petrify, but it's not fatal. Let's take turns casting stunning spells and try not to make eye contact with a basilisk," Cedric shouted gravely. Feints, over a dozen spells rang out simultaneously, a barrage of spells emanating from behind the stone pillars, attacking the basilisk from two directions. The drama club members had no professional combat training, having only developed a tacit understanding through rehearsal. While they understood Cedric's instructions, they didn't know how to counterattack. As they all emerged and waved their wands, the Ravenclaws, led by Roger Davies, met the basilisk's gaze. After the spells were cast, The group froze in place. Harry and the others also caught a glimpse of the basilisk's true form from the side. Its body was a dark green, its dark scales shimmering with a faint, iridescent hue. It seemed thicker than an oak tree, its head flattened, its sharp fangs gleaming coldly. The basilisk was enormous, and nearly all the stunning spells struck it. Some covered its head and abdomen, slowing its movements, while others landed on its back. Some of the spells settled on its scales, dissolving silently like water splashing on stone. The stunning spell worked. "Attack its head," Cedric continued. Muffled incantations echoed through the Chamber of Secrets, the stench thickening in the air. Another volley of stunning spells blazed, and the giant creature roared angrily, lashing out with its thick iron tail as it lunged slowly but fiercely. Harry felt the floor of the Chamber of Secrets tremble slightly, his face turning pale. No, a stunning spell won't stop the basilisk. At this rate, it'll be in front of us before it even faints, and then Ron will be in real danger. "What should we do?" Hermione whispered. "We can't just hide here and cast spells. Someone has to go and hold the basilisk back, but that's too dangerous. Someone has to take the risk." Suddenly, someone leaped from a pillar and charged at the basilisk. It was Neville. Everyone stared at the figure, stunned for a moment. The portly creature, eyes closed, charged forward blindly and relentlessly, his antics unexpectedly heroic. When he felt he was nearly close to the basilisk, he turned and hid behind a nearby stone pillar, groping for his life as he fled. The basilisk began to turn, moving towards Neville. Falling unconscious, Cedric seized the opportunity and orchestrated a new volley. A dense stream of red light engulfed the basilisk. The stunning spell failed to stun it, but the impact enraged it. Its massive body twisted in the dust, steadily approaching the tiny student. Neville was not athletic or agile, and he quickly tripped over himself, falling hard to the floor. He scrambled to his feet, opened his eyes, and tried to take in the terrain, only to be met with two bright yellow eyes. He froze in place and was swept away by a swipe of its tail. The second in command of the drama club fell to the ground, soundless. Harry and Hermione were stunned, and the other members of the drama club fell silent. Neville was usually quiet and inconspicuous, yet exceptionally reliable in his handling of matters, and this time was no different. Between two rows of serpentine stone pillars, the basilisk raised its head and hissed at the students behind it. As it surged, it broke the stone pillars, and the smoke and dust enveloped the massive figure, blurring it, yet making it even more oppressive. Hiss! The basilisk lunged at them again, its fangs chilling, fainting. Cedric's voice echoed again, waving his wand as he dashed between the stone pillars. Like Neville, he used himself as bait, drawing the basilisk's attention and buying time for the others, giving them a chance to attack. Students hidden behind the stone pillars extended their wands, showering the basilisk with stunning spells like a meteor shower, enveloping it in a dense red light. Years of Quidditch training had allowed Cedric to hold out longer, giving the students an extra volley of fire. About 3 minutes later, the basilisk's tail swept past Cedric. He escaped petrification, his bones cracking with a creaking sound, and blood streamed from his mouth and nose. Such a basilisk was a cause for despair. Fainting, a brilliant red light shone again, this time from Harry, equally agile, as he simultaneously unleashed a stunning spell with all his might. The red light blasted the basilisk's head, and the pained creature gazed down at the tiny human. As if forming some unspoken agreement, for the next half hour, students continued to flee their shelters, circling the basilisk at a safe distance, buying time for the rest of the class. First, the senior Gryffindors, then the other seniors, and finally, even Marcus from Slytherin rushed out. The sound of spells chanted echoed throughout the chamber, and the red glow of courage lingered, drowning. Hermione cast a stunning spell for the 27th time and was about to retreat behind the pillar when she noticed something. The basilisk's raised head swayed slightly. Its movement seemed to slow, its tongue drooping weakly, its body still in place, its bright yellow eyes gradually unfocused. The massive serpent collapsed to the ground with a crashing sound, sending up dust that shook the entire floor. A stuttering sob echoed through the chamber. Only a handful of lower and middle grade students remained behind the stone pillars. The tension in the young witch's mind snapped, and they could no longer hold on. Some collapsed, while others hugged their classmates, their shoulders shaking. Hermione resisted the urge to lean against the wall for a nap and, swallowing her fear, headed towards the basilisk. "Come on, help me gather the wounded." Two people stepped out from behind a nearby stone pillar, their voices trembling. "We'll help." Marietta and Josang, The Ravenclaw girls had been shielded from the first 2 volleys. After Neville charged out, they joined the fire and continued to fire. Those who still had the strength rushed forward, bypassing the unconscious basilisk and carrying those who had been knocked away by it. The row of people lay in a neat row, and the petrified students stood in a neat row behind the cover. Fortunately, they were all still alive. For a wizard, broken bones were only minor injuries. As long as they weren't killed instantly, Madame Pomfrey could save them. The surviving students looked at each other, their cheeks stained with dry tears. Some smiled, letting out a long sigh of relief. What a wonderful adventure. I can't help but applaud you. Gilderoy Lockhart's voice suddenly came from behind them. Lockhart stood up somewhat awkwardly, dusted himself off, and wore his signature smile, revealing his gleaming teeth. Professor Lockhart, the student stared at the professor in amazement. But your adventure ends here, children, he said cheerfully. Now, Professor Lockhart will complete the story. I'll bring the basilisk back to school and tell them I was too late. Although I succeeded in subduing it, I couldn't save these people, and you've been driven mad by the dark magic left behind by Slytherin. What do you mean? Marietta asked, bewildered. Oh, dear, what I mean is that I'm going to erase your memories and write this thrilling story into my new book, turning it into the experiences of the legendary adventurer Lockhart. Lockhart seemed very patient. Facing several exhausted young wizards, he couldn't help showing off. Hermione angrily scolded, did you steal those legendary experiences like this? You're a fake liar, don't say that, my dear child. Readers would rather see the handsome me than an ugly old American wizard who saved the village from the scourge of werewolves. And the witch who exorcised a Wumlin ghost, she was a cleft-lipped witch. Lockhart shook his head, his expression smug. And my job is not easy either. I have to track down these people and ask them how they did it. I also have to cast a memory charm on them to ensure they forget everything completely without arousing the suspicion of those around them. The requirements for the memory charm are very high. If there's anything I can be proud of, this is it. Hermione glanced at Chu Zhang beside her, and they both reached for their wands in their pockets. I thought I'd never see them again, but because of the Shadow Mirror incident, I have to go back and find them and trick them into handing over their memories. This time it's much easier, as I'm right there at the scene. Lockhart pointed his wand at them. I advise you not to do anything stupid, understand? A group of exhausted students can't defeat a professor. The 2 girls froze in place. Now, say goodbye to your memories. Chapter 149 Because of Horcruxes. Hermione pursed her lips, her eyes fixed on Lockhart. Beside her, Chu Zhang remained motionless, genuinely lacking the energy to continue casting spells and fighting. A faint despair etched in her eyes. Marietta, standing nearby, had just carried the petrified Neville over minutes earlier. She turned to gaze at the round, sculpted face, still frozen in terror. Though a year below her, he was infinitely braver. Don't worry, as your professor, I won't harm you. This process will be painless. Lockhart gazed at the basilisk crumpled in the distance, his mind already composing a scene depicting his heroic subjugation of the monster. He would depict the student's heroic efforts in the battle, depicting him using stone pillars to fend off the basilisk, casting dozens of stunning spells and subduing it. His name would once again be on the front pages, perhaps earning him another Order of Merlin. Fortune and glory lay within reach, obliquity, a white close whirled from the tip of his wand, not dazzling, but unsettling. Chu Zhang silently closed his eyes. Marietta instinctively took a step back, only to be stopped by a stiffening body. She glanced back at Neville behind her. An idea flashed through her mind, and she clenched her fists, charging forward without hesitation. Just as Neville had rushed at the basilisk, Marietta cast no spells, thrusting herself forward, blocking the path of the wand. Now, Hermione, Cho, Marietta shouted. Cho's eyes snapped open, only to be met with a figure with golden curls. Her roommate, usually submissive, was now resolute, leaving her no room for maneuver. Hermione, beside her, had already swung her wand, stepped aside, and unleashed the now familiar spell at Lockhart. Drown. The white light of the Oblivion charm blazed, and the red glow of the stunning charm shone brilliantly. The 2 spells intersected, and according to the direction of the wand tip, Marietta blocked the Oblivion charm, while the stunning charm would fall on Lockhart. Lockhart's heart sank when he saw Marietta lunge at him. In the corner of his eye, he could see not only a red light flickering, but also the Obliviate charm he had cast, seemingly hitting an invisible barrier and silently returning. He saw two spells simultaneously penetrate his body, followed by Marietta's fist, striking his face hard. Lockhart's vision went black, and he lost consciousness completely. Marietta also fell to the ground, her head spinning. A sudden surge of joy welled up in his heart. He had finally been reliable for once. But it was a pity that he was about to lose his memory. Marietta closed her eyes, the world spinning rapidly. Sounds from the outside world reached her ears, drawn out like tinnitus, echoing repeatedly and making the quiet chamber seem noisy. Marietta, Mary, Chuzang seemed to call her name. Professor McGonagall's voice came from behind, anger tinged with worry. Oh my God, how dare you? Marietta opened her eyes, as if waking from a dream. The clamor of voices filled her ears again, a clamorous and exciting ringing in her ears. She's awake. Mom! Mom Pomfrey, someone shouted from the bedside. It was Chuzang's voice. Marietta had only heard her shout like that during Quidditch matches. It didn't sound at all ladylike. A witch, Mom Pomfrey, ran over, holding a silver tray. She pried Marietta's eyes open and peered closely into her pupils, as if to test the integrity of her memory. Child, do you remember who you are? Marietta Edgemore, do you know where this is? Hogwarts, infirmary, do you remember anything before you passed out? Marietta nodded slightly. Mom Pomfrey examined her very carefully. After some questioning, she seemed to finally confirm that her memory was intact. She patted her shoulder and had her drink a bottle of strange-tasting potion. It was sweet, but it just didn't taste good, like honey fed to slugs, then ground and squeezed into juice. Marietta's brow furrowed, not even registering Madame Pomfrey's medical advice. It wasn't until Chuzang gave her several sips of ice water that her stagnant mind slowly regained consciousness. Merlin's blessing. Lady Luck's blessing, Chuzang muttered, cradling her head in his arms, tears of joy streaming down her face. Only then did Marietta learn what had happened next. Someone had noticed the drama club members were all absent at lunch, reported it to Professor McGonagall, and then tracked them down to Myrtle's bathroom. Professor McGonagall arrived at the Chamber of Secrets and happened to see you punching Professor Lockhart and taking the injured to the infirmary. Chuzang recounted this with genuine relief. Thanks to Lady Luck, no one lost their lives. Even Cedric, the most seriously injured, only had over 100 broken bones. He wasn't in danger of death. Mandrake can be used to treat petrified bodies. Marietta listened quietly, feeling a sense of peace she had never experienced before. In a transparent glass, a bluish glowing bone spirit shone, and on a nearby silver tray lay a blood-stained bandage. In the Hogwarts infirmary, in the boys' ward, the school headmaster and dean stood silently around a simple hospital bed. Melvin, the mastermind behind the incident, also stood behind them. Madame Pomfrey had summoned them for accountability. The school nurse simply couldn't stand this major safety incident. Previous Quidditch matches had been relatively safe, with the worst casualties being broken limbs, concussions, and a few broken ribs. This was completely outrageous. Nearly 20 students had been petrified by the basilisk, including a ghost. Cedric Diggory, the most seriously injured, suffered multiple fractures and was wrapped in bandages like an Egyptian mummy, with only his two eyes visible as he stared at them, stirring the guilt deep within the professors and headmasters. Poor child, it was Slytherin's basilisk that caused you this, Professor Sprout said with heartache. Even though he's the founder, I still have to say this is too much. Snape's face was expressionless, and he glanced at the student in the hospital bed. While injuries of this magnitude looked serious, they only needed to be healed overnight. The blood on the bandages was merely a scratch, and they would be discharged tomorrow. Of the dozen or so students who restrained the basilisk, only Cedric suffered multiple fractures. He remained calm and composed, keeping his eyes closed until the final blow from the serpent's tail. The other students were petrified before then. Mr. Diggory will be discharged tomorrow. I think he doesn't want us hanging around and disturbing his rest, Snape said calmly. The petrification suffered by the other students was not fatal and could be cured by brewing a potion with mature mandrakes. I believe we have some in the greenhouse. Sprout looked embarrassed. The mandrakes in the greenhouse won't be mature until after Easter. Can't we buy them, Pomona? Professor McGonagall asked, with anger between her brows. She was really mad at Lockhart. You can't buy it in Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade. The climate here in Britain is not suitable. Only a batch was cultivated in the school's greenhouse, which was originally used for teaching, Sprout explained. We can only purchase it from other countries, But now it's almost the holidays, so we may have to wait until the holidays are over. Melvin cleared his throat and offered, I'll be in charge of the procurement. I have channels in Budapest, and it should be sent over before the holidays. Snape glanced at him calmly. Professor Flitwick's eyes rolled around, holding Cedric's wand in his hand. It was made of ash wood, 12 inches long, and the core was unicorn hair. The material was tough and the core was pure. Dumbledore's eyes were also a little subtle, and he nodded. So be it. The door of the ward was pushed open, and Madame Pomfrey walked into the room, condemning them with angry eyes in a very rude tone. The girls have also woken up. I won't stop you from asking about the situation, but please keep your voices down and don't disturb the patient's rest. The school doctor's expression was serious, and even the headmaster could only smile and nod. The Hogwarts school hospital is well equipped, occupying almost half of the floor. The outermost part is the clinic, and there are also pharmacies and warehouses inside. The ward is in the middle. Under normal circumstances, if 2 or 3 students have minor injuries, they usually do not need to be hospitalized. If they are hospitalized, they can be separated by white curtains, and there is only one ward. But this time is different. Almost all the students in the drama club were sent here, and in order to facilitate care, different wards were divided. One is for caring for petrified patients, and the other is for minor abrasions and exhaustion. The last time there were so many patients in the school infirmary was also because of the drama club, when Professor Kettleburn set fire to the auditorium. The dean and the headmaster walked between the beds, talking to the injured little wizards. The little wizards leaned against the head of the bed, and confirmed again from the professor that no one had lost their lives. They completely relaxed, watching each other bandaging, and even found it interesting. The atmosphere in the room was much lighter. Melvin opened the curtains that separated the room and came to Marietta's bedside. He found that not only Chu Zhang from Ravenclaw was there, but also his cram school students. Hermione, Chu Zhang and Marietta huddled together and talked in a low voice, occasionally covering their mouths and laughing. How are you, little witches? Are you feeling unwell? Melvin summoned a chair and sat down beside the bed. I'm fine. I'm just slightly exhausted. I've rested well, Hermione answered and huddled aside, secretly studying the professor's expression, like a sea otter stealing fish. Professor Lewin, Chu Zhang was a little reserved. It was a normal reaction for a student to see a professor. Professor Lewin, Marietta became even more nervous and shook her head quickly. I'm fine. Lockhart's forgetfulness spell went off. I fainted by myself. You didn't faint by yourself. You risked your life to stop the evil wizard who stole your memory. In the words of Gryffindor, this is unparalleled courage. I will write to your mother and Mrs. Edgecombe will be proud of you, Melvin said gently. I'm from Ravenclaw College, Marietta bared her head, feeling a little embarrassed. This has nothing to do with the college. Courage, like wisdom, is the most precious wealth of mankind. Melvin looked around and saw that there was no fruit basket at the head of the bed, so he took out an apple from his pocket, fumbled for a fruit knife, and peeled it patiently. When I first saw you in class, you didn't even dare to introduce yourself. You were used to hiding your thoughts and following Chu Zhang. 3 students were listening nearby. Marietta was the most serious one. She initially thought that the professor paid attention to her because of her cooperation with her mother, but she didn't expect that he had noticed her even earlier. Hermione showed a suspicious look. Why did the professor describe it in such detail? It was as if he had witnessed the scene with his own eyes, and knew it better than her, an eyewitness. Remember this experience, remember the moment when you rushed forward and punched Lockhart, and the terrified look in Lockhart's eyes. In the future, when you face the oppression of others and face difficult choices, this courage will allow you to make the right choice. Melvin handed over the peeled apple. Marietta took the apple blankly and nodded. She didn't quite understand what the professor said. It seemed that his words were meaningful. Have a good rest. Melvin stood up, met Hermione's eyes next to him, paused, took out a handful of candies and handed them over, then looked at Chu Zhang next to him and handed him a handful as well. Chu Zhang and Marietta showed similar expressions and watched the professor leave, once again realizing the difference between this professor and other professors. On the other side, the 4 deans and the principal had almost finished their condolences and understood what they needed to know. Since a certain Potter was still petrified, the principal had no intention of staying. After talking to a few junior students and confirming some matters about contacting students' parents with Professor McGonagall, the principal was ready to go back to the office to deal with the troublesome board of directors. By the way, Dumbledore turned his head. "Melvin, can you come to my office?" Melvin raised his eyebrows. "Okay, Principal." 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the headmaster's office. Portraits of past headmasters were hung on the wall. The current headmaster sat behind the desk, holding a steaming cup of black tea, his blue eyes slightly narrowed, and the exquisite silver ornaments on the table emitted white mist. The silence lasted for half a cup of tea. Melvin did not speak, guessing that the headmaster was also considering his words. The legend of the heir has been passed down for thousands of years. It has been 50 years since Myrtle was killed last time. Since my old friend Tom disappeared, no one has found the Chamber of Secrets. I am very curious. Dumbledore took a sip of black tea. "Melvin, how did you find and open the Chamber of Secrets?" The tone was not solemn, and the headmaster's expression was not deep. Dumbledore was indeed asking questions out of curiosity, not forcing or interrogating. "Why do you guess it was me?" Melvin was also very curious. Dumbledore smiled and said, "A club was involved in the Chamber of Secrets incident. A group of untrained students faced the basilisk head-on. And there was a despicable writer who stole memories lurking nearby. There were more than 30 students, and yet no one was killed. I don't believe that there is really such a thing as luck on Earth." He paused and said, "Also, Hagrid told me some time ago that Harry and the others were investigating Myrtle because they saw a video from 50 years ago in the mirror." "Okay," Melvin put down his teacup, "I also think the hints in that video are too strong, but I can't think of a better way. Now it's your turn to answer my question. How did you find the Chamber of Secrets?" "It's simple. Because of the Horcrux." Chapter 150, The Secluded Chamber. Horcruxes are dark artifacts created by the despicable Hercule. They enclose a fragmented soul within an object. As long as the object is not destroyed, the soul remains, and the person remains immortal. Melvin laid the shocking answer squarely before the headmaster. "You already knew that." Dumbledore was shocked by his bluntness. "Horcruxes hold not only the soul but also the memories of their host," Melvin said slowly. "The fragment of Tom Riddle's soul holds his memories and these unspeakable secrets." "You mean you found a Horcrux and obtained these secrets from it?" Dumbledore spoke a little faster. "Yes, an ordinary Muggle diary." Melvin nodded slightly. "Tom Riddle must have created more than one Horcrux. I suspect this one might be his first. It contains his memories before the age of 16, 6th year, even earlier than I expected," Dumbledore said softly. Melvin paused for a moment and began to tell the story he had prepared long ago. "It all started with a Ravenclaw's diadem. We found the diadem in the Room of Requirement last year, and you seemed to attach great importance to it. Influenced by this, I also became interested in the relics of other founders, such as the Hufflepuff's gold cup and Slytherin's locket that you mentioned. I happen to know a friend who works in a second-hand shop Borgin and Burke's in Knockturn Alley, where he worked after graduation." Melvin picked up the teacup and took a sip to moisten his throat. "The manager in charge of the store at that time was Mr. Burke, and now it's Mr. Borgin. Because of some business dealings, Mr. Borgin and I have established a close enough connection, and by chance, we talked about the founder's relics. According to Mr. Borgin, his partner, Mr. Burke, once bought Slytherin's locket from a witch of the Gaunt family at a low price, and then resold it to another witch, Hokey's owner, Hepzibah Smith, a descendant of Hufflepuff, at a high price. There was another clerk in the store at that time, Tom Riddle." "Really?" Dumbledore couldn't help but sigh. "What a wonderful coincidence. I just came back from New York this summer, probably a few days before school started. It happened to be the time when the Ministry of Magic was conducting a crackdown. Mr. Borgin and I had some business to discuss. While chatting in the store, I met Mr. Malfoy who came to deal with some contraband." Melvin paused. "Those contrabands sold at low prices are not all dark magic artifacts. There are also some strange things, smuggled flying carpets, furs of protected animals and so on, and among them is a diary." "Diary," Dumbledore repeated softly. Melvin nodded. "A diary made by Muggles, the kind sold in newsstands. It's all blank, only the title page has Tom Riddle's name written on it." Dumbledore's blue eyes radiated brilliance, and his tone was a little surprised. "That diary is a Horcrux." "Yes, at that time I didn't know about Horcruxes. I just felt that this diary was full of doubts. Why would a pure-blood wizard Mr. Malfoy have a Muggle diary? Why did he mix it with contraband? What is the connection between Tom Riddle and him? Why are the pages all blank?" Melvin paused, met the headmaster's gaze and said, "So I bought it." Dumbledore listened with great interest. He had actually guessed that Melvin had a Horcrux, which was why he had tried that. Now that he got a positive answer, he was very relieved. After some research and exploration, I found that this diary, like the magical portrait, has its own consciousness and memory, and can communicate with the outside world through text. The owner of this memory and consciousness belongs to the 16-year-old Tom Riddle. This part was all true. Melvin was very confident when he told it, and he didn't feel guilty at all. Dumbledore's face became a little more serious. At first I thought it was just a portrait of a wizard or something like that, so I tried to talk to him with caution. He probably hasn't communicated with the outside world for many years. In order to continue to obtain information from me, he disguised himself as an ordinary wizard to communicate with me. I got a lot of magical knowledge from Tom. I have to admit that Tom is very knowledgeable, especially in the field of dark magic. This two-way communication is very pleasant. Melvin looked at the headmaster's portrait on the wall. Principal Dippet and Principal Black also listened seriously, silently, and stayed obediently in the frame, worried that Dumbledore would turn them all over. After a few months of getting along, I learned about the Chamber of Secrets and the Horcruxes, and realized that he was the former Voldemort. The portraits on the wall were stunned, bewildered. Weren't they just discussing obtaining information and exchanging ideas about the dark arts? How did they suddenly jump to Horcruxes? What had they missed? Dumbledore's eyes flickered, a thoughtful expression on his face. The story was logically coherent. The investigation of the Founder's relics and the acquisition of the Horcruxes were very similar. But the subsequent exchanges were vague and had obvious loopholes, clearly intended to conceal something. If they could openly discuss the Horcruxes and the dark arts, why omit the details of the exchange? Dumbledore lowered his head and thought, a white mist emanating from the silver ornaments on the table, and time passed in the swirling vapor. Tom Riddle would not write secrets in his diary, nor would he share secrets with a pen pal he had only known for a few months. If he leaked information about the Chamber of Secrets, it might be that Voldemort was using Melvin to disrupt the school and achieve his own goals. But no matter what, Voldemort would never reveal any clues about the Horcruxes. After all, he had been in his possession for almost 2 years, and he still hadn't uncovered a single valuable lead. Is it true that the 16-year-old Tom Riddle is easier to deceive? Dumbledore glanced calmly at the portrait of Headmaster Armando Dippet, then looked at Melvin, who was sipping tea, his eyes deep. The young professor was obviously hiding something, but he didn't intend to ask any more questions. Horcruxes are very important clues and are also key items in dealing with Voldemort, Dumbledore said carefully. Melvin, I would like to purchase the diary in your hand and conduct some research. Shouldn't I just destroy it? I will, after I conduct research. Very well, the diary is in my office. I'll give it to you later, Melvin agreed without much hesitation. After all, these were just Tom Riddle's memories before he was 16 years old. Almost all the value that could be squeezed out of them had been squeezed out. Now giving them to the headmaster was a way to make good use of waste. This decisiveness actually made Dumbledore stunned. If you think the price is not right, I can try to compensate in other ways. Sounds like Santa Claus. Melvin was about to politely refuse, but suddenly remembered something, and changed his tone, becoming upright. I am also a professor at Hogwarts now. It is my duty to help the principal deal with Voldemort and protect the safety of students. I believe that if I need the principal's help in the future, the principal will do the same to me. During the summer vacation in Budapest, he promised the remnants of the witches and release the man from Nurmengard. Although he could do it by himself, considering many factors, it would be safer to let the principal come forward. But that was 2 years later. Dumbledore looked at the young professor's face and felt that the second half of the sentence was full of profound meaning, as if a pit had been dug for him, but he nodded. Melvin, thank you very much. If you want to destroy the Horcrux, remember to ask me to watch, Melvin said casually. Dumbledore couldn't help laughing, of course. It was dinner time, in the Great Hall, at the main guest seats. The 4 deans were spread out on both sides, while Headmaster Dumbledore sat in the main seat, enjoying his dinner nonchalantly, his eyes mainly focused on an old diary at hand. Professor McGonagall was worried. This is the first time in 50 years that so many students have been injured on campus. More than a dozen parents have written to inquire about the situation. If it weren't for the reputation of Hogwarts, they would have sent shouting letters. Don't say that, Minerva. No one could have predicted this kind of accident. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout hurried to comfort her. Melvin felt a little sorry for Professor McGonagall. In fact, The parents of the students were relatively easy to deal with. The board of directors was more troublesome. That group of pure-blood wizards had been trying to interfere with the school system, and this time they would probably make trouble and hold them accountable. Although it was useless, it was disgusting. Melvin cleared his throat and said aloud, "If you ask me, there were also human factors in this accident. It was all Professor Lockhart's fault. He tricked the members of the drama club into the secret room, putting dozens of students in danger." "That's right, that's right." Sprout nodded in agreement. Professor Flitwick felt a little strange, but nodded as well. With several students testifying, Lockhart's true identity will be revealed, Melvin whispered. "It just so happens that I have a friend who is an editor at a publishing house. He can publish the truth of the matter in the newspaper, so that parents and the school board can recognize the real murderer." Sprout and Flitwick were immediately happy and nodded heavily. Lockhart was really a piece of shit. "By the way, how is Lockhart?" Melvin asked. "He has woken up, but the condition is not good." Professor McGonagall still frowned slightly. "Principal Devons went to St. Mungo's to inquire about the condition before dinner. The therapist said that Lockhart originally had symptoms of memory disorder. After being backfired by his own powerful forgetfulness spell, his brain was completely messed up and he couldn't even remember who he was." Dallas de Winter was a former headmaster, and there is a portrait of her in the headmaster's office. She also served as the director of St. Mungo's Hospital during her lifetime, and there is also a portrait of her there. It is more convenient to travel back and forth than the flu network. The professors had complicated expressions. This is not an excuse for him to escape trial." Melvin was very determined. "I will contact my friends in the newspaper to report this matter, and the Ministry of Magic will also file a lawsuit after he is discharged from the hospital." Professor McGonagall nodded slightly. "There is one last thing. The basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets needs to be dealt with. Leave this to me as well." Melvin's tone was solemn, showing the responsibility of a professor of Muggle Studies. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.